One day God created a new world just because he became very bored. He called this new world the Abyss and began to gradually send other creatures there. The only means of survival in this place became fighting and constant killing. There were not only people there, but also monsters from all corners of the galaxy, ready to do anything for victory. For constant killings, God rewarded the victors and generously showered them with riches. Apparently, he was so bored that he turned the whole thing into a cruel game for fun. At some point, everything reached its limit and only the strongest remained alive. A terrifying top-tier dark dragon is ready to finish off its wounded victim right now. The hunter lies before him and has no illusions about what will happen next. He gave all his strength to the last, but it still wasn't enough. One of the last human teams screwed up and failed to complete its task. One of the most powerful death squads has just been completely destroyed. Now a small group of people is all that remains of humanity in the abyss. Erez is a Valkyrie nun, and she can be considered the leader of this squad. Standing next to him is the calm and reasonable Keldian, who has long been called the brains of the team. The self-confident and unprincipled Khan is also here and is always ready to fight to the last drop of blood. Only one of the surviving hunters continues to keep a low profile and avoid attention. Khan clearly sees that the survival of humanity now depends on them. To do this, they will have to use a legendary rank time crystal. This great ball has a mysterious power and is able to return to the past. This is humanity's last hope, but only one hunter can be sent back. Confident and fearless, Khan decided that this chance should be his. He calls himself the strongest, but his friends clearly disagree. The captain has to step in and have the last word. All the Valkyries who went to battle the Golden Dragon died, and now it's only a matter of time before the monster gets here. Now the surviving hunters have no other choice. The only one who can travel to the past is Khan. He freezes and his whole life flashes before his eyes. All this time he was fighting for survival and was constantly on the brink of life and death. Every day he risked his own skin just to survive. At one point the thought of death seemed like a way out, but Eris didn't agree with it. She asked him not to lose hope and to do everything to give humanity a second chance. Looking at his friends, Khan couldn't refuse this opportunity. Khan started 20 years later than the Allies and still made incredible progress. If his abilities had manifested themselves a little earlier, the future could have been very different. Even Khan recognized his friend's abilities and stepped aside, giving him a chance to return to the past. After some thought, the mysterious hunter finally decided to take the risk. At that very second, the ground beneath our feet began to shake and tremble. This meant that the terrifying golden dragon had finally found them, and the bloody massacre would soon begin. Keldian asked Khan not to be distracted and promised that they would detain the monster. The three warriors immediately activated magic and prepared for a tough fight. They understood that they would not be able to survive and that this was a one-way ticket. The main task was to buy time so that Khan could activate the magic ball. Each of them was ready to sacrifice themselves in the battle with the dragon and his assistants. There was no longer any point in saving up strength and leaving anything for later, because for them, this was the final battle. The hunters fought as a true team, covering each other in the most difficult moments. They wished Khan good luck and reminded him that the fate of the people now depended on him. Khan clutched the crystal, feeling the weight of responsibility for those who had given their lives for him. Keldian reminded that one should not kill people unnecessarily, but at the same time, we should not spare those who may cause harm in the future. Also, Khan must not forget that he is obliged to kill the monarch Clementine. After these words, the magic ball was activated, and the world was filled with a bright flash of light. Khan's consciousness fell into the void, and it was clear from his face that he was ready for this. When he opened his eyes again, there were frightened people standing in front of him. They were transported to another world and tried to understand what was happening to them. Returning to the past worked, and now Khan no longer has the right to make mistakes. Let's return to people who did not understand how to react to the distortion of space. For them, everything was happening for the first time, and wild horror was visible in their eyes. Entering another world was a heavy blow to the unprepared mind. In the year of Khan's birth, a total revolution in human consciousness began. At first, only 100 people went missing, but the number of missing people grew steadily. Then the main character turned 20 years old, and an unknown force reached even him. He left Earth and found himself in another world that absorbed other dimensions. This world served as a stopover on the way to the abyss, and was created to train newcomers in brutal combat. Those who got here first mastered abilities and developed skills in battles with monsters. This place can rightly be called a world of violence and lawlessness. Only after completing the training phase will survivors be able to move into the abyss. It is then that the era of the Great War will begin. There were just over 5 years left until that moment, which needed to be spent to become stronger. The skills and strength he had learned previously were gone, but experience was more important than all of that. Now is the time to regain lost power, and Khan is ready for it. Suddenly, the space split and a small beetle appeared in front of the people. It turned out to be an instructor who came to explain the rules of the game. The surprised people were afraid to move because they had never seen such demons before. The Khan immediately realized that he was dealing with a lying and stinking worm, but he decided to remain silent. The instructor congratulated the people on entering another world. He stated that now we can forget about laws, order, morality, and ethics. This world was free from rules, and absolutely everything was allowed here. Perverts and bandits could be happy because physical limitations had disappeared. Here you can endlessly improve and do whatever you want. A person is capable of transforming into a superhero from his favorite Marvel or DC movie. To prove the reality of what was happening, the instructor decided to kill one of the spectators. He didn't like one of the guys and he tore him to pieces. At that moment, the others realized that the jokes were over. A new harsh reality was dawning where only the strongest survives. Frightened and shocked, people didn't know what to do next. The instructor made it clear that from now on, everything would be as he wanted. Then he calmed down a little and ordered everyone to shut up. Before starting the slaughter, you need to familiarize yourself with the rules. First, he talked about the runes that can be obtained by killing another creature. These stones grant special skills and enhance the characteristics of hunters. The instructor suggested trying this effect out right away. The experienced Khan raised his hand and said that he wanted to sort it out personally. Despite his cunning, he remained quiet and calm, not attracting attention. The Khan took the rune in his hands and the energy slowly spread through his body. The instructor couldn't believe that this guy seemed to know everything in advance. Now people realized that in order to survive, they would have to fight and obtain magic stones. As soon as the rules were announced, people immediately started fighting with each other. Runes could be obtained from anywhere as long as the killing continued. From that moment on, the past lost its meaning and a new life began. The instructor gave the men daggers so that they would have at least some kind of weapon and be ready for a real battle. Immediately after this, a portal opened, and one after another, terrible monsters came out into the arena. It was obvious that an inspection was about to begin that would claim a huge number of lives. The smartest ones quickly realized that this is exactly what the learning process looks like. There were almost equal numbers of people and monsters, but this did not inspire hope at all. Some tried to calm down and suggested sticking together and fighting as one group. Khan didn't want to get involved in this. He was originally going to go his own way. The problem was that people couldn't run away from the battle because a barrier had formed around them. The walls slowly but inexorably narrowed, leaving no room to pass or retreat. The monsters smelled fear and began to move faster and faster with each passing second. Of 100 people, only half will be able to leave the boundaries of this barrier. Everyone else will be forced to stay here and fight until the very end. Naturally, panic set in while Khan remained eerily calm. He had been through this stage before and knew that people would have to unite to survive. That time he was among those who were not allowed beyond the barrier. Of the 50 hunters, only 10 survived, and he remembered that day for the rest of his life. Now Khan knew exactly what he had to do and was not going to waste a single minute. Taking out his dagger, Khan confidently spilled the blood of one of the orcs. He cut the monster in two and thus saved one of the guys. It was too early to stop, and he immediately rushed on to get more. Cold calculation and unshakable calm made him stand out from the crowd. They looked at him as if he was a superhero without any magical skills. Just a few minutes were enough to destroy an entire squad of goblins and orcs. All of his stats rose almost instantly, cementing the result. At this pace, he could count on rapid and steady progress. All we had to do was keep fighting and not lose our heads under any circumstances. Seeing the mysterious hero fight, people began to decide to unite. They realized that they couldn't escape and would have to fight these monsters. With his confident actions, Khan forced the others to accept the strict rules of the game. It gradually became clear that it was he who led the squad and led them forward. In the future, a huge number of wanderers will appear in this world. The first generation to arrive here will be protected by a training zone for the next 3 months. But one day this stage will end, and battles with subsequent generations will begin. For beginners, this is a rare chance to strengthen their bodies and gain real experience. For the first time, Khan caught himself thinking that his friends had been right in sending him into the past. He had no right to make mistakes, and knew perfectly well how to take advantage of his experience. Now it was necessary to level up as quickly as possible, and to do this I would have to go down lower. The instructor watched closely and was clearly pleased with the actions of this fearless guy. This time the number of survivors turned out to be unusually large, although usually only a few remained. Now the instructor could remove the wall and leave the people alone with the monsters. He had other things to do, so he simply wished them good luck in the end. Many panicked, as they had expected that after a successful mission, they would be returned to Earth. Khan paid no attention to this and continued methodically collecting his characteristics. He wanted to make sure that progress was progressing at the right pace, which meant he had to hurry. First, he needed to find a quick way to become stronger and not waste time. He immediately remembered his friends and tried to imagine what they would do in his place. In his past life, he once met a guy who told him a lot. Then the conversation turned to hidden dungeons, inaccessible to foolish newbies. These hidden dungeons were located right within the training area. To clear such a place, you need to have a high level and incredible courage. Few people managed to do this in their past lives, but the chance was truly valuable. If a newbie clears a hidden dungeon, he immediately gets the opportunity for unprecedented progress. After all, the higher the difficulty of the dungeon, the higher the reward in case of success. Now the protagonist's goal was finally determined, and he knew exactly what to do next. There were things that needed to be taken care of first. In the early stages of training, all 100 people acted together as one group. They will fight in different areas for 3 months until their training is completed. The hunters will then leave the safe zone and meet up with other people who arrived earlier. There are currently 2 treasures hidden in this area, and this is the best way to quickly power up. The Khan was ready to go his own way, but noticed an important incident. Conflicts broke out everywhere, and beautiful girls often became their victims. Their appearance became a problem because there were no more rules in this world. It was difficult to turn a blind eye to all this, although Khan understood that it was not his concern. He was about to leave when he suddenly heard his name. He remembered 2 guys he hadn't seen for a long time since his past life. In fact, they turned out to be his classmates from university. In his past life, they died in the very first battle, so he had long since erased them from his memory. Then Han remembered this girl. Her name was Yumi. She also studied at his university, and would not have survived if she had not been helped. Han decided to intervene and take Yumi with him, but the bandits clearly didn't like that. It was already clear that they didn't care about the rules or any restrictions. As soon as they noticed the arrogant guy, they immediately decided to rip his head off. Such people are found in absolutely any society without exception. Even among the saints, there will always be those who sold their souls to the devil. The Khan did not want to fight and waste his energy on useless conflicts, but he decided to make it clear that he would not allow himself to be treated without respect. With a quick, confident gait, he approached the gang leader and looked him straight in the eyes. It was the look of a predator, making it clear that he could bite at any moment. This self-confidence worked perfectly, and the bandits retreated. At that moment, their real boss appeared behind them, deciding to act more wisely. He suggested uniting and said that now was not the time for conflict. It was enough to look into his terrible eyes to understand a lot. Like an experienced hyena, he had already managed to adapt and learn the local rules of the game. This guy had no intention of showing his true nature and was enjoying his new freedom. It is these kinds of people who eventually become criminals. It was hard not to recall Chaldean's words about those who would cause harm during the Great War. But at the same time, Eris asked to be merciful and not to waste energy on unnecessary conflicts. The Khan decided to listen to the captain and ignore the criminals. The boss remained calm and also did not want to get his hands dirty. He understood that now it was more important to focus on another goal, to restore order in this place. There was already chaos starting here right now, and someone would have to bring it under control. The bandits liked anarchy and clearly enjoyed it. Jin was genuinely surprised by the changes in his classmate. He saw that something was wrong with Khan, as if there was a different personality standing in front of him. This guy used to be an outcast and always kept a low profile. No one paid any attention to him until the moment he destroyed a squad of goblins. Now, even the most arrogant leader of the university was interested in his abilities. The students began to gather together and decided to follow Khan. They didn't know what to do next, but they felt like he was one step ahead. At first, no one understood where exactly they were going, until the leader finally named the destination. He was interested in a specific metro station, as it was there that the first hidden treasure of this stage was located. To get there, you have to go underground and immediately feel the dampness and heavy air of another world. As soon as they entered, Khan was immediately bombarded with questions from all sides. He didn't want to explain every little thing separately, but he still tried to be friendly and help newcomers. Remembering Eris's words, he understood that now he had to be a guide for inexperienced hunters. Khan said directly that he had superpowers and a highly developed intuition. These words shocked everyone, especially Jin, who was used to being the main star of any company. Someone clearly didn't like this, but in the current situation there was simply no other way out. They could either go their separate ways or follow the man who clearly knew something. The students chose the second option and followed Khan into the underground metro. Suddenly he grabbed the dagger and instantly prepared for battle. Jin tensed up seriously, deciding that he would simply be killed now. It seemed like this moment stretched out into eternity, and time seemed to stand still. Everyone around tensed up and held their breath in anticipation of the outcome. Khan swung and almost left his classmate without a manhood. In fact, the blow was aimed at an underground worm which suddenly burst out. These tunnels are home to green worms that crawl out of the ground at the slightest vibration. They don't like sunlight, so they rarely go hunting. By killing such a monster, you can get a rune and significantly increase your progress. Khan promised to tell them how to kill these slugs properly, but immediately asked them to be careful. Within a few minutes, each of the newcomers understood exactly what needed to be done. This helped them learn faster and progress gradually. The squad leader himself was on a completely different level and fought with the strongest underground worms. His dagger, when moving, resembled a lightsaber from Star Wars. He was a support and a pillar of strength for everyone else, although he could cope alone. They kept asking him about his abilities, and he was constantly forced to make something up. The friends were clearly not prepared to learn that the quiet guy in the back of the class turned out to be so dangerous. Once the perimeter was completely cleared, Khan noticed that his classmates were not collecting runes. They decided to donate all the stones they had mined to the leader of the squad. It all seemed simple. The newcomers were trying to buy Khan so that he would continue to protect them. I had to explain to them that everything works completely differently in this world. Those who have wandered in the abyss for decades have long established strict and simple rules. Each person is obliged to collect their own prey, and in group hunting the reward is divided according to the contribution. At a turning point, relationships based only on trust often end sadly. Therefore, the hunters decided to act each for himself. Very soon, the newcomers will understand that the law of the jungle now rules here. Each of them will be forced to rely only on their skills and abilities. Useless weaklings who are incapable of anything will not survive. This is the main rule of the abyss. Over time, they will get used to it and realize that there is simply no other way. People will turn into a flock ready to fight for every rune. After listening to their captain, the newcomers immediately began looking for magic stones. Jin was luckier than the others because he found a special rune. Before him stood the essence of the Ekrup troll tribe, a real diamond for a beginner. He immediately realized that, according to the rules, he had every right to keep this trophy for himself. The Khan carefully analyzed the rune and was convinced that it was indeed a valuable item. This stone enhanced regeneration and helped to survive at a critical moment. Each rune has special skills that allow hunters to reach new levels. Smart people with a large supply of magic usually collect hundreds of different skills. A wizard like Keldian managed to accumulate over 1,000 skills and became a legend of the abyss. As for Khan, everything was completely different for him because he was special. Even at the beginning of his past journey, he realized that his body was different from the others. Whenever he tried to absorb ordinary runes, he immediately felt a strong sense of rejection. It soon became clear that he was only capable of maintaining 7 skills. If the team had known about this earlier, he could have chosen much more powerful abilities. At first, Khan saw these restrictions as a serious drawback that was hindering growth. However, he later learned of his true power, the endless evolution of skills. Any absorbed skill began to develop and eventually reached its maximum. It was this trait that allowed him to be on par with the strongest fighters of his time. Because of this unique feature, the friends decided to send Khan into the past. They knew that now he would be able to absorb other skills and become a man who would change the fate of humanity. This time, mistakes are unacceptable, so you need to choose the magic stones to absorb carefully. If everything goes according to plan, it will bring tremendous success and rapid growth. As for Jin, at that moment he had just absorbed the essence of the Ekrup troll tribe. He enjoyed the progress and felt that he would soon be able to catch up with the squad leader. For him, it was a personal matter, because Jin always suffered from the syndrome of an excellent student. After distributing the stones, Khan asked his allies to speed up. By this point, he already understood that Jin would see him as a rival, and that was dangerous. He tried not to dwell on it and concentrated on his goals. Now I had to go down even lower to use the metro, as strange as it might sound. At first, no one understood what was happening because Khan remained silent. He knew that the information from the man from his past life was true. During their conversation, another experienced hunter joined them. Thanks to this dialogue, Khan learned something that would definitely help him in his new life. The stations were located differently, but up to the 3rd level, each one had a portal. That's where the trains that haven't left yet are located. You just need to sit in one of them and get everything you need. After a short walk, the hunters finally reached the magic portal. None of them had seen anything like it before. It was strange magic outside the usual rules. Everyone was scared and did not dare to take a step forward, waiting for the leader's decision. Many still doubted whether Khan could be trusted and were afraid to go further. Jin and Yumi immediately declared that they were ready to take the risk, no matter what. The girl quickly realized that nothing good awaited her in this world. After a recent conflict with criminals, she looked at her life differently. She won't survive without strong support, so she'll have to follow Khan to the ends of the earth. To do this, she needed to become stronger, and Yumi was ready for this. Some decided to stay, while San also dared to take the risk. They started laughing at him, because before he had always been too scared to make such decisions. It seemed that not only the world was changing, but also the people within it. A quarrel broke out between the guys, and they almost came to blows right in front of the portal. Khan had to intervene and sternly order them to shut up. Now is the time to think about goals and not waste time on empty talk. Those who dared to take the risk stepped into the portal and found themselves on the other side. They were shocked to see an ordinary 24-hour store in front of them. People immediately headed inside and began to choose everything they needed. Khan found himself here for the first time and tried to remember the words of the hunter from his past life. Perhaps he meant that the free choice of supplies was the main reward. At least here there was everything needed to continue learning. Yumi's eyes widened as she saw what Han was doing. He prepared a special bag that he carried with him after hunting monsters. There was green worm blood inside, and it looked really weird. In fact, he had not gone mad at all, but had simply decided in advance to prepare a truly poisonous weapon. Mixing the blood of green worms with goblin skin could create one of the most dangerous poisons in the galaxy. When attacked with such poison, even strong monsters die quickly, and victory becomes almost guaranteed. No one around understood where this guy got so much strange and precise knowledge in his head. Even in his past life, his closest friend spent hours teaching him and made him write everything down carefully. At that time, the team members didn't know who exactly would be traveling back in time, so absolutely everyone studied the theory. When returning, no one retains their skills, but the accumulated experience turns out to be more important than any technique. At the same time, Keldian constantly reminded that knowledge of the future could only accelerate the destruction of the abyss. This meant that Khan had to use his knowledge extremely carefully and only in the most difficult moments. Having finished preparing the poison, he immediately carefully coated the blade of his dagger with it. He then informed his allies that they could also use this poison if they wished. However, everything turned out to be not so simple, because now any help will have to be paid for with magic stones. The days of getting free support are over, and everyone will have to get used to it. In the long run, free help always turns out to be a bad solution. One-sided relationships quickly crumble, and Khan knew this better than most. The newcomers had no choice but to make a deal to get some poison. After this, Khan continued collecting supplies and carefully packed everything into his backpack. The newcomers acted too constrainedly and took with them a huge amount of unnecessary materials. These fools did not yet understand that very soon other people would begin to hunt them. To survive, they will have to bury the things they need and not carry everything on their backs. Watching Han, Yumi couldn't believe how much this quiet guy had changed. She decided to follow him no matter what and try to awaken her hidden abilities. After changing the world, she definitely didn't want to die, which meant she was ready to work. Only by contributing could Yumi count on Han's protection. She made a choice, and now her path is intertwined with this extraordinary man. Jin didn't like this at all. He wasn't going to give up his leadership position so easily. To get back at the head of the squad, he'll have to step over heads and progress as quickly as possible. In the future, such behavior will certainly lead to serious problems. Keldian said that it was permissible to kill such people, but Eras always asked Khan to be more noble. Once upon a time, the main character of this story was much more emotional and open. Now it was difficult for classmates to get used to the new version of Khan. After decades spent in the abyss, he had almost no emotions left. Constant battles and endless killings burn out the kindness in even the brightest person. It seems the abyss is exactly the place where cynical egoists thrive. The only way to survive here is to think for yourself and use other hunters for your own purposes. After walking a little away from the store, Khan asked everyone to stop immediately. He dropped to his knees and noticed a strange phenomenon under his feet. Judging by the mucus, it was not a black snail at all. Khan didn't smell the characteristic sour smell, which meant someone else was hiding here. It didn't look like a zombie at all, and there was only one possible option left. There was a land siren somewhere nearby, which meant the hunters were in serious trouble. Despite the danger, Khan already had a plan and asked his allies to follow him. Everyone had to help make a small bomb from scrap materials. If you knew the right ingredients, it wasn't that difficult. Jin constantly interfered in the process and tried to play the role of leader. Over time, this began to irritate him, and the thought of murder began to flicker more and more often in Khan's head. He quickly pulled himself together and decided to explain to his allies his plan of further action. While one person throws bottles with a fiery mixture, the others will start attacking the monsters. Jin immediately declared that he wanted to fight and was not going to waste time on nonsense. San and Yumi agreed to throw the explosive so as not to risk their lives again. The gentleman had to give up this dangerous but important place to the girl. Yumi made a pleading expression and San had no choice. After that, they continued on their way, clearly understanding that the battle with the sirens would begin very soon. Fear settled in each of them, and it was visible in their facial expressions and movements. Yumi shivered constantly, pretending that she was simply cold, when in reality she was afraid of death. Then there was no time to be afraid. Monsters appeared on the horizon. The Khan ordered to act strictly according to plan, work as a team, and not be distracted. Yumi instantly opened her backpack, ignited the dangerous liquid, and prepared to attack. Once the battle began, she no longer hesitated and acted strategically. The first monster screamed in pain as the fire began to consume its stinking flesh. It was a precise hit, after which no further intervention was required. The remaining sirens became easy prey for the team captain, who once again demonstrated his talent. With light and precise movements, he killed 2 monsters and took several magic stones. Jin didn't want to fall behind and also rushed towards the runes but lost his concentration. He did not notice the approaching siren and found himself in a dangerous situation. Only through incredible reflexes did he manage to snatch the poisonous dagger and kill the creature. After this, a complete clearing of the perimeter and finishing off of the remaining monsters began. The hunters acted as a single mechanism, and it was a pleasure to watch them work. Each person complemented the others and was not afraid to take the initiative. It was here that the poisonous blades showed their true effectiveness. Without the extra poison, killing the sirens would have been much more difficult, but that didn't matter now. Jin showed his best side and quickly collected magic stones. However, due to greed, he lost concentration again and again, which would sooner or later cost him dearly. At some point, the siren attacked from behind and touched his leg with its venom. The hunter lost his balance, fell to the ground, and felt danger gathering above him. The monsters caught the scent of fear and immediately rushed towards him. He screamed and called for help, looking like a frightened child. He didn't care how a leader should behave because now he just wanted to survive. Yumi tried to help, but there were no more explosive cocktails left in her backpack. All attention shifted to San, who had to act more actively. He had always doubted himself, and now fear had completely paralyzed his movements. He took too long to ignite the mixture, and it worked against the entire team. At that moment, a siren approached him, frightened him, and broke the last bottle. For a moment, it seemed that the last hope was destroyed and that this was the end. Jin panicked and began to lash out at his partner with insults. At this point, the captain, who had been nearby the whole time, intervened. Seeing the danger, Khan approached and mercilessly struck the target with his blade. Several monsters were cut into pieces, and the rest of the team members were saved. The Khan didn't shout or panic. He calmly ordered them to follow the plan and not get distracted. These were the words of a true leader, experienced and extremely cool-headed. Jin tried to catch his breath, his heart still pounding wildly. He had never been this close to death before, but that was no reason to stop. Everyone must collect their runes and continue their journey through the metro. The self-confident blonde felt cheated and decided to fix it. He believed that he almost died because of the hesitant actions of his classmates. Therefore, I decided to take their precious stones as compensation for the fear I had experienced. Just like in his university days, Jin acted as if he could do anything. He grabbed San by the throat and lifted him off the ground, demonstrating his strength. Quiet and defenseless, San could do nothing, gasping for breath and begging to stop. Yumi tried to intervene and influence the situation, but no one listened to her. Jin had no intention of killing his classmate. It was more important to him to assert himself at the expense of a weaker guy. He wanted to regain his lost authority and at the same time easily obtain additional runes. His plan seemed almost perfect, but he completely forgot about the squad captain. The Khan was not going to turn a blind eye to such blatant lawlessness and decided to intervene in time. He stated outright that no one would take anyone else's rewards, otherwise he would show who was the real boss here. It was clear that these words had hurt the blonde, but he couldn't do anything about it. Jin seemed to sense his own weakness and decided to retreat, at least for the moment. Now it was necessary to continue on our way because there was not much time left. Yumi noticed that the behavior of the other newcomers was starting to irritate the captain. At the same time, outwardly, everything suited him, and he had no intention of blaming anyone. Each of them had the right to decide for themselves what to do next. They could follow him or choose their own path because there were no longer any laws or rules here. By collecting magic stones, each team member again slightly increased their stats. The captain, of course, collected the most runes, and a reward immediately followed. An instructor appeared out of nowhere and congratulated the player on collecting 50 runes. His appearance did not please anyone, but this time he did not come empty-handed. The Khan earned a special prize and was given the opportunity to choose as many as 3 runes of his choice. He could get any boost he wanted, just by naming the items he wanted. The newcomers were clearly envious of the captain and also dreamed of such an opportunity. After some thought, Khan said he was interested in immunity to magic. The instructor was obliged to obey and immediately fulfill the hunter's wish. The captain knew he had to be extremely careful and choose only the best skills. In his past life, he had earned the nickname 7 Stars and had no intention of wasting his talent on useless runes. Having completed all the formalities, the instructor said goodbye to the hunters and disappeared again. Continuing their journey underground, they encountered no more sirens for some time. In the subsequent skirmishes, everyone acted noticeably more confidently, even the beautiful Yumi. It was clear how the newcomers were gradually gaining strength and learning to defend themselves independently. At some point, they noticed that the captain was behaving unusually again. His hand was glowing strangely, and it was unclear what exactly was happening. It turned out that each hunter can accumulate runes without absorbing them immediately. If he dies, the stones will go to others, but things turned out to be not so clear-cut. It seemed like a strange idea at first, but Khan never acted rashly. He knew that in the future, runes would become something like precious metals that could be traded. People will start exchanging these stones and buying various items for them. Jin again began to accuse the captain of acting solely in his own interests. Khan didn't care because he thought like a strategist and thought first and foremost about the result. He asked everyone to listen to him carefully and not interrupt. They still had freedom of choice, but right now they had to carry out his order. Whether they liked it or not, every hunter had to voluntarily surrender his weapon. Jin took this as a joke and declared that he would never give up his weapon. He decided that they simply wanted to rob them and leave them with nothing. All this time the captain had been irritating him, and his emotions finally burst out. Jin urged his friends not to trust Han and to decide their own fate. There was logic in his words, but it was important to remember that the captain always acted in the interests of the team. If they didn't want to follow his path, they could have simply gone their separate ways. Underground, on the lower level, there was a monster that he would have to face in any case. Khan offered 2 options. He could fight the creature alone, but to do so he needed the weapons of his allies. Or they can go with him and risk their own lives. Khan did not hide anything and explained his motives as clearly as possible. He had already proven more than once that he was ready to help, so most of the team trusted him. The only problem was the blonde man who wanted to seize the initiative. He continued to convince his friends not to trust the captain and to act independently. At first glance, it might seem that the monster below was not so scary. In his thoughts, Jin was already calculating the reward and imagining additional crystals. Khan didn't care what decision he made. He had his own goal. He remembered the legendary wizard friend who might now be wandering in the indigo or violet zone. It was necessary to get there as quickly as possible, which meant there was no time for arguments. In the end, Jin also decided to go down and take a risk. He pretended to be confident, called his friends, and soon they agreed. Less than 2 minutes later, they returned with pale faces. Now these fools realized that Khan should be trusted, and it is better to listen to him from the very beginning. Once underground, they quickly realized that the talk of a monster was not an exaggeration. The otherworldly serpent turned out to be so powerful that challenging it would have been madness. The newcomers immediately ran away, not understanding how the captain was going to fight such a creature. However, Khan remained below, took the allies' weapons, and prepared for a protracted battle. He knew in advance who he would have to face and thought through every step. The huge monster immediately sensed the threat and began to attack with magical fire from its mouth. To defeat this creature, it was necessary to keep 2 key dangers in mind. The snake attacked well with magic and defended itself thanks to its thick scales. This made him the strongest opponent one could face during the training phase. A large number of daggers were required to find the weak spot. Some blades broke, but this was precisely what gradually brought victory closer. After a while, Khan found a vulnerable spot and began to methodically hit it. He acted coolly and prudently, without rushing or taking unnecessary risks. Within a few minutes, 2 daggers had already broken, and time was running out. The monster constantly attacked from a distance and did not allow anyone to get closer. The exchange of blows forced Khan to act at the limit of his abilities. At some point, he took a powerful blow and warm scarlet blood flowed down his face. The snake seemed to sense the nearness of victory, but the poison had already penetrated his body. The Khan knew that every blade was treated with poison, and sooner or later it would bear fruit. All that was needed was to stall for time and wait until the enemy was paralyzed. The rest of the team retreated, but Yumi couldn't stop thinking about the captain. Lately, she began to experience strange, unusual emotions around him. The girl was worried and could not ignore the danger that Khan found himself in. Jin noticed this and felt growing irritation. He had long wanted Yumi to be with him, and he saw how her attention was moving elsewhere. In the end, she decided to take a risk, abandon her allies, and go down to help Khan. It was stupid and dangerous, but her heart told her to do so, and Yumi couldn't resist. The rest of the hunters also joined in and went together to help the captain. When they went down, they saw a terrible picture. A huge monster was squeezing Khan by the left hand. It was the culmination of a long battle, where the fate of the winner was being decided right now. Khan concentrated for a moment, returned to reality, and delivered a crushing blow. The snake squealed like a slaughtered pig and immediately released its grip. By this point, the poison had begun to take effect, and the monster began to tremble, losing control of its body. In the abyss, monsters evolve over time and become accustomed to poisons. In the future, killing them with ordinary poison will be extremely difficult, and battles will reach a new level. But now, at the training stage, poison was a precious resource guaranteeing success. All that was left was to finish off the creature and try to use its scales. The Khan was surprised to see his allies returning, as he thought they were already safe. Having defeated the monster, the hunter received a special rune, which he did not yet intend to use. Jin decided to take advantage of the moment and take possession of the gem to become even stronger. He pushed everyone away and almost started a fight with San again, who was also hoping to get a small boost. I had to remind myself that in this world there are no more selfless acts and usual gifts. If someone wants to get their hands on a magic rune, they will have to pay a high price, or at least take out some sort of loan. Yumi turned out to be the only hunter who could really afford it. The blonde already had the gem, and San again gave in to the girl and behaved like a true gentleman. As a result, the persistent and unyielding beauty received the opportunity to increase her characteristics. By this point, it was clear that she truly deserved respect for her dogged will to progress. Usually people like Yumi were the first to die, unable to adapt to the new world. With her, everything was different, so even Khan paid special attention to her height. After the battle was over, he hurried to collect some precious materials. Thanks to the memories from his past life, he could create a new weapon for himself. All it took was patience and diligence to achieve the set goals step by step. Long hours of studying theory now gave him a huge advantage. He was going to create a needle with which he could fight the next monster. The second treasure was already very close. All that remained was to prepare. This time the battle promised to be even more uncompromising, because the opponent was on a completely different level. The huge needle resembled a sword, but was much thinner and sharper. The blonde man became interested in this weapon, and even offered to give all his runes for it. With no more materials left, Han was forced to give up, and Jin was left with nothing. Then they continued on their way and finally reached that very lonely train in the subway. At this point, their paths diverged, because Khan had to be left alone. He explained that the train would only take one traveler, and the rest would have to return outside. It was clear that the newcomers did not want to let him go and felt insecure without their captain. Jin didn't like being ordered around and started trying to get on Han's nerves. This almost ended in conflict, but the captain pulled himself together in time. He made it clear that he would not allow anyone to argue and spoil his well-thought-out plan. If the blonde wants to keep his hair and face, he better shut up and move away. The upset newcomers got off the train and decided to wait for the captain nearby. Jin harbored an even stronger grudge and mentally promised himself revenge. The processes in his head were getting out of control, and he was increasingly turning into a predator without empathy. Meanwhile, Khan was riding on the train and thinking about what awaited him next. This route passed through 20 stations, and at each one a random artifact appeared. This way, one could collect a solid supply of magical items and feel more confident. He already had things that he could later sell profitably. He knew the monster's weaknesses in advance, so he didn't need these artifacts personally. Khan hoped that at the last station he would find something truly valuable for himself. He was lucky. He came across a maniac's cigarettes, and it was no joke. After the first puff, they temporarily increased the hunter's stats for 10 minutes. In battles with the strongest monsters, such cigarettes saved his life more than once. After training, they would become useless. But for now, this was the best possible artifact. Looking at the pack, he remembered the past and the look of the beauty with whom he was in love. She said that cigarettes were turning him into an old man and constantly asked him to quit. Again and again, she took them from his hands, repeating that smoke does not make a gentleman look good. She called his face beautiful and looked at him as if he was a special man. Remembering this, Khan promised himself that this time everything would be different. When he got off the train, he saw that everyone had already left and decided to go into the store for provisions. Now he could focus on collecting runes and completing available missions. Among them, there was one particularly interesting one, connected with the Philosopher's Stone. This artifact enhanced all stats and healed mortal wounds. It was worth remembering who completed this mission in a past life, and goosebumps ran down my spine. It was NB Aaron, a death squad member who had fallen into the abyss while volunteering at the prison. She trusted the criminals the most, but during her training they betrayed her without hesitation. A rage was born in her soul, awakening incredible strength. In a week she tore everyone apart, killing and ripping out the hearts of those she considered friends. After that, she tried to commit suicide, and that's how this mission came about. The story sounded good, but Khan decided not to take any risks and stick to his plan. He wanted to save as many lives as possible and act wisely. It was now night, which meant the mission with the selfish rich man's bag was available. Entering the store, the hunter discovered that there was nothing left there. The place had been completely cleared out. It was unpleasant to see people go crazy with greed. The Khan was not going to turn a blind eye to this and was ready to punish those responsible. It's time to rise to the surface and find out the truth. The bandits received a hidden message, found out about the store, and took everything for themselves. The newcomers teamed up with old acquaintances and tried to figure out what to do next without Khan. No one understood how the bandits found out about the store, and how they could now live without food and water. Their fuss attracted the attention of one of the criminal leaders. He looked closely at the newcomers, smiled strangely, and even waved his hand. Everyone was shocked, but only one person understood who this smile was addressed to. Jin turned around and walked away, pretending he just wanted to think. In fact, he clearly realized that the criminal was addressing him specifically. The bandits could not have known about the store without the rat giving them the information. The blonde man personally showed me a shortcut and helped me completely clean out the store. Jin knew how to create the conditions that would force Han to team up with him again. Khan will want revenge, but then he will have to fight a whole crowd of bandits. In the end, he himself will come to make peace, and the blonde will get what he wants. All that was needed was to come to an agreement with the self-confident bandits. Having received many runes, Jin became noticeably stronger and demonstrated his power. One crushing blow was enough to make it clear that he was not joking. After this, the bandits decided to trust him and followed him to the underground store. That evening, the newcomers gathered in a safe cafe to count the remains of their food. Suddenly, Khan appeared nearby, having just finished his business. His return immediately brought a smile and relief to Yumi. Jin looked excited, anticipating that the captain would offer to team up with him again. He didn't yet know that from the first minutes, everything would not go according to his plan. Khan first looked at the food supplies and then calmly suggested a snack. He was in no hurry to solve the food problem and simply wanted to satisfy his hunger. The blonde didn't like this. He wasn't going to share food with the one who had abandoned him. He declared that this would not do and called on others to take his side. For Jean, this was a turning point as he tried to regain his lost initiative. He needed to become the new captain and replace the leader. Everyone was confused because before this Khan had shown himself to be a reliable and fair person. They wanted to feed him, but they saw how much it irritated Jean. Then Khan stepped forward and said he was not going to pay for the food. He had no money, and if they didn't want to share, he would simply leave hungry. It was an unexpected choice, but it avoided unnecessary conflict. Jin knew how to get on Han's nerves, reminding him of ghosts from his past life. Then next to him, there was also a self-confident friend named Khan, who considered himself better than everyone else. But deep down, that guy was kind, unlike Jin, who was rotten from the inside. After Khan left the cafe, the atmosphere collapsed and the team began to disintegrate. They had very little food left, and everyone felt inside that without strong support in the future, it would be incredibly difficult to survive. Everyone remembered very well that they had previously managed to stay afloat only thanks to Khan and his unusual, almost frightening abilities. Just when everyone was about to start dinner, Yumi suddenly packed her things and decisively left the team. Without turning around, she ran after the guy to whom she had become very attached in this short time. Deep down, the girl hoped that he would not reject her and would agree to take her with him, even if the path was dangerous. Self-confident and impudent Jin, gritting his teeth, tried with all his might to stop her. He always dreamed of being next to her, and seeing this dream crumble was real torture for him. He understood that he had made a serious mistake, but the troubles did not end there. Following this, the quiet and calm San also announced that he was leaving the team and no longer intended to stay here. For many years he was the blonde's assistant, doing his dirty work and small, humiliating tasks for him. He had to endure constant bullying, and even in the abyss, this attitude did not go away. Now he has decided to distance himself from the person who has always pulled him down and created problems. There was no longer any point in sticking together because the law of the jungle was in effect here, where everyone survives on their own. In just a few minutes, Jin, due to his own stupidity, lost almost his entire team and was left alone. His carefully laid plan fell apart, and rage began to take over his mind. Khan didn't even look in his direction, and calmly led his small team further, towards new challenges. After a recent fight with a monster, his jacket was torn and covered in blood, so he needed to change his clothes urgently. In this world, you could take anything you wanted if you had enough strength and determination. As an experienced looter, he entered an abandoned store, took a suitable jacket, and immediately turned to his allies. He warned that none of them yet knew about the moon, which would soon reveal itself for the first time. Only thanks to his past life did he know that with the onset of midnight, the world of the abyss itself begins to change. The local moon was not just a celestial body, but a living organism and a cruel test for beginners. When Yumi saw that giant monster in the sky, her body trembled as if she was back in the darkness of the subway. Then, frighteningly strange events began to happen. All the food began to crumble into sand before our eyes. There were already almost no provisions, and now they have disappeared completely, becoming a serious threat to survival. A little later, the hunters noticed that other people began to glow in the dark, even through the walls of buildings. People didn't understand where the food had gone and began to suspect each other of theft. The system deliberately highlighted the hunters, pushing them towards internal conflicts. Everything was arranged so that people would start fighting and killing each other, because this is exactly why God created the abyss. God needed a spectacle, and what was happening clearly amused him. Screams could be heard from the houses. People were accusing each other and threatening violence. It was a truly nightmarish world, one that was impossible to get used to quickly. Khan remained calm because he knew that everything would go exactly this way and was simply following a pre-planned plan. At the same time, the blonde man and his few allies also noticed that all the food had disappeared. They immediately began to blame Khan, deciding that it was he who had deliberately ruined their lives. It never even occurred to anyone that this could be another test of the system. There was real panic on the streets because the bandits had also lost most of their supplies. They ran around the area trying to find the person who had deceived them. The tension was rising. The air was thick with the smell of blood and impending carnage. Panic began among the remaining allies. Hunger was taking its toll, and everyone expected the worst. The blonde suggested hiding in a safe place and waiting until morning to come up with a new plan. As soon as they stepped outside, a strange green substance grabbed the group's leader. He collapsed to the ground, unable to get up, and his friends didn't even try to help him. A group of bandits appeared behind them, led by the boss, who finally decided to take control of the situation. He calmly and politely asked the young hunters to leave and not interfere. Without thinking, they turned and ran away, abandoning their leader. So the arrogant worm was left alone with his enemies, who clearly had no intention of sparing him. All the food he gave them turned into sand, and he was considered to be the culprit. To somehow make amends, Jin was forced to find Khan, whose abilities could be useful to the gang. It was made clear to him that refusal would cost him his health. Moreover, a guy with a broken nose appeared on stage. It was with him that Jin had recently had a serious conflict. He had no intention of forgetting the humiliation, and was waiting for the right moment to strike back and regain face. Together with their friends, they began to beat Jin, kicking him like a ball on a dirty field. Shielding himself from the blows, Jin saw his allies flee and realized for the first time that he had truly been abandoned. At that moment, something inside him broke, and he swore to take revenge on everyone, even if it meant killing. After some time, Holly and Ken finally found their classmates. They were stunned to see that they had somehow managed to cook the meat and were eating it calmly. The hungry hunters immediately smelled the scent and were sure that someone would definitely share their food with them. Reality turned out to be harsh. Khan coldly warned them not to come any closer. As soon as they crossed the border, he stood up abruptly, took out his weapon, and made it clear that there would be no jokes here. He had no intention of sharing food with those who had chosen a different path and refused to go further with him. The Khan advised them to go to another place and hide until dawn before the situation got out of control. The problem was that by this point, they had already been tracked down by angry and aggressive bandits. They needed a victim to vent their anger over spoiled food and ruined plans. The bandit boss was well aware that Khan possessed skills that allowed him to collect an impressive number of runes. He hoped to take these stones and use them to expand his influence in the area. The plan seemed flawless, But Khan had no intention of giving anything away to anyone from the start. He knew he was on a mission called the Selfish Man's Bag. The conditions for carrying out this mission were simple, but only a few knew about them. After the appearance of the living moon, it is necessary to cook and eat as much food as possible. The main goal is to remain selfish and under no circumstances share with others. It was especially difficult when there were hungry people around, ready to fight for any piece of meat. The bandits who came for the crystals forgot about their goal when they smelled the food. Khan demonstratively continued eating, completely ignoring their presence. A battered blond man emerged from the shadows, looking more like a pathetic scarecrow than a leader. He began to accuse his allies of betrayal, as if he himself was not the cause of what was happening. The boss cut him off abruptly and ordered him to carry out a simple but important task. Jin was told to approach Khan and try to beg him for some meat. The boss understood perfectly well that in front of him was a man with special abilities, dangerous even on his own. However, he was confident that the numerical superiority was entirely on his side. The bandits acted as if they were already in control of the situation and had cornered their prey. Jin obeyed the order and headed towards Khan, hoping to somehow improve his situation. Yumi coldly warned him not to cross the border, looking him straight in the eyes. He ignored the warning, and it turned out to be a fatal mistake. At that very moment, Khan broke his right leg with a crushing blow. Jin lost his balance and collapsed, not immediately realizing what had happened. When he saw that the leg was gone, there was a hysterical scream and senseless pleas. The sight was so pitiful that even the seasoned bandits tensed up. A cold wind blew down the street, as if heralding the beginning of a bloody massacre. Having woken up from the pain shock, the blonde began to scream, demanding that Khan be killed immediately. He called for help from everyone, even those who had recently beaten him half to death. The bandits decided to take a risk and overwhelm the individual with numbers, counting on the crowd. They thought Khan was easy prey, but his calm, cold gaze said otherwise. He moved as if he had already lived several lifetimes while remaining outwardly an ordinary student. Before the fight, he briefly remembered the advice of his friends. His main goal has always been to save as many people as possible and prevent humanity from disappearing. But fools and criminals must be punished, and now is the time. Using the accumulated runes, he activated the enhancement without a second's hesitation. A moment later, a man with tripled characteristics stood in front of the bandits. He rushed forward and began to beat them cold-bloodedly and methodically, as if they were helpless children in front of him. Khan felt no resistance. His combat experience and active enhancements took him to a completely different level. The number of bandits no longer mattered, because his speed had long since gone beyond the limits of ordinary reality. It was impossible to react to his movements, so the criminals panicked and began to run in different directions. Even the boss's reputation couldn't stop them, no matter how much he threatened them with a knife and tried to command them. As a result, the bald man was left alone with a man in whose eyes there was neither fear nor doubt. He tried to cheer himself up, muttering silly motivational phrases and promising to kill the little slug. But in his past life, Khan had killed so many people that his gaze alone was enough to show complete fearlessness. He instantly closed the distance and delivered more than 10 precise and penetrating blows to his opponent in a row. The boss didn't have a single chance. He was turned into a sieve after just the first short exchange of blows. When the battle was over, there were many people lying around, choking in their own blood. It looked strange, but Khan did not kill anyone, limiting himself to severe and painful injuries. Thus, he simultaneously fulfilled the requests of his friends, Keldian and Eris. He then looked at the newcomers and calmly said that the same would happen to them if they did not leave immediately. Ken and Holly didn't want to take any chances, so they quickly looked at each other and immediately understood everything. They turned and ran away as quickly as they had when the bandits attacked Jin. Having finished all the work, one could calmly sit down and continue eating meat, fulfilling the conditions of the mission. Friends looked at Khan as if he were crazy and did not dare ask him unnecessary questions. Everyone silently finished their portion and waited for the devilish night to finally end. A few hours later, a long-awaited ray of hope appeared behind the tall buildings of the ruined city. This meant that morning had finally arrived, and the Devil's Moon had to leave this area. In one night, Khan managed to eat about 3 days' worth of food. He felt full and heavy, like a wild boar who had no strength left to rejoice. The result was not long in coming. Soon the instructor appeared and handed over that very bag of the greedy rich man. This bag was especially valuable because it could store a huge amount of food without the risk of spoilage. The food problem was solved, but there were still too many dangerous events ahead. Yumi couldn't keep silent and said that she was proud of Han, who had not killed a single person. The leader replied that he would gladly send someone to hell, but the salvation of humanity was more important than personal desires. If he thought only of himself, he would destroy all his rivals without hesitation. But returning to the past is part of a global mission, so he has to act judiciously. The Khan is obliged to establish rules and make it clear that people cannot be killed for runes. If he had dealt with the bandits and taken their loot, it would have been a terrible example for the onlookers. After the world changes, people look closely at the strongest and copy their behavior. Khan has become one of the most prominent figures, so now it is he who sets the direction of development. Unexpectedly, San also decided to speak, although he usually preferred to remain silent. He stopped and said that he could no longer walk with them, and that their paths were diverging. Yumi was genuinely surprised, while Han had no intention of stopping the young man. He respected the choices of others and was ready to let go of even a close ally without further ado. Yumi had no options left and decided to stay with a stronger and more reliable ally. Besides, she felt a special feeling for him, which was becoming increasingly difficult to hide. Khan saw her fear and inner tension, and deep down, he even liked it. Yumi promised to be with him until her last day, considering him the most honest and strong man. After that, they continued on their way and went down into the underground metro again. Meanwhile, in the city center, the beaten Jin was still lying there, dreaming of revenge. He almost drowned in a pool of someone else's blood, but, having come to, he immediately tried to get up. Thanks to the runes, his regeneration accelerated, and soon he was able to more or less come to his senses. Trying to get up, he noticed a large shadow in front of him and heard a familiar voice. It was San who returned, although he could have simply left and not looked back. The blonde decided that they would finally save him, help him up, and even find his wooden leg. He was glad, thinking that he had not been abandoned, but this feeling turned out to be a cruel illusion. San looked at him with cold contempt and was in no hurry to extend a helping hand to the man who had humiliated him. He calmly leaned over and picked up the dagger that lay right at his feet, slowly and without unnecessary movements. The blonde was sure that his partner would now finish off the surviving bandits and then they would share the reward. But reality hit too hard, and at that moment he realized that his story was coming to an end. San captured his main enemy, who had bullied him back on Earth during his university studies. In this world, humiliation only continued, and the time has come to finally put an end to it. No one will humiliate San anymore because he promised himself to become stronger at any cost. The cold weapon entered and tore through Jin's body, leaving him no chance to escape. He groaned, and then realized that there was no longer any point in fighting for a life that had turned its back on him. The man who always thought only of himself finally got his comeuppance. After the murder, San felt very weak, fell to his knees and almost lost consciousness. He felt sick, but he forced himself to pull himself together and tried to pick up the fallen magic runes. The gangster boss offered him cooperation and said that together they could go far. San looked at it as another step on the path to his own progress. All this time he was weak and constantly forced the group leader to cover him. The captain didn't even try to stop San when he decided to leave the team. This only confirmed that he was too weak and it was time to change everything. From that moment on, San promised himself to grow, progress, and no longer be submissive. A few minutes later, all the surviving bandits were cold-bloodedly and brutally slaughtered. Dead Inside has reached a turning point and has finally found something to fill the void within itself. Yumi, being close to the captain, gradually progressed, following his advice. He suggested which characteristics should be strengthened and which skills to focus on. The girl learned quickly and noticed how her confidence was slowly but surely growing. When she didn't have the strength to deal with the monsters, Khan always came to her aid. With his merciless blade, he cut the enemies in two and cleared the entire perimeter. After another training session, the instructor contacted them and ordered them to gather in the city center. An important conversation must take place at the starting position, and latecomers will be punished. The partners hurried to the meeting place, and on the way they had time to talk. Yumi had long wanted to ask one question that was bothering her. Plucking up her courage, she awkwardly asked if Han had a girlfriend. After these words, there was an unexpected pause that seemed endless to her. Yumi was ready to sink into the ground because of this question, but curiosity won out. A guy like Khan would probably be pleased with that kind of attention. But Khan was a completely different type of man, and this did not please him. He immediately remembered his past love, which he had lost and which he had not yet met in this life. He couldn't afford to lose her again, and he knew he had to make things right. Han didn't reveal the truth to Yumi and calmly said that he wasn't dating anyone at the moment. For her, this answer became a source of hope, helping her move on and cope with difficulties. The assembled hunters were visibly nervous and tried to guess what would happen next. Somehow they managed to survive these days. But now the instructor has prepared a new test. This madman has prepared a unique gift for them that will not leave anyone indifferent. Suddenly a magical barrier opened and a huge altar appeared ahead. On it was a monster, desperately trying to break free and feast on human flesh. The creature had not been fed for several days and was literally dying of hunger. If the monster breaks out, people will have practically no chance of survival. The altar that holds the creature could crumble at any moment under the pressure of its power. To avoid death, hunters have several options. They can engage in combat, but in this case the chances of success are extremely small. There is another way, to sacrifice 5 people daily. Having received its portion, the monster falls asleep and temporarily ceases to pose a threat. Finally, the instructor showed a video recording of people from another dimension. They decided to fight the monster, and ultimately it ended in complete failure. This was a clear hint that it was much wiser to choose the second option and sacrifice the weak for the sake of survival. Of the 60 survivors, none wanted to die, but the need to choose hung in the air. The test is scheduled to last 3 days, meaning 15 hunters will have to be sacrificed to survive. The method of selecting victims is not limited in any way. The system does not establish any rules. Within an hour, the hunters must make their first choice, after which they will have 24 hours while the monster sleeps. People around immediately began to heatedly discuss what to do next and how to get out of the situation. The sacrifice option seemed the simplest, but sending someone to certain death was hard to accept. Quite unexpectedly, a guy who had spent his whole life in the shadows, weak and accustomed to enduring humiliation, stepped forward. Dead Inside was back, and now it was as if he was trying on a new image, one in which there was no longer any fear. He suggested acting without pity and giving the weakest hunters to the monster to eat. San seized the initiative and decided that he would be the one to control what was happening. Approaching the nearest pillar, he demonstrated his strength and destroyed the iron structure with one movement. This was enough for most ordinary people to listen to his words. He was completely different from his former self and resembled a dangerous mixture of a maniac and a psychopath. Khan noticed these changes and looked at the guy carefully, not missing a single detail. It was clear that San was waiting for the captain's reaction and wanted recognition of his strength. Dead Inside was looking for unity and wanted to remain an ally. He dreamed of starting life with a clean slate and finally getting everything he was missing in this world. To do this, he needed the support of a stronger hunter, but everything did not go according to plan. Khan stated that he had a completely different scenario in which everyone could survive. This plan has nothing to do with fighting a monster whose power grows every time it devours people. Khan is not offering to fight, he is offering a deal and is ready to take on all the dirty work. To do this, he requires the required number of runes to enhance the characteristics and personally kill the monster. The weak hunters immediately seized on this opportunity and began to urge others to listen to his words. Opinions quickly divided, and there were several reasons for this. Many of the survivors did not have runes, as they preferred to hide and avoid battle. There were also those who did not want to share the spoils and considered it easier to sacrifice the weaklings for the sake of an easy passage. Even Khan's promise to kill the monster did not garner unanimous support, because the price seemed too high. Apparently, he also planned to use the maniac's cigarettes, which he had received at the beginning of his journey. To obtain the second hidden treasure, you must kill a monster that even Chaldean and Eras could not defeat. Rumor has it that only the Berserker King Clementine succeeded, and even he nearly died in battle. Time was running out, and the hunters had to be rushed to make decisions. A girl named Hulk refused to share the runes and offered her own alternative. She wanted to feed weak people to the monster, believing that this would make everyone happy. The situation was rapidly escalating, and one spark was enough for an explosion. One careless word and a fight began that was difficult to stop. In difficult situations, frightened people easily lose control of themselves. Khan meant well, but in the end he was forced to personally put out the raging fire. He loudly addressed the hunters and sternly ordered them to stop immediately. If they're that stupid, he has some really nasty options. When he voiced his ideas, the people around him felt cold and trembled with fear. He made it clear that he was ready to give all the weak to the monster if they refused to share the runes. This decision clearly reveals the character of the main character. When the goal is important, Han is capable of being ruthless and extremely cold-blooded. The Khan calmly and sternly explained to the people what would happen to them if they did not pay the runes, and his words sounded frighteningly convincing. Within a few minutes the argument had died down, the parties had come to an agreement, and the hunter from the past began to prepare for the upcoming test. Yumi hoped that everything would go smoothly, and that the fight would proceed strictly according to plan, without any unexpected complications. At that moment, San approached her, deciding to offer cooperation and invite her to his new team. He spoke confidently, promising rapid growth and additional progress, trying to appear as a reliable ally. However, no matter how beautiful his words were, Yumi remained cold. and did not give in to persuasion. She clearly felt that with Khan, she would receive much more than any promises from others. Moreover, it was next to him that she felt she had a real chance to survive in this merciless world. Returning to the negotiations, it is worth noting that Khan demonstrated flexibility that was rare for this situation. For those who couldn't pay immediately, he offered an alternative option without unnecessary emotions. Such people could take out a kind of loan and return the runes within the next few days. At the same time, he warned in advance that an attempt to escape would cost much more than any fee. The Khan did not tolerate deception, and made it clear that he would track down and kill anyone who decided to break the agreement. While he was preparing for the fight, San also had no intention of staying away from what was happening. He noticed how Yumi had suddenly increased in strength recently, and it affected him more than he expected. The former loser felt he had to prove his worth and reach the next level. A plan began to form in his head, and very soon he began to implement it. To begin with, San agreed to cooperate with a group of adventurers. These people united for the sake of survival and were not against new connections in an unstable world. Moreover, San already had his own small team, and this helped him quickly find a common language. Meanwhile, at the altar, the protagonist was finishing his preparations for battle. He went over every step of the plan in his head again and again, leaving no room for chance. The demon from the underworld clearly wasn't going to die easily, and victory required using everything possible. Taking a drag from his cigarette, just like in the old days, Khan was momentarily lost in memories. The body became lighter, movements became faster, and the characteristics almost doubled. Confidence filled him completely, and the demon seemed to sense it, reacting to the new threat. The hidden treasure of this stage has only been achieved by one person so far. Now the main question remained: could the hunter from the past repeat this result? The more hopeless the task seemed, the more valuable the reward had to be. Khan raised his weapon and jumped on the demon's head as if it were a normal warm-up. Such creatures are born with innate skills that make them perfect killers. This demon had two particularly prominent abilities that made him deadly. The first was intimidation, a skill that paralyzes a victim with a single glance. As soon as I met his eyes, my body refused to obey my will. Any hesitation resulted in the demon releasing its claws and destroying the target. In addition, such monsters restored their strength by killing new opponents. Smelling the blood, the demon grew stronger, and Khan had no right to make a mistake. Luckily, he knew a proven way to restrict the creature's mobility. Random blows to the skin would have had no effect and would only have hastened death. It was much wiser to strike precisely, aiming for the nerves and strengthening the blow with poison. This was exactly how the otherworldly snake had been defeated earlier, and this tactic was worth repeating. The nerves were located between the joints, and one precise blow was enough to produce an immediate effect. The demon roared, for the first time feeling like he was not a hunter but the prey. Now it took time for the poison to spread throughout the body. The main thing was to survive these minutes and not make a fatal mistake. Khan maneuvered and dodged the blows, but his stamina was gradually waning. He was clearly aware that his current body was much weaker than the one he was used to in his past life. The old loads were now unavailable, and this constrained every movement. For decades in the abyss, he survived by his senses and combat experience, not by brute force. Kan once told him that the ability to anticipate the enemy's actions is a fighter's main weapon. At that time, Khan only chuckled, but over time he realized how accurate these words were. Over the years, his experience grew, and he actually began to see attacks in advance. Now he saved his strength, moving only as much as the situation required. All that was left was to keep a cool head and act prudently until the end. At this moment, several more uninvited figures suddenly appeared in the altar. It was a team of adventurers who came here with San. They united supposedly to help the main character, but each had their own hidden goals. Dead Inside acted out of personal motives, while the adventurers wanted to see Khan die. They had no intention of paying the runes, and were hoping to engineer his defeat in the battle with the demon. Suddenly, San started shouting loudly, as if he was deliberately trying to attract unnecessary attention. They agreed to act quietly, but he seemed to have forgotten all the conditions and plans. They tried to pull him up, but no one paid any attention to this strange behavior. Later, they will realize that the cold-blooded killer has already begun to impose his own game. Only Khan, noticing what was happening, immediately realized that something was wrong. The team of adventurers began to slowly descend, intending to intervene in the battle. They saw that the hunter fighting the demon was truly dangerous and needed to be gotten rid of. The plan was simple: wait until the battle was over, and then suddenly attack the exhausted Khan with the whole team. The captain of the adventurers acted cautiously, recalling the events of the previous night. He still hasn't recovered from the shock of seeing this guy fight against a crowd of criminals. His composure was striking, as if killing had long since lost its meaning for him. It felt like he came from a world where emotions had long since been completely burned out. Together with the Hulk Girl and several allies, they began to cautiously approach the altar. Behind them stood San with his small team. At some point things went wrong and the stairs suddenly began to collapse. It was an unexpected outcome that none of them could have predicted. The adventurers fell down, making a noise and attracting the demon's attention. By this time, the monster was seriously hungry and could no longer contain its thirst for blood. The pressure felt much stronger at the bottom of the altar than at the top, and every step was difficult. The adventurers, confident of their success, suddenly panicked. This was given away by the shifting eyes, trembling hands, and sweat running down their faces. They expected Khan to help them in the battle, but he unexpectedly left the battle zone. His goal was to kill the demon, but uninvited guests ruined everything, and he refused to take the risk. After the weaklings are killed, the monster will regain its strength, and further battle will become pointless. Khan had no intention of teaming up with weak hunters and wasting his precious time. He calmly turned around and walked away to a safe place as if nothing had happened. The adventurers, in a panic, began to look for the support they had agreed upon in advance. At that moment, San appeared in front of them, openly mocking what was happening. He made it clear that it was he who destroyed the stairs and pushed them straight to be eaten by the demon. Only now has the full gravity of the situation dawned on them. The time for solutions ran out and the problem resolved itself. The monster needed to feed 5 people a day, and now it had enough victims in front of it. Now there was no need to even fight to win an extra day. The adventurers screamed and called for help, but it was only agony. When the monster's mouth opened, no one could escape punishment. Khan watched the death of his competitors calmly, feeling nothing but emptiness. He then approached his classmate, trying to understand his true motives. San had changed too much lately and was now acting alarmingly. Dead Inside spoke of wanting to be helpful, but his words sounded artificial. He asked to use it and offered to maintain friendship. Khan looked him in the eyes, trying to understand what game he was playing. In fact, it was quite simple. San felt that Han was different from the others. Despite his overwhelming strength, he did not kill a single criminal. Even at the altar, he did not break his principle and did not kill unnecessarily, although everyone understood perfectly well that he could destroy everyone without much effort. San understood this and proposed an alliance as a way out of the situation, counting on mutual benefit. He asked to use himself for personal purposes and to be given the opportunity to be nearby in order to accelerate his own progress. This guy wanted to be taken along and given a chance to finally become a great hunter, and not an eternal shadow. In some ways they were similar, and the similarity was felt not only externally, but also deep inside. However, Khan was in no hurry to accept the offer, and initially coldly refused to cooperate. San remained persistent and said that on the path of any great hero there are always unpleasant and dangerous people. To avoid wasting your time on them, you need to have support nearby who is ready to do the dirtiest work. This guy was willing to do the cleaning and fixing the problems just to stay in the main character's shadow. The proposal seemed both intriguing and dangerous, so Mr. Seven Stars began to think about it seriously. He gave his interlocutor hope, saying that he would definitely consider this proposal later. However, he did not guarantee anything, and Sanu could only patiently wait for his final decision. The next stage of training will still separate all participants, so no promises can be made. Han still had doubts about the guy, but he couldn't deny that the offer sounded tempting. His main task remains the salvation of humanity, and for this purpose any methods are acceptable. Along this path, there will certainly be those who will interfere, and for such cases a punisher is needed. The punisher is a person who acts in place of the monarch and does all the dirty work. All the legendary figures of the future will have punishers willing to get their hands dirty for their boss. Now, San could become such a punisher, and this would really bring Khan closer to his goal. Some problems will have to be solved the dirty way, so it would be foolish to refuse such an offer. When the second stage begins, Dead Inside may change its mind and show its true face. But if this doesn't happen, Khan will still give him a chance to prove himself in action. Now he has another duty, and he must complete what he started. As soon as the monster felt hungry again, he faced unexpected difficulties. This time, no one was going to feed him or put him to sleep, because it was time to put an end to it. The long battle came to an end, and the carnivorous beast did not have time to destroy the altar. He was completely destroyed by a man living his second life. The hidden task is completed, and now all that remains is to collect the special reward from this quest. It was truly worth risking one's life for such a reward, because it would give one a huge advantage in the future. The ring of the Vampire King Nurma finally ended up in the hands of the protagonist. This ring will allow him to evolve and win even in battles with the strongest enemies. All artifacts of the New World are capable of evolving along with their owners. Evolution is always accompanied by a change in color, which becomes brighter and more saturated. This applies not only to artifacts, but also to runes, which gradually change color as they grow. Single artifacts have always been considered the most valuable items for any hunter. This means that throughout their entire existence they had only one owner. It is no coincidence that Nurmak's ring became Clementine's symbol and helped him achieve incredible power. His opponents were literally torn apart when he activated this secret artifact. Now such a treasure is on Khan's finger, giving him an advantage over his past life. The artifact is currently colorless, but over time it will evolve along with its owner. You need to gradually strengthen and hone your skills so that the ring starts working in real combat. In any case, a start has been made, which means we can prepare for the second stage of training. After defeating the terrifying monster, Khan came out to the people to receive the attention he deserved. The assembled hunters were shocked and could not believe their own eyes. He actually did it when defeating the demon seemed impossible. The time of testing came to an end, and everyone felt the world changing again. The altar has disappeared, the task is complete, and now we need to prepare for the next stage. There were still a few relatively calm days ahead that could be spent hunting and honing their skills. Unexpectedly, Yumi admitted that she could not continue to walk along the same road with Han. She felt that she had to find her own way, and San promised to help her with this. For a moment, Han felt a slight disappointment, but quickly got his emotions under control. In any case, the next test would have separated them anyway, so this decision turned out to be for the best. He wished the girl good luck, and she replied with a smile that she would definitely show her strength and progress at their next meeting. That moment is still ahead, but now the time has come to say goodbye and go our separate ways. Before leaving for good, Khan turned to the mysterious psychopath and briefly said that he accepted his offer. From this moment on, Dead Inside officially becomes the Punisher and will do dirty work for the sake of overall progress in the future. Another week passed after this conversation, and the instructor finally returned to the group of survivors. Without further ado, he announced that the second stage of training had officially begun, and it was time to change locations. Everyone around was tense and trembling with fear, fully aware that each new test was more terrible than the previous one. Even Khan, while remaining outwardly calm, felt that he would now have to take even more risks. Hunters from different stages were mixed together and scattered into separate rooms. In order to continue training and move on, it was necessary to undergo recalculation. This meant everyone immediately tensed up, but there was no genuine shock on the hunters' faces. They had seen something similar before and understood that such tests would become the norm in the new world. Many noticed that among them was Khan, whose name had already become famous. Almost no one saw him in person, but rumors about him spread even between worlds. One self-confident girl stepped forward and suggested not to delay the choice. Immediately after these words, a real buffalo named Dechal stepped forward. He demonstrated his strength and made it clear that he was not going to leave the world of the abyss so easily. His runes and skill, which allowed him to enhance his stats with magic, impressed even seasoned fighters. He was able to coat weapons with his magic, but he was not the only worthy opponent. The first thing that caught my eye was a healer named Kanman, a cold, collected, and reasonable warrior. Hancho looked like a true professional, a calm and cool fighter who could be relied upon. There was also a young family without skills who understood how easily they could be disposed of. The girl noticed their fear and suddenly felt pity. Her name was Jimin, and it was now that she decided to make the choice for everyone else. She stepped forward confidently, drew her weapon, and pointed it straight at the buffalo. The devilish smile on her face made him freeze in fear. In just a moment, blood was spilled, and the one who considered himself the favorite went to the world of the dead. He couldn't do anything when Jimin's dark energy entered his body. Everyone around was stunned and certainly did not expect such a turn of events. The bloody ending came from an unexpected direction, becoming a classic plot twist. Having killed her opponent, the girl immediately took his special rune and felt her body growing stronger with every second. With one blow, she eliminated the strongest fighter, and the question of choice disappeared by itself. Her action unexpectedly made life easier for those who had no skills. These people died in their past lives, but now they have a new chance. Events were starting to develop more and more interestingly, and this would seriously affect the future. The task here was simple: to climb higher and higher for several months in a row. All this is needed to reach the dormant volcano in the center of the second floor, the first major target. After completing the training, the world of adventure will open up completely to them. The instructor wished everyone good luck and disappeared again, not wanting to interfere. The hunters immediately began to climb, and Khan, as usual, kept to himself. Some tried to talk to him, but he clearly had no intention of getting closer. At some point, the father of the family panicked and shouted, ordering them to speed up. Right before their eyes, the bridge began to collapse, and the only way to survive was through speed. They managed to reach the top, where the instructor was already waiting for them with a reminder. He warned that over time the lower islands and bridges would deteriorate, and this condition could not be ignored. While Hanchul was trying to unite the team, Han kept to himself and thought only about his own goals. He behaved in a distant and almost antisocial manner, which noticeably spoiled the overall atmosphere. At the same time, there was such confidence in his actions that people themselves began to follow him, as if he knew the way exactly. Making their way through the jungle turned out to be even interesting, and at first the hunters did not encounter any serious problems. However, after several hours they still had not found a single bridge up and began to gradually lose patience. At some point, someone noticed that Khan was constantly chewing something, and it clearly did not resemble a normal breakfast. He calmly chewed oak bark and explained that he used it as an antidote. At first, no one understood what he was talking about, because an antidote is only needed against poison. Apparently, these people still haven't realized that they will have to face huge mutants in the jungle. The anacondas had finally gone hunting, which meant a new fight lay ahead. These monsters themselves weren't too dangerous, but their numbers quickly made combat a challenge. Several snakes attacked the hunters at the same time, but soon went straight towards the devil. It wasn't easy to fight, especially considering that the family of ordinary people didn't help at all. The father stated directly that he was not going to take any risks, and would only think about his wife and daughter. The difficulties didn't end there, because the healer was also in no hurry to intervene in the fight. He claimed that he could not risk his life, since he would be the one who would have to treat the wounded. Moreover, he immediately warned that he would charge a separate fee for the treatment in the form of magic stones. The guy turned out to be a real psycho, but at the same time, a born businessman. This meant that only the most insane hunters would fight. After a few hours, the perimeter was finally cleared and the group was able to catch its breath a little. Hanchul was then contacted by his captain, who was trying to scout out the situation. He made it clear that he wanted to see his assistant nearby, on a higher island of this level. Khan instantly caught on to this conversation and understood a lot thanks to his heightened hearing. Ordinary conversation actually had great significance in the context of the new world. It seems that even in the early stages of training in the abyss, monarchs are already beginning to form. A monarch is, first and foremost, a person capable of leading followers. In his past life, Khan had many friends with this title. He saw the number of their followers grow day by day, giving them a huge advantage in battles and adventures. The monarch bestows upon the members of his clan a special symbol that creates a strong bond between them. They can communicate with each other and always come to each other's aid. Perhaps in the future, Khan will also have to become a monarch because all available methods will have to be used to save humanity. The next wave of anacondas was completely destroyed, and it was time for a short respite. However, Khan had no intention of stopping and confidently led the group further, as if he knew the exact direction. He wasn't interested in climbing to the next island. All his thoughts were on the lair of the mutated snake. The rune-devouring monster had been right next to him all this time, and now Khan could sense it. An adult anaconda will pose a deadly challenge to anyone who dares to challenge it. The rest of the group were clearly not thrilled with the idea and did not want to risk their lives any further. They suggested that Khan calm down and continue climbing upwards without unnecessary risk. It seemed they still didn't understand the real state of affairs in the second stage of training. It was not Khan who walked with them, it was they who followed him. If someone doesn't like something, they can leave. Khan doesn't hold anyone back or persuade anyone. In the end, the hunters decided to leave the madman alone with the anaconda and continue the climb. Only Hanchul looked thoughtful, as if he didn't want to leave Han alone. A healer approached him and made it clear that it was better to leave such people alone with their choice. He noted that Khan never once asked for healing, which means he is capable of coping on his own. Mr. Seven Stars got what he wanted and was left alone with the dangerous monster. The battle with the anaconda turned out to be extremely difficult, but Khan was always one step ahead of it. He felt that the snake was using the power of runes and had powerful protection. Her attacks were inferior to those of the carnivorous creatures, but her defense was at an elite level. It was impossible to break through directly, so Khan had to act cunningly. The snake always thinks first of its own lair, and Khan knew very well how painfully it reacts to any threat to this place. He quickly realized that if he attacked the lair, the snake would automatically lose its vigilance and begin to act impulsively. Rage will overwhelm her completely, and in that short moment, it will be possible to catch the monster off guard. After waiting for an almost grandmaster-like pause, Khan pushed off the ground sharply and delivered a crushing blow without any unnecessary movements. The cold wind seemed to carry the monster's soul away, leaving its massive lair completely unprotected. It was there that what Khan truly needed was located, the egg of the rune-eater snake. In order for the little snake to hatch, it was only necessary to bring the magic stone close to the egg. This creature turned out to be completely unusual and could be useful even for experienced and talented hunters. The principle was simple. You feed the snake runes, after which it will begin to process them. In response, the snake will spit out new runes with the desired characteristics and the appropriate color. For a hunter like Han, this was a huge advantage, allowing him to precisely select the right enhancements. In this life, he had no right to repeat the mistakes of the past. So every step had to be careful and measured. As Khan continued to climb to the next island, the young family suddenly found themselves in mortal danger. The island map proved virtually useless, and within a few hours they were completely lost. At some point, an alarming rustling sound was heard in the dense bushes, and everyone instantly tensed up. The family's whole life flashed before their eyes as they felt completely defenseless against the local monsters. But suddenly, a familiar face emerged from the thicket. Mr. Seven Stars appeared before them. He single-handedly destroyed the monster and returned without serious injuries, which truly amazed the newcomers. Khan had no intention of sticking around or helping anyone, but he was genuinely surprised to learn that the team had broken up. It turned out that after his fight with the huge anaconda, a difficult and important conversation took place between the hunters. They decided to no longer support the weak members and to split up completely without looking back. From that moment on, everyone was left for themselves, and the law of the jungle once again worked 100%. Khan had no intention of helping the others, but he also did not interfere with those who decided to follow him. The newcomers immediately followed this guy, realizing that this was their only real chance of survival. Now, every time they encountered monsters, it was the talented hunter who did all the dirty work. He cleared the perimeter and then calmly processed the extracted runes with the help of a small snake. His characteristics grew gradually, although not as quickly as he would ideally have liked. Little Chan looked at him with admiration and said that she also dreamed of becoming such a warrior. The father was clearly unhappy with such words and asked his daughter to behave more modestly and not to become arrogant. Soon their journey came to an end, because a long and dark tunnel appeared ahead. The newcomers took a risk and went in there with Khan, although their hearts were pounding with tension. Inside, they saw a large gathering of other hunters who had been in this place for a long time. This meant that they survived and made it to the finals, completing the first round of challenges. The sergeant, the healer, and the assassin were genuinely surprised to see their companion calmly reach the tunnel. They were sure that he would die in the battle with the anaconda, but Khan escaped with only one scratch. At that moment, the instructor appeared, and the exit from the tunnel was automatically blocked. The first floor was partially completed, but this did not mean that the most interesting part was already behind us. Now everyone who managed to reach the top received tickets as a reward. The little purple slug announced that the hunters would have to climb to the next island by activating tickets. 3 people can board a boat, but each of you will end up on a separate island with monsters and traps. 2 hunters can activate 3 tickets and enter the chosen island, but without any guarantee of safety. However, there was also the most profitable option of all those proposed. 1 hunter can collect 3 tickets and choose their own destination island. In this case, he will avoid danger and immediately land on an island filled with treasures. To do this, you will have to kill other hunters and take their tickets. Everything was designed to create chaos, and the instructor clearly succeeded. When the battle began, Khan immediately realized that there was not a minute to lose. He saw many people fall to their knees and beg him for help as the strongest warrior. Not all of them were real fighters and could defend themselves. The young family of newcomers needed support again, but this could not last forever. The sergeant decided to intervene and clearly demonstrate that in the new world, only those who are truly strong survive. He was tired of watching newcomers cling to the others and slow down the progress of experienced warriors. He was genuinely happy to see that Khan had survived the battle with the anaconda and decided to offer him something special. The sergeant had spoken with his monarch in advance and received permission for a possible addition to the team. If Mr. Seven Stars wants to become stronger, he was offered to join an elite clan without any unnecessary checks. For any other hunter, such an offer would have seemed like a true gift from heaven. But the man with the past life experience calmly refused, without asking questions, and simply walked away. From the outside, it might seem that he does not understand the benefits and underestimates the power of the clans. In fact, Khan knew very well how such structures worked and what they cost. In his new life, he had no intention of being a pawn and had originally planned to take the place of the monarch. Meanwhile, the battle for tickets began to rapidly escalate and spiral out of control. People were ready to do anything just to get the right to move peacefully to a safe island. They choked each other, pushed each other, and behaved worse than wild animals, forgetting about any rules. This was in stark contrast to the first trials, when many were still trying to maintain human form. The newcomer family could no longer continue the climb and was completely exhausted. They proved too weak and ended up losing their daughter in a brutal fight for survival. Khan was sure that before him was a carefully thought-out performance created by the instructor. He knew that some of the deaths were staged deliberately to add fuel to the fire and break people. It even amused him a little, and he had no intention of showing any unnecessary pity or sentimentality. After the sergeant, a black widow named Jimin approached him. She already knew that Han had rejected the clan's offer, but she still didn't lose confidence. The girl invited him to join her team, promising better conditions and freedom of action. The answer was the same. Khan calmly said that he was not interested. Now he was focused only on moving on to the next stage and wanted to act calmly. After a long and bloody battle, most of the professional hunters took possession of the tickets and moved up. At the bottom, only newcomers remained who desperately needed support and help. They all looked at the strongest hunter, hoping that he would decide their fate. There was a short pause during which the instructor carefully watched the boy's actions. He wanted to see how a person would behave when he was under the pressure of the fear of the crowd and the expectations of others. After a short pause, Khan replied that he was not going to save the losers drowning in the sea. He came back to save humanity, but he wasn't going to slow down his own progress because of others. Those who failed to adapt to the new reality must remain here forever. Having said this, he calmly turned around and walked on as if nothing had happened. The instructor was not disappointed to see the hunter's cold and calculating choice. Khan didn't help anyone, and this became his main sacrifice, moral and physical. To save an entire species, sometimes you have to sacrifice individuals, and he knew that better than anyone. He had to grit his teeth and focus on the target, ignoring the screams of the dying weaklings. So another test ended, and it was time to get to know the central island. There were a few rules on the central island that were vital to remember. First of all, every hunter must understand that the crystal in the castle must be protected day and night. You also need to strengthen yourself through a dungeon unique to this region, and, of course, constantly repel the waves of monsters that endlessly roll towards the tower. Each time it becomes more difficult and dangerous to stop these creatures. Skeletons do not feel pain or fatigue, and their numerical advantage plays a decisive role. Despite their own weaknesses, they have too many advantages that make living people suffer. In order to somehow cope with the threat, the main monarchs gathered at a round table for a serious discussion. Among them was a cold and reserved leader named Park Jung-wook. Next to him was the wise Juhin, who preferred pragmatic and well-considered decisions. The Noah clan's monarch, a girl named Shay, advocated more aggressive actions. The monarch of the Smog clan, Mr. Ligu, remained silent until he finally lost control of his emotions. Today they faced a truly serious problem, because the walls of the tower could no longer withstand the endless pressure of the monsters. There was a catastrophic shortage of people, and the main reason was the hunters who refused to join the clans. Many individuals continued to work on their own, ignoring orders and the general threat. They calmly went into dungeons, leveled up, and pretended that monster attacks did not affect them. In the end, a harsh proposal was made to take these people under control and force them to defend the tower. Without their participation, it would have been impossible to even dream that the next wave would be stopped. If everyone had acted together, the problem would not have arisen at all. This is exactly how it used to be, since survival directly depended on common protection. But everything changed when hunters began returning from the dungeons with rare and powerful artifacts. Having gained power, the loners decided that they no longer needed to cooperate with the clans. While the monarchs were arguing, alarming and extremely unpleasant news arrived. A conflict broke out below, which quickly went beyond a minor skirmish and affected even major clans. One of the loners failed his part of the work in the dungeon and thereby angered the boss. Within a moment, he was screaming in pain, feeling an unknown force burning through his flesh from the inside. The mysterious man in dark clothes with a cigarette in his mouth looked like the final boss of the entire underworld. He tortured the offender without mercy, clearly demonstrating what awaits those who ignore orders. One of the loners couldn't stand this sight and decided to start a riot. He pulled out a dagger filled with mana and rushed forward, trying to stab him in the back. The plan was too naive and did not pose any threat to an experienced hunter. The retribution was brutal, and it didn't end with a simple knockout. The offender was quickly restrained, knocked unconscious, and then both his legs were broken so that he could no longer twitch. The Khan made it clear to everyone, anyone who tried to oppose him would be destroyed without hesitation. After this, he calmly went upstairs and gathered all the monarchs around him. Mr. Seven Stars spoke as if he was the boss here and everyone else was obliged to listen to him. He stated outright that the fortress was bursting at the seams and would not last long in its current state. People who went into the dungeons with him will now participate in the defense of the tower. They will replace clan fighters and risk their lives for the sake of a common goal. The plan seemed logical and well thought out, but the monarchs were the ones who benefited most from it. They tried to understand what Khan's true goal was, but he didn't reveal his cards. In any case, they had no choice but to trust him. And those who did not want to agree quickly realized that they had no right to refuse. To prove this, Han activated his invisibility technique and attacked from behind. He acted silently and precisely, emphasizing his extreme level of control. Li Gu felt the cold blade at his throat and immediately realized that it was better to remain silent now. From that moment on, all the monarchs agreed to cooperate, since the deal promised them only benefits. Khan carried out his share of the pressure and calmly left the conference room. The very next day, urgent work began to strengthen the walls and prepare for a new battle. They tried to treat the wounded as quickly as possible, returning them back to their positions. Although the monsters retreated, they left too many serious wounds on the bodies and psyches of the hunters. Gradually, the loners from Khan's team began to work together with the clans. At first, there was tension between them, but over time they learned to work together. They destroyed a huge number of monsters, and their contribution proved truly valuable. The Khan watched the process all this time, like a judge of the highest category. Sometimes he personally entered the battle, proving that he was ready to answer for every word he said. The sergeant asked him to join the clan again and again, but he was always refused. Soon no one cared anymore, as repelling attacks became more important than ambition. When the instructor realized that the spectacle was becoming too stable, he decided to intervene. After a short 2-day lull, he appeared without any warning. Now the battles would involve demons that were an order of magnitude stronger than ordinary skeletons. As a dubious consolation, the instructor promised that hunters would receive small crystals for killing demons. These crystals could be exchanged for weapons and artifacts in the virtual store, which sounded like a nice reward. Many of the hunters were even a little happy, but they still didn't understand what kind of creatures they would have to face. Even the lowest demons are capable of creating enormous problems, and very soon, everyone will see this for themselves. When the portal finally opened, the first such monster began to emerge from it, oppressing the space with its mere presence. There was nothing flashy or majestic about it, but its power was felt even from a distance. Someone had to challenge him, but none of the hunters dared to make the first move. The crowd parted when they saw the fearless warrior rolling up his sleeves and calmly preparing for battle. It was not difficult to guess who it was, because only one person was capable of such courage. Raising his sword, Mr. Seven Stars rushed forward and dealt the first blow to the demon without hesitation. During the first minutes, he deliberately forced the situation, testing his opponent and reading his behavior. Either he will break the enemy immediately, or he will quickly understand his strengths and weaknesses. Despite the difference in levels, Khan did not even consider the option of retreat. He felt like his defensive abilities had reached a whole new level recently. But there were problems with the attack, because he did not understand how to break through the demon's dense defense. It was necessary to use artifacts obtained from a deep dungeon at the cost of considerable risk. Gradually, this began to bring results, and the blows increasingly reached their target. In order to somehow defend himself, the demon had to activate his magical core. The counterattack was so powerful that the hunter was thrown back several meters. Khan heard his own ribs crack, and then an explosion thundered, causing everyone to shudder. Only thanks to the magic sword was it possible to mitigate the damage and stay alive. Those watching the battle saw Khan in a truly vulnerable position for the first time. People tensed up, breathed heavily, and felt like the situation was getting out of control. The monarchs had to order their fighters to immediately enter the battle. Only teamwork could lead to victory, although not everyone believed in it. Black Widow and her monarch were in no hurry to intervene, preferring to observe Khan's capabilities. They felt he had not yet shown all his cards and that a second round was inevitable. The demon, smelling the blood, moved forward, and the battle became even more fierce. His grin looked like he was challenging all of humanity. The flame attacks were a real disaster, as only a few could block them. People were dying, burning alive, and a wave of panic quickly swept over the defenders of the tower. When even experienced hunters began to die, it became clear that the demon was almost impossible to stop. The warriors who came to support the Khan wavered and began to retreat. At that moment, he realized again that in the abyss, one cannot rely on anyone but oneself. By that time, he had managed to partially recover, and he decided to take a desperate step. Having accumulated all his mana, Khan dealt the death blow, and for the first time, the demon felt a real threat. Both were wounded, and it felt like the next exchange of blows would be decisive. They came closer, swung, and froze for a moment, as if the world had stopped. At this moment, speed was absolutely everything. The hunters on the walls froze and saw a blinding flash of light. The demon screamed, trying to intimidate his opponent and break his will. But Khan activated the ice tornado and made it clear that he would not back down even a step today. Towards the morning, the battle finally came to an end and ended in victory for the people. Immediately after this, the restoration of the castle began under the strict guidance of the clan leaders. Two old acquaintances met at the walls of the tower, Black Widow and Sergeant. The conversation turned out to be awkward, since both received the same orders from their superiors. They were told to keep an eye on Khan and try to figure out what exactly he was up to. This guy's been making the monarchs nervous lately, and they don't know what to expect from him. At the same time, Mr. Seven Stars did nothing suspicious. He simply fought, rested between battles, and methodically improved his stats. Thanks to his participation, defending the tower became noticeably easier, especially considering the squad of lone soldiers. But for monarchs, power has always been more important than lives, treaties, and talk about the future, and this is what determined all their decisions. They felt too clearly that their authority was being undermined by one person, and this irritated them more than any external threat. Today, the clan alliance gathered not for dialogue, but to strengthen control over the situation and remove anyone who interfered with their influence. After his victory, Khan felt not joy, but a severe moral breakdown and an exhausting fatigue that had eaten into his body. His body was working at its limit, because the battle lasted all night and did not give him a second of respite. As soon as one demon fell, another would emerge from the darkness, and the circle of violence would close again. He risked his own life not out of madness, but because every action was subordinated to a clear and cold purpose. He deliberately collected and combined all the crystals he earned, understanding that small spending would lead to failure. Now, having obtained the legendary weapon known as the Judgment of Dikroth, he intended to change the balance of power. With this artifact, upcoming battles will become easier as its capabilities exceed previous limitations. There were still about 10 days left before the end of the siege, but even this did not cause him any anxiety. With the new weapon, even the strongest monsters turned not into a wall, but into a task that required time and calculation. He knew perfectly well that the monarchs were preparing a hidden move, and therefore calmly waited for the moment of their mistake. Whatever happened next, he was going to stay one step ahead and not give them a chance. When the 10 days were over, the instructor appeared before the survivors again without warning. He smiled, but his gaze was filled with dissatisfaction that too many people were still breathing. To shake up the training and add chaos, he announced a completely new stage of testing. The bodies of the fallen monsters began to fuse into a hideous structure right in the center of the castle. The process lasted for a few minutes until the hidden task of the central island was fully activated. The Demon Queen, who had long hidden in the darkness, finally got her chance to take the stage. This battle promised to be a living hell for the hunters if they chose to flee. They were once again faced with a choice: risk everything at once or sacrifice some for the survival of the rest. There were more than 1,000 warriors in the castle, and each of them desperately wanted to stay alive. Theoretically, everyone could have been saved if the central crystal had been activated in time. But the instructor, as always, left the trap for the very last moment. Only 500 people, no more, will be able to be transported to a safe space. All the rest will remain here and become food for the Demon Queen without the right to escape. The hunters looked at each other, instantly realizing that a new wave of internal carnage was beginning. They had made a similar choice before, but now the price was frighteningly high. Some monarchs did not want to take any risks and immediately proposed to begin selecting victims. The singles did not like this decision because they knew too well who would be chosen first. The strong clans were once again going to sacrifice the weak, getting rid of the ballast. They had done it before and were willing to do it again without an ounce of regret. The tension was mounting, and the air felt like it would only take one word for everything to explode. It was at moments like these that Khan preferred to intervene, because his plan was already ready. He did not want senseless sacrifices and openly stated that this time everyone would have to unite. For everyone to survive, the Demon Queen must be killed with her own hands, even if the chance seemed slim. Khan spoke confidently and firmly, pushing through the decision with his reputation and strength. People doubted, but each of them remembered what this man was capable of. A moment later, there were shouts of support, and most of the hunters sided with him. Even some of the clan fighters who respected Mr. Seven Stars supported his proposal. To ensure that no one would disrupt the plan, Khan gripped the handle of his weapon in advance, preparing for the worst. He knew that monarchs could not be trusted, and so he decided to act himself. The central crystal was destroyed by his own hands without the slightest hesitation. There was now no escape route, and everyone realized it. No one will be able to escape anymore. Everyone will be forced to fight to the end. The common hunters supported this decision, and Khan's authority became even stronger. The excited words quickly died down because a battle with the merciless Demon Queen lay ahead of them. The doors of the main tower swung open, and the hunters prepared to step inside. Inside, there was a heavy atmosphere, the smell of sulfur, a cold wind, and the approach of disaster. Visibility inside the tower was almost zero, so we had to move slowly, checking every meter of space by touch. Those who didn't have much combat experience were noticeably nervous, shaking as if the cold was getting right under their skin. The Demon Queen sensed the intruders and instantly sealed the doors, completely turning the fortress into a trap. The walls closed in, and then the ground beneath their feet suddenly dropped, causing people to lose their balance and grab their weapons. Almost immediately, hungry monsters began to crawl out of the darkness, as if they had been specially released to meet the hunters. The creatures attacked chaotically, trying to sow fear, but Khan ordered not to panic and to maintain a cool head. He reminded that these are ordinary underground creatures, and they should not frighten those who intend to survive in the abyss. To reach the Demon Queen, one had to pass through a massive portal guarded by a guard and his assistants. This was the first major obstacle on the way to the final battle, and many felt internally that they were not ready. Khan spoke confidently, but everyone understood that they would have to prove their worth with actions, not words. He felt that he had people nearby whom he could rely on in a critical moment, and this gave him peace of mind. If they worked together, they had a chance to break the resistance and move on without unnecessary losses. Mr. Seven Stars was the first to move forward, deliberately taking the lead and setting the pace. He approached the huge demon and without hesitation activated the devil chains, preventing the enemy from turning around. Such massive monsters are capable of breaking the will of an inexperienced hunter with their mere appearance. But thanks to his experience, Khan could read his opponent's movements in advance and did not allow him to force a fight. He took the first blows, after which the chains closed and securely fixed the demon. The other warriors watched in silence for a few seconds as he single-handedly held off the monster. Conscience prevailed, and the fighters began to move forward, deciding to intervene in the fight. Uniting, they rushed forward to support Khan and prevent the demon from escaping. The demon felt the coordinated attack of the people descend upon him at once, and for the first time he flinched under the pressure. His main weapon remained flame, with which he could attack without stopping, burning out the space around him. The streams of fire were so dense that even reinforced blades began to melt after a few collisions. The Khan understood that the battle could not be prolonged, and he headed straight for the enemy's heart, ignoring the danger. They tried to stop him with shouts, warning him that the flames were capable of incinerating anyone who came too close. But he knew exactly where to strike to reach the demon's core and deprive it of its source of power. The location of the ignition crystal was known in advance. All that remained was to withstand the pressure and reach the target. At the moment of impact, time seemed to stand still, and the fighters around felt a brief but noticeable relief. The flame disappeared, and with it the demon lost his main advantage on the battlefield. However, the price for this was high. Many ordinary hunters had already been seriously injured. Adventurers from various guilds were ill-prepared for this level of threat and could not withstand the onslaught. Even without its core, the demon still posed a mortal threat and continued to fight back fiercely. At this point, several clans, having united, took a wait-and-see attitude and were in no hurry to help the others. It was clear that they had come here for their own purposes and were preparing for the next step. Seeing the many wounded, Ligu demanded that Khan take responsibility for what was happening. He stated that it was the lone wolf leader who led the people into this battle and was therefore to blame for the losses. The sergeant immediately took Khan's side and suggested that they stop talking and focus on the fight. All this time they fought with almost no support, while the alliance just watched from the sidelines. To prove his strength, Li Gu sent his clan's elite squad of assassins forward. These fighters acted in a coordinated and calm manner, attacking the demon simultaneously from different directions. Their preparation was immediately evident. Their movements were precise and free from fuss. Before falling into the abyss, many of them served as soldiers and mercenaries, accustomed to real war. Having joined the clan, they underwent full training and quickly adapted to the new conditions. The other clans also had strong warriors, but they were far from that level. The Khan ordered them to retreat, deciding to finish the fight with the guard himself. Giving himself a short respite, he activated the vampire ring and sharply increased his characteristics. The surge of energy was so powerful that the demon was pierced like thin metal. All the doubters fell silent, realizing that in front of them was a fighter of a completely different level. It became clear that Khan was still in complete control of the situation and had not lost his cool. With his new weapon, he easily held off several guards at once, preventing the fight from getting out of control. He masterfully neutralized enemy attacks while simultaneously controlling the battlefield and directing the actions of his team's warriors. After the demon's death, Khan stopped, straightened up, and looked intently straight at the League. This man had long attracted his attention because behind his outward calm, one could sense a rat-like nature and a taste of betrayal. As the last guards collapsed onto the stone, a heavy and awkward silence fell. The crystals left behind by the monsters were immediately used to restore the health of the surviving hunters. The Red Monarch created the alliance not only to strengthen and consolidate his own power. Deep down he wanted to get rid of Khan, and more people were beginning to understand this. Park, Young, Wook, and Xia refused to participate in the dirty intrigues and deliberately took Han's side. They saw a future in him and were ready to follow him, even knowing about his cold character. Mr. Seven Stars himself was also well aware of what was happening, but he was not going to rush things. He preferred to wait for the alliance to make its first move and then act based on their mistakes. The decision was cautious and mature, even if it allowed the opponents to gain a slight advantage. In any case, the squad had to move further along the tower and continue searching for the Demon Queen. Many hunters were seriously injured and urgently needed comprehensive treatment. Some were not so lucky and never survived this bloody stage. Among the singles, there was a girl who had learned from childhood to attract the attention of men. Her appearance and demeanor forced glances to slide over her face and figure against one's will. A hottie named Soyeon came up close to Khan, as if testing his endurance. She acted as if he already belonged to her, and this caused obvious discontent among those around her. Soyeon hinted that her boss had long been interested in Han and would soon want to talk to him. She did not reveal who she was collaborating with, but only asked him not to join other clans. Khan didn't answer, but only looked at her attentively and calmly straight in the eyes. The girl smiled faintly and left as if nothing had happened between them. She usually stayed close to the loners, especially often being near the healer, Kangmin. There was no more time for unnecessary scenes, and the group had to enter the portal. When everyone was ready to continue the battle, a familiar and painfully vile voice echoed through the hall. The instructor mocked the adventurers, claiming that only complete fools would dare to fight the Demon Queen. As always, he forgot to mention an important detail. It is not at all necessary to kill her to move on to the next stage. All you have to do is hold out in battle for exactly half an hour, and the mission will automatically be considered successful. Immediately after these words, the instructor disappeared, and a false hope for an easy outcome flashed through the hunters. However, this was just an illusion, because the Demon Queen was the strongest test of strength. Even Khan had never encountered such an opponent in this life, so the internal tension was felt especially acutely. At the same time, experience told him that everything was not as hopeless as it seemed at first glance. Before them stood only a half-weakened version of the true monster that dwelled in the depths of the abyss. But even in this state, the battle certainly did not promise to be an easy walk for the entire group of adventurers. Here you will have to give it your all, understanding that even maximum effort does not guarantee victory. Khan always preferred to act rather than waste time on beautiful and empty words. Instead of long motivational speeches, he decided to show the right way by his own example. Without any preparation, he rushed forward and unleashed a series of attacks on the Demon Queen from all directions. The aggressive demoness responded with a loud laugh, accepting the challenge and revealing her true power. The queen summoned a huge werewolf to her aid and ordered him to feast on human flesh. Almost immediately, ghostly spirits emerged from the void, hindering the hunter's movements. All this was done with one goal in mind: to completely isolate Khan from Allied support. At the same time, the alliance of clans was in no hurry to intervene and continued to watch from the sidelines. They were waiting for the right moment to strike in the back, and no one doubted it anymore. The queen sensed the discord between people, and understood perfectly well that this played into her hands. Even in her weakened state, she possessed a colossal reserve of strength and endurance. To truly weaken the queen, it was necessary to first destroy most of her servants. In this battle, Khan could unexpectedly rely on those whom he had previously considered his direct competitors. Today they have proven that they are capable of sacrificing themselves for the sake of a common goal and the survival of all. Uniting with them, Khan felt for a moment a rare feeling, as if fate itself was playing on his side today. While he held off the Demon Queen's onslaught, Ligu finally made his next and long-planned move. The Red Cloak suddenly darted forward and dealt a vile blow to the back of a representative of another clan. He used the chaos of the battle to eliminate all competitors and move on to the next level without interference. Even those who had called him an ally just a minute ago turned into enemies in an instant. A bloody massacre broke out between the people, and this chaos worked perfectly for the Demon Queen. Ligu never cared about other people's lives. He was only interested in his own power and personal progress. He dreamed of entering the Abyss as a special figure, one of the strongest warriors of his time. And such a path inevitably required stepping over heads and sacrificing others. Khan managed to snatch a few seconds and distract himself from a direct confrontation with the Demon Queen. He stood in front of the Red Alliance, remaining calm and not rushing to start a fight. He had a plan from the very beginning, and he knew perfectly well what words needed to be said now. Mr. Seven Stars had no intention of interfering with what was happening, and instead offered a temporary collaboration. Ligu clearly didn't expect such a turn of events, but he considered it stupid not to hear the proposal out to the end. Their short conversation lasted only a few minutes, after which the fight continued as if nothing had happened. The number of monsters dwindled, as did the number of people, and debris and bodies gradually filled the main hall of the tower. Even the once majestic walls were stained with blood, adding a dark drama to the scene. Having dealt with the alliance, Han turned his full attention to the main goal of this battle. His allies were exhausted and could no longer effectively support him in battle. When the last of the minions fell, only he and the Demon Queen remained on the field. Her imposing figure could have confused anyone, but Han did not allow himself a moment of weakness. No matter how hard it was, he remembered his purpose and responsibility for the fate of humanity. He deliberately lured the queen towards himself and bound her with devilish chains, restricting her movements. The Khan loudly ordered the others not to interfere and gave himself time to finish the fight. He had read her intentions in advance and was prepared to meet the inevitable fiery blow. It was pure agony and a desperate, almost hopeless attempt to turn the tide of the battle. At one point, it really seemed to everyone that he had died, because the fireball hit the target right on target, leaving no chance. Almost simultaneously, the system announced the automatic fulfillment of the mission conditions, and a new portal opened in space. When the thick smoke cleared, Khan rose from the ashes like a phoenix beginning a new life after death. The participants were given the opportunity to move on to the next island in peace, but the Demon Queen had not yet said her last word. Despite her formal defeat, she decided to rise from the abyss completely, violating the very essence of the test. It seemed her rage at defeat was so strong that she was willing to disregard the rules and interfere with the training of newcomers. For the first time in history, it was the appearance of an instructor that saved people's lives because he personally stopped the queen. It was clearly stated that no one had the right to break the established rules, otherwise the punishment would be truly cruel. When the queen was forcibly returned to the abyss, people were finally able to breathe a sigh of relief. In reality, only a weakened shell of the monster remained, which now needed to be completely destroyed. The hunters fulfilled their purpose, managing to hold out for the entire allotted half-hour of brutal combat. Now they watched with grim satisfaction as the remnants of their enemy were methodically finished off. The instructor pretended that everything that was happening was part of a plan, although in fact it was pure improvisation. Once the formalities were completed, the way up was opened again, and the ascent continued. There was only one reward in this challenge, and it was to be given to the person who contributed the most to victory. Khan deservedly received the award and was even momentarily surprised by its true value. Now he had the heart of the Demon Queen at his disposal, which he could use at any time. This artifact allowed one to raise one's characteristics to the maximum level for a whole day. However, this was followed by a hard rollback, during which all parameters were almost reset to 0. Such an artifact could only be used once and only at the most critical moment of life. People congratulated each other on their victory, realizing that they had managed to survive the impossible. Soon, talk began about a red alliance that had mysteriously disappeared. Many tried to understand what had happened, but Khan remained neutral and did not reveal his cards. In fact, his secret negotiations allowed him to get rid of unnecessary enemies in advance, without entering into open war. He knew that these people had already been eliminated somewhere deep in the forest on the next island. The cleanup was carried out by one of his assistants, a man in a black cloak, who acted without unnecessary noise. A few minutes before, the Alliance calmly left the previous island and moved on to a new stage. They found themselves at the foot of a huge tower, inside which they could quickly level up. All this became possible thanks to temporary cooperation and a gift from Khan. He asked the Alliance not to interfere with further events and gave them a small item to move on to the next stage. Ligu readily agreed as he gained an advantage without risking anything. It seemed to him that he had outplayed fate, but very soon everything fell into place. The Alliance was suddenly attacked and lost all of its fighters in a short time. They didn't even have time to understand who was attacking them because the enemy remained completely invisible. One fighter was enough to destroy a professional clan of assassins. After a few minutes, Ligu realized that this was the end, although his body refused to accept reality. The piercing blow of the blade struck straight into the heart, and from that moment on he no longer caused any problems. The surviving members of the Alliance begged for mercy and tried to buy their way out with money. The mysterious masked killer didn't listen to them and acted in cold blood as if enjoying the carnage. Very soon it was all over, and an oppressive silence with the heavy smell of blood reigned all around. The killer removed his mask, and it became clear that he was the same classmate of the protagonist. San fully accepted the role of the Punisher and seemed to erase his former name. Khan contacted an ally in advance and instructed him to do the dirty work. When the right moment came, the Punisher came into the forest without hesitation and eliminated all the undesirables. Now he calmly awaited new orders in the next meeting with his boss. After some time, another serious clan approached this portal. They saw a pile of bodies and tried to understand what exactly had happened there. Their true motives remained unclear, but their conversations gave clues to their intentions. These adventurers were willing to kill competitors for rewards and further progress. They took a vantage point and decided to wait until other participants began to exit the portal. Anyone who emerges from there will be destroyed without hesitation, because everything was done for the sake of strengthening the next monarch. The map of the islands given to us by the instructor clearly showed the hundreds of stages that we had to climb. All the islands were divided into 3 main groups, and the route always began with the so-called ascent route. Then came the second group, which included the central island where the battle with the Demon Queen had recently taken place. And only the final stage of the training was the dark and infamous island of the Tower. The rewards that could be obtained there attracted many and made them lose their caution. However, Khan immediately warned his allies that this direction was too dangerous and did not forgive mistakes. Many were eager to go to the island of the Tower, but he strongly advised against it. Greedily devouring another portion of food, he calmly and in detail explained the mortal risk. He emphasized that everyone has the right to choose and everyone decides their own destiny. But at the same time, he honestly warned that those who go to the island of the Tower will not make progress and will only die. The beauty in the short skirt listened attentively to his every word, without taking her eyes off him. Today she looked especially tense, although she tried to hide it behind an indifferent mask. After some time, most of the adventurers decided to listen to the leader's words. They were exhausted after a long and brutal battle and did not want to take any more risks. It would have been much wiser to take the safe route and head to a peaceful island than to fight the abyssal mutant again. The adventurers began to pass through the portal one after another, thanking Khan for his help and support. He deliberately paused and waited until the last of them had disappeared. In the end, only he and that mysterious beauty named Soyeon remained. She clearly wanted to wait until he entered the portal, and this was no accident. She understood what was happening, but pretended to be ready to play by someone else's rules. As soon as he disappeared, the girl immediately contacted her monarch and reported that the target was approaching the island of the Tower. All professional killers immediately came into combat readiness and took up arms. They were ready to behead the talented hunter without the slightest hesitation. The monarch took charge of the matter personally and coldly promised that this time he would resolve everything himself, without intermediaries or mistakes. He rushed forward, clearly feeling that right now that very opponent would emerge from the portal. As a flash of light tore through space, he barely had the self-control to stop, and only chance saved Soyeon from immediate death. She was sure that Khan had already passed this stage and was long dead, so she allowed herself a relaxed confidence. In fact, Mr. Seven Stars didn't even show up here, and once again skillfully fooled an entire clan. Those who had hoped to profit from his crystals, artifacts, and reputation were left empty-handed today. Soyeon reported that this man had warned others about the danger in advance. He did it deliberately loudly, without hiding, so that everyone would hear and refuse to go to the island of the tower. These words finally drove the boss crazy, and he stopped hiding his anger. He took what was happening as a personal humiliation and promised to erase Khan with his own hands. From that moment on, all the clan's people received a direct order to search for the hunter with the devil's chains. A large reward was placed on his head and the hunt officially began. Monarchs have long been accustomed to eliminating competitors for the sake of easy prey and peaceful growth. They quickly realized that killing people was much easier and more profitable than risking battles with the creatures of the abyss. This practical approach gradually turned them into hyenas, who had lost the last vestiges of humanity. After a while, everyone left, taking with them the unpleasant aftertaste of failure. At that moment, the portal opened again, and the main character calmly emerged from it. Another pause saved his life again, as if bluffing had become his innate skill. He did not hurry and went to look for the man who had previously helped him in the dark forest. The Punisher carried out the order completely and earned his master's approval. Moreover, he found the earrings of the 7 relatives, which he had been asked for in advance. At first glance, these earrings seemed like a useless trinket, but in fact, they provided a colossal advantage. As soon as he put them on, even the most stern alpha male turned into a dazzlingly beautiful girl. The appearance changed completely, and even an experienced killer would have difficulty controlling his instincts. At the same time, a motley and extremely dangerous company gathered on the island of the tower. Not everyone realized how deadly this place could be, and went there for the sake of rapid growth. Among them were also old acquaintances of Khan, with whom he had crossed paths in previous stages. In his new appearance, Khan tried not to attract attention, but it turned out frankly badly. Its unnatural beauty attracted attention more than gold and crystals. He approached one of his old acquaintances and proposed temporary cooperation. A new quest was about to start, and it was a good time to form a team. The Khan spoke in familiar language and phrases, but no one recognized him. After a brief discussion, several disparate groups prepared to enter the portal in unison, each concealing their true intentions. The tower never knew peace. Adventurers endlessly completed missions, broke bodies and characters, and upgraded skills at the cost of blood. Some sincerely believed in the power of a team and mutual support, while others lived by the rule of every man for himself from the very beginning. Here stood side by side seasoned professionals and those who were simply lucky enough to survive to this stage without understanding exactly how. After some time, the group entered the dungeon where they were immediately greeted by huge armored beetles with sharp mandibles. There was so much blood, squeals, and crunching of shells that even the gods who watched it were probably pleased. Already in the first contractions, Khan felt how the earrings of the 7 relatives seriously restricted his movements. The stats dropped almost by half, the body became unusually heavy, and every movement required concentration. Where brute force and fists had previously been sufficient, now it was necessary to use a blade and precise calculation. Instead of one blow, several were required, and this quickly exhausted and took away precious stamina. Despite the limitations, he continued to methodically destroy monsters even in the guise of an attractive girl. The curvaceous figure attracted attention, but no one recognized the real danger behind it. By this time, alarming information began to spread throughout the floors of the tower. Anyone who finds a hunter with devil chains will receive a generous reward from the clans. It was precisely to blend into the crowd that Khan decided to temporarily change his appearance. His cool and confident actions were obvious, but no one ever guessed who he really was. The guy in the red cap remarked with admiration that he would like to meet Khan again. In the past, he had seen him pull civilians out of hell and shield inexperienced newcomers. He made a strong impression on him even back then, when he pulled peaceful people out of chaos and covered those who could barely stand on their feet. For the guy in the red cap, Khan has long since become something of a living reference point, a person he wants to emulate. Khan was pleased to hear such words, but now he was much more concerned with his own progress and control over the situation. After the destruction of the monster squad, the moment for which everyone had endured fear and pain finally arrived: the distribution of the portal's main rewards. For this moment, the hunters fought shoulder to shoulder, temporarily forgetting about clans, ranks, and personal gain. But, as often happens in the abyss, there was someone who decided to ruin everything at the most inopportune moment. The powerful adventurers looked at each other, and without further ado struck in the back those they considered a burden. For the inexperienced fighters, this was a brutal shock, causing many to lose their legs. People fell, screamed, and tried to escape, but only the luckiest managed to survive. The Khan did not retreat and calmly accepted the fight, acting harshly and without hesitation. Even in a woman's body, he moved faster and more accurately than most of those around him, breaking their pace and confidence. The guy in the red hat relaxed too much and suggested that the girl hide behind his back. He sincerely believed that he was protecting a harmless beauty, not noticing the cold calculation in her gaze. When he turned around, the crossbow was already pointed right at his face, and there was no time left for realization. The next moment the world went dark for him, and his body collapsed onto the stone floor of the dungeon. The girl calmly took his crystals, without any doubt or regret. Immediately after this, she contacted the monarch and reported that Khan had not been found at this stage. Having finished the conversation, Khan decided to play his own game with her and no longer hide. As the devil's chains closed in the air, the little killer finally realized that all this time she had been hunting not a victim, but a predator. She stood silently, her lips trembling, looking at the man who turned out to be much more cunning than she expected. Now she can't mess with her monarch, because from now on it is the Khan who dictates the rules of the game. He made it clear that all this time he had been hiding behind the mask of a beautiful girl. He involuntarily recalled events from his past life that unexpectedly turned out to be useful today. Then he talked with one of the adventurers and learned a lot about the island of the tower. Not only was it an ideal place for rapid progress, but it was also an extremely dangerous and treacherous territory. The adventurer advised not to trust anyone and to constantly look around because betrayals here multiply exponentially. After analyzing his characteristics, Khan felt that his development had noticeably slowed down. Artifacts no longer provide the necessary boost, which means it's time to replace them with something truly valuable. Now many players are preparing to climb to the second floor of the tower, where an instructor is already waiting for them. There are only 3 floors on the tower island, so there are only 2 steps left until the end of the training period. The second floor is associated with a treasure island and great opportunities. Here you need to fight monsters and try to take possession of the relics that they guard. To do this, you will have to work in a team, and then decide the fate of others. Whoever receives the artifacts will be able to determine how many people will ascend to the 3rd floor. Everyone rushed to split into teams, realizing that this was the only way to achieve success. Even the warring clans temporarily forgot their old hatred. The first minutes of chaos gave way to the hunters gradually beginning to draw closer to each other. Khan paid no attention to this and was focused solely on his goal. Today, he again chose the path of solitude and decided to act without any support. One of the monarchs noticed a special aura emanating from this guy, but soon tried to throw this thought out of her head. At this stage, you can obtain the Philosopher's Stone, which Khan learned about from his close friend. Many artifacts are capable of combining to create more powerful weapons, which is how the Philosopher's Stone was created. Khan, who was undergoing training, noticed that all the magic balls he had collected had merged into something bigger. Thanks to this, he made a discovery and proclaimed himself the creator of the Philosopher's Stone. In fact, he was simply greedy, didn't trust anyone, and only accidentally noticed how the treasures had united on their own. However, his words had meaning now because Khan was seriously interested in finding the Philosopher's Stone. He took out his weapon and prepared to decide his destiny with his own hands. To do this, it was necessary to meet with the local monsters and clearly show them who was in charge here. Soon, many players heard loud sounds coming from the depths of the forest. Almost immediately, the system notified that the second guard was dead, just like the first. The adventurers gradually went deeper into the forest and increasingly encountered new monsters. The number of hunters slowly dwindled because the battles were brutal and merciless. The monarch, known as White Star, sensed that it was not the clans that were killing the guards. She felt a special energy, as if all these precise and beautiful murders were being committed by one strong loner. Manhwa ordered her team to be more attentive and speed up so that they could grab at least some of the treasures. Meanwhile, many clans changed their tactics and began to act differently. Instead of directly fighting monsters and hunting for relics, they adopted a wait-and-see attitude. The plan was simple: play it safe and wait for the other clan to get the treasure. After that, it was possible to attack, eliminate competitors, and take the main prize without unnecessary risk. It was inhumane and truly cruel, but it is precisely these kinds of plans that thrive and flourish best in the abyss. White Star overheard one of these conversations and immediately realized that the situation was rapidly escalating. She was attentive and careful enough, but not so much as to notice the approach of a strong and oppressive aura. Khan appeared suddenly, caught her off guard, and almost immediately decided to offer something, feigning friendliness. He calmly said that other clans were already preparing an attack and that the only way to avoid disaster was to strike first. White Star could destroy its rivals and, by force or advantage, take some of them into its team. In this way, she simultaneously eliminated the threat and significantly increased her own influence. In return, Khan asked for nothing, presenting everything as simple, friendly advice that was supposed to work to his advantage. Yunhua listened to his words because she felt the strange, anxious rhythm of his heart. She didn't understand why, but as soon as she looked into his eyes, she was involuntarily drawn to trust this man. Dark energy slowly permeated everything around, making the space dull and the air heavy, like dirt. Moreover, Khan immediately realized that the person in front of him was a monarch, even though White Star carefully hid it. She promised to listen to his words, because in the current situation, she had almost no choice. If they didn't attack first, the other clans would definitely win this battle, and there was no doubt about it now. It remains unknown why Khan chose this particular tactic and gave useful advice to his competitors. Most likely, it was again in his interests, and he was once again starting a game of an experienced puppeteer. After that, they went their separate ways, and all that was left was to get ready to watch the most interesting part. White Star and her team counterattacked and paralyzed one of the clans in a short time. They tried to intercept these warriors and force them to fight on their side. Few agreed, but a tough and ruthless approach quickly changes attitudes towards such proposals. Soon the system notified everyone that the chief guard had been killed, and the treasure had officially passed to the adventurers. One of White Star's assistants discovered the treasure near a nearby tree, as if it had been left there on purpose. Everything that was happening seemed strange, and she clearly felt that there was someone secretive behind this neat outcome. In any case, the White Star clan received the treasure, which means the mission has formally come to an end. Now the monarch could independently decide how many people would move on to the next stage. Everyone began to become visibly worried, realizing that Yunhua was capable of abandoning them and going on her own. At one point, she even deliberately slowed down, deciding to get on her team members' nerves a little. In the end, she took pity on them and announced that absolutely everyone would advance to the next stage. A little later, the portal opened automatically, opening the way to the third floor of the Tower Island. The frightened and exhausted adventurers rushed to the safe zone as quickly as possible. They believed that it would be easier there, not realizing that the third floor of the tower is the place that most closely resembles an abyss. Everyone was sure that Khan was already far ahead and had long since climbed up to the third floor. In fact, he continued to observe the other clans and was in no hurry to force events. He wanted to eavesdrop on conversations and understand what plans the Dark Monarch was hatching. His task was to monitor the representatives of this clan and do everything possible to ensure that they led him to the leader. Thinking back to his past life, he couldn't forget the countless hours he spent in Keldian's office. Studying the theory with his friend, he learned a lot and prepared for a lot in advance. They then planned to undergo this training and destroy the Dark Monarch, who had become a serious threat. This man committed countless terrible acts and did everything to ensure the destruction of humanity without even realizing it. The team of adventurers had only one chance to win, and they weren't going to waste it. Each of them clearly understood that the third floor of the tower was the threshold of another world filled with devilish creatures. The monsters that live there reach a completely different level of power thanks to endless and twisted evolution. It is impossible to attack the monarch head-on, because his intuition is developed to a frightening level. We must do everything possible to ensure that he does not expect the blow, and only then will there be a chance of success. On the second floor, the Khan managed to obtain a worthy imitation of the Philosopher's Stone. It will enhance his characteristics and help him complete what he started at the next stage. The Dark Monarch is already waiting, and all that remains is to choose the perfect moment to end his miserable existence. Meanwhile, on the third floor, the first clashes with monsters were already in full swing. The Dark Monarch issued brutal orders and confidently led his team forward. No matter how the other inhabitants of the New World treated him, this man was truly talented. He gathered around himself the strongest clan, which was not afraid of even the most dangerous monsters. Each clan member clearly knew their role and carried out orders flawlessly. Their cold calm was striking even in moments of extreme tension. At the same time, the leader never sat behind the scenes and always went into battle personally. He led the team, cutting a path with his own magic sword. It was a near-perfect group, incredibly difficult to catch off guard. The leader felt that he had no right to retreat without completing the mission to the very end. For a long time, he destroyed all competitors in order to reach the third floor of the tower. And now, being here, he knew he had to destroy all the monsters and open the way into the abyss. Wandering through this eerie world, he saw many dead people, forever sealed in the crystal. Among them, there was a man who was especially dear to him, and he understood this only by intuition. The instructor said that everything is possible in this world and advised me to look more closely. Before him was his beloved daughter Suchon, lost at the very beginning of her journey. The strong and cruel man fell to his knees, choking on his own bitter tears. It was his weakness that took him back to the past, when the world had not yet completely broken down. Back then, he was just a pawn in the clan and desperately tried to save his daughter. She screamed and called for his help, bleeding warmly before his eyes. The father did everything possible to save her, but his boss was against it. The Shadow Clan monarch stated that he didn't care about consumables. He ordered his subordinates to protect only him and ignore everything else. Because of this decision, the father was unable to save his daughter, and his heart was forever blackened with hatred. Unable to cope with his own emotions, he decided to take revenge on the man who ruined his life. With his own dagger, he killed the monarch and automatically took his place. The system recognized him as the boss, and from that moment on, he became the shadow leader. With his own hands, he destroyed his competitors, doing everything for the sake of strength and progress. The Dark Monarch still dreamed of resurrecting his dead daughter and finding his lost son. That was his main goal. For this, he was ready to do anything, even sacrifice a huge number of his people. The instructor had just informed him that the girl in front of him was just a replica and not a real daughter, but that no longer mattered. She can still be resurrected if you follow certain rules. All you have to do is sacrifice another soul to try and bring back the dead girl. The boss was immediately ready to give away any of his subordinates, but everything turned out to be not so simple. If it worked, everything would be too easy, and the instructor made that clear right away. The victim must be someone outside the clan, and preferably a loner. The Dark Monarch became enraged and tears again flooded his face. At this moment, one of the assistants reported that new adventurers had penetrated the 3rd floor. This meant that right now there was a chance to get the soul needed to save his daughter. The boss ordered to immediately find any adventurer and bring his head. The hunter who entered the 3rd floor was Khan, who had already managed to kill several dark warriors. He knew that such actions would attract attention, and it even amused him. The maddened Dark Monarch Levon finally came out himself to rip the heart out of Mr. Seven Star's chest with his own hands. To list all his crimes would be a problem, including even those he was only just about to commit. The maddened Dark Monarch, unable to confirm the existence of his daughter, will very soon commit countless new crimes. He will finally focus on searching for his lost son and will become even more cruel and merciless. This is why, in order to save humanity from this threat, it must be eliminated as quickly as possible. Khan finally revealed his true form and stopped hiding behind masks and pretense. Everyone around was shocked to realize that the man they had been looking for so long had been there all this time. Levon laughed loudly like a madman, feeling that he could kill 2 birds with 1 stone. He will simultaneously receive a soul to save his daughter and destroy one of the strongest competitors in the training stage. The opponents met eyes, and a heavy anticipation of the inevitable fight hung between them. The next moment, the Dark Monarch rushed forward like a hungry wolf pouncing on its prey. Almost immediately, a powerful explosion was heard, and it became clear that a third party had intervened in their duel. A huge worm burst from the ground, drawn by blood and a long-standing, insatiable thirst. While the clan's fighters froze in fear and uncertainty, Khan did not waste a second. He came here to fight the Dark Monarch and had no intention of leaving without achieving his goal. His devilish chains instantly sprang into motion and tore the monster into bloody pieces. One movement was enough to show his true level and absolute superiority. Without giving the enemy a moment's respite, Khan immediately rushed forward towards the stunned monarch. Levin finally realized that his opponent was much stronger than the spies had reported. Khan only pretended to be at the level of ordinary adventurers, but in reality he always stood far above them all. His precise attacks and impeccable sense of distance immediately became a nightmare for the clan's fighters. Levon temporarily retreated into the shadows, allowing his men to try to wear down their opponents with numbers. However, instead of the Khans suffering, each of them faced overwhelming difficulties. Mr. Seven Stars waited calmly and was in no hurry to finish the fight. He waited until he was closest and struck first, as if it required no effort. The speed he developed in this battle seemed abnormal, even by the standards of the Abyss. Combined with perfect weapon mastery, defeating such an opponent became almost impossible. Even when receiving minor wounds, Khan did not lose his pace or concentration. These scratches only fueled his rage and made him even more dangerous. When the clan's fighters became noticeably fewer, the boss's closest ally entered the battle. Using magic circles, she attempted to confuse the enemy and distort the very space around him. All this time, Levon shouted inspirational speeches, pushing his men forward. He reminded them that they had come too far to retreat without avenging their lost families. Levin has always been a skilled manipulator and knew very well which words hurt the most. A short speech was enough to turn the fighters into mindless executors of his will. At some point, the Khan got tired of this prolonged madness and decided to put an end to it. He wrapped all his opponents in devilish chains at once, forcing them to writhe in unbearable pain. Even the boss's right hand didn't immediately realize that he had fallen into a deadly trap. Having sent her into a heavy knockout, Khan forced the Dark Monarch to remain alone. Levin decided he had a chance, considering his opponent tired, and rushed to act faster. But Khan always knew how to feign weakness in order to lull the enemy's vigilance. Even now, he masterfully pretended to have missed an unexpected blow. The strongest adventurer dropped to one knee, blood slowly dripping from his wounded shoulder. Levin was reveling in what was happening, choking on bloodlust and not hiding his delight. He believed that he was about to save his daughter, not realizing that all of this was a carefully staged performance. Khan deliberately took the blow to close the distance with an opponent who was dangerous at range. He remembered very well that Levin had always been weak in close combat. The Dark Monarch realized the deception too late, realizing that the battle was far from over. There was no time left to react because Khan always struck first. Many believed that his power was limited by the devil's chains, and this was a fatal mistake. This surgeon had too many tools hidden until the decisive moment. When the clan fighters realized what was happening, their boss was already one step away from death. He deliberately missed the piercing attack, and blood gushed from his mouth, covering his chin and chest. No one expected that the enemy would dare to use his own body as bait to close the distance. Khan went to the end, accepting a serious injury as an acceptable price for achieving his goal. Even when dozens of adventurers rushed to finish him off at the same time, he did not retreat a single step or lose his rhythm. Within minutes, they all lay dead, as Khan methodically cut each one down, leaving no chance. It was then that he acquired a new nickname, the Ghost, because his attacks came before anyone could notice them. The defeated monarch writhed in agony, choking on words, curses, and oaths. His behavior was painfully familiar. He had broken down and screamed just like that before his death in his previous life. Back then, when Khan defeated him and his comrades, only insults and hatred were thrown their way. Levin has always been accused of mass murder and endless cruelty. The monarch never admitted guilt, and coldly stated that all these people would have died in the abyss anyway. He screamed, calling his executioners hypocrites, claiming that they were the same murderers as he was. There was an unpleasant truth in these words, for when the situation demanded it, Khan did kill without hesitation. He hadn't even reached the abyss yet, but he was already drowning in other people's blood and destroying entire families. At the same time, he never called himself a killer, because he acted for the purpose of a goal determined together with the team. Even in their past life, they did not shy away from any methods just to prepare for the coming war. At times, it became clear that killing people in the training area was the only way to victory. It was necessary to destroy the monsters even if they looked like people and even if someone was against it. Even Eris, who always strove for mercy and kindness, accepted that sometimes the line had to be crossed. There were people who needed to be dealt with before the end of the training, and too much depended on it. Khan kept the team's plans in mind and, given a second chance, acted in almost the same way, without making any mistakes. He kept things simple, knowing that if scum got in his way, he would have to act harshly and without compromise. And now, at this moment, the ghost was ready to pull the trigger and put an end to it. Before his death, the Dark Monarch croaked a request to protect his son, but Khan did not even look at him. He cut his throat without hesitation and cleansed the new world of another scumbag. After this, his body seemed to become lighter. He took a deep breath of the air from the third floor and stopped noticing the serious injury. Then Khan again took on a female form and headed towards the portal where the representatives of the other clan were located. White Star greeted him with obvious joy, since they had managed to become close during the previous stage. The Khan remained silent as he passed by, as if no one existed nearby. When he disappeared, White Star and her comrades decided to check what had happened in the center of the floor. At the site of the massacre, a smiling and satisfied instructor was already waiting for them. With each passing second, what was happening became more and more exciting, because all this was arranged for the pleasure of the gods. The instructor greeted the adventurers and told them to get ready for the show to begin. He was going to tell all about the Red Cross, which allows the dead to be brought back to life. Returning to the safe zone, Khan once again assumed his true form and finally abandoned his female form. He was in the area where scattered travelers flocked after completing all the grueling stages of training. The fourth floor was essentially a preparatory area, the last filter before the road to the abyss. The protagonist came close to moving to a new level, and there was only one step between him and the next stage. The fourth floor was technically a place for inactivity, but most adventurers preferred grueling training in preparation for the hell that lay ahead. There were many monsters and dangerous creatures living here, each of which could easily become a deadly problem. The instructor stated outright that threats would lurk everywhere, and any relaxation would be tantamount to suicide. The huge forests that abutted the wall immediately made it clear that tracking down prey here would not be easy. It's easy to hide in dense undergrowth, especially if you're a mutant chameleon or a killer anaconda patiently waiting for the right moment. Before leaving on a mission, Ghost met with an old acquaintance, the Punisher. San was genuinely delighted at the news that the Dark Monarch had been destroyed, and their risky plan had finally worked. He secretly hoped to see Han again in the form of a beautiful woman, but reality quickly shattered these expectations. Over the past time, the Punisher has managed to assemble a small clan and establish cooperation with Yuhi. During this time, she made a serious breakthrough, and long ago ceased to be that weak girl at the beginning of her journey. Now before them stood a true Sicario, who knew almost no fear and was ready to challenge anyone who stood in her way. Khan didn't care, but he still decided to thank his old friend for the loyalty he had shown. The little snake that could transform magic stones no longer had any value to him. There was no time for empty talk, because the red zone after training promised to be truly deadly. Those who did not prepare in advance would die, so wasting even a minute was unacceptable. Finally, the Punisher thanked his mentor and admitted that he had become stronger thanks to their collaboration. They will meet again in the future, but now their paths have diverged again so that each can take the final step of progress. When the space around was empty, representatives of the White Star clan emerged from the portal. They spoke in whispers, as if they were afraid that someone was watching them. Then, the portal widened again, and two truly strange figures emerged from it. It was Legion, somehow resurrected from the dead and completely devoid of memories. He went out with his daughter, trying to understand what kind of world he found himself in and what they should do now. The instructor gave them clear instructions, and the adventurers obeyed every word without hesitation. They tried to stay in the shadows, not even noticing that the attentive Punisher had been watching them all this time. There was no doubt that he would use this information and pass it on to his boss. Meanwhile, Khan went deeper into the forest, deliberately breaking away from the other participants. He walked without hesitation, as if he knew in advance that everything around him was just an artificial imitation of a training forest. It looked like the tower ended at the fourth floor, but in fact there were 5 levels. The dungeon with the hidden treasure was very close. All it took was a few extra steps. Having drawn his weapon, the ghost began to destroy the protective barrier without hesitation. Having made several holes in it, he went beyond the 4th floor, to where no one had reached before him. He found himself on top, and, looking ahead, he clearly saw that this step had forever led him to the point of no return. Before the next mission, he quickly glanced at the specifications and without hesitation began the climb to the restricted floor. The long and grueling journey he had undertaken to achieve this mission had finally reached its final destination. The entrance to the 5th floor dungeon activated automatically, and Han's heart skipped a beat, thumping dully in his chest. He laid out several weapons, testing his balance and grip, and recalled Ralph Lauren's warnings about this dungeon. Here you have to win at any cost, even if it means making a deal with the devil himself. The next moment, a huge portal flared up, revealing to the local resident the world in all its terrifying grandeur. The terrifying monster, which had been sleeping all this time, was just a few steps away from the main character. A cold bead of sweat slid down my cheek, and for the first time in a long time my body reacted with fear, clenching my muscles until they hurt. This response arose from the depths of memory, from a past life where he had once already stood before this monster. Then he fought shoulder to shoulder with his entire team and the girl he loved more than his own life. The battle against the Golden Dragon forced them to squeeze out everything that was possible from themselves. Everyone went beyond their skills, broke their own limitations, and contributed to the overall victory. Even the mad Anvi Aaron, whom Khan had mentioned at the very beginning of his journey, was fighting nearby. Friends tried to contact Khan, but he did not answer, clenching his teeth and not taking his eyes off the battlefield. He just lost the person for whom he continued to move forward and progress. His gaze was fixed on her mutilated body, and his hands trembled, unable to find an answer to the simple question, why? This girl's name was Curiel, and she always did as her heart told her. At such moments it was impossible to stop her. She flew towards her goal like a moth to a flame, without thinking about the cost. Just before she died, she smiled because she saw that Khan was still alive and standing on his feet. She asked him not to stop, not to look back, and to go to the very end. When her soul left her body, the ghost broke loose, forgetting about the image of an invincible monster. He screamed and choked on tears as if he had just witnessed the death of Iron Man in Infinity War. These memories burned into his consciousness, and he was abruptly pulled back into reality. Looking up, he saw before him the main enemy of his life, a golden dragon named Belium. The corners of his lips twitched slightly as if he was thanking fate for the chance to fix everything. Before him was a weakened version of the monster, but even it demanded full dedication with no room for error. The imitation of the Philosopher's Stone, obtained only recently, was now very useful, especially if you connect it with the crystal obtained after defeating the Demon Queen and strengthen the vampire ring. The effect of this crystal could not be forgotten. Without it, a fight with the dragon would turn into suicide. All stats will rise to their maximum levels for the next 24 hours, meaning the Berserker form will be activated. The next day, Hana would be overcome by a loss of strength and a complete emptiness in his body, but now this price did not matter. It was much more important to stand firm here and now, casting aside thoughts of tomorrow. Gathering his will into a fist, he rushed forward, and after the first collision he felt that the blows were sliding, not penetrating deeply. This dragon's golden skin could not be pierced with conventional techniques. Something much more powerful was required. Moreover, the dragon had no intention of going into a deep defense and immediately responded with golden ratio counterattacks. One such fireball could turn a person into a handful of ash, so freezing in place was tantamount to death. As the golden flames flared before Khan, the corners of his lips twitched for a moment, as if he had met an old friend. Madness has always been a part of his nature, but now it's worth taking the camera away for a moment and looking at his allies. Deep in the forests of the fourth floor, the protagonist's classmates were preparing to cross into the abyss. The fourth floor existed not only as a final training session, but also as a mandatory stage of the mission. It was necessary to collect all the designated elements to build a ship on which the adventurers would set off into the abyss. Punisher and Yumi often thought of Han, and it was a source of stubborn motivation for them. Each of them wanted to become stronger and one day be truly useful to him, and that was what pushed them forward. While they were fighting the common lizard, he was alone challenging the golden dragon, remaining an unreachable landmark. The fire attack missed. The hunter managed to dodge at the last moment, barely missing the flames. Conventional weapons proved useless against the scales, and the battle required an unconventional solution. Decadros's judgment and justice was originally created as a dual weapon, revealing its true power only when used together. This meant that it was time to use the enhanced version and give it everything he had. The second power of the vampire ring was activated at the same time as the devil's chains. The effect was immediate, and for the first time in his life the dragon tasted his own blood. He roared in pain and retreated, while the hunter, on the contrary, increased the pressure, giving no respite. At that moment, Khan became too carried away by his success and lost his caution, forgetting who exactly he was fighting. The counterpunch brought him back to reality, breaking his ribs and knocking the air out of his lungs. Then came the golden ratio, the force of which was enough to send Khan into a heavy knockdown. Having been on the brink of the world of the dead, he no longer had the right to take blind risks. Stamina was rapidly fading, and there was only one way left to get to the weak spot. The chains closed around the dragon's body again, squeezing it and depriving it of freedom of movement. However, it was impossible to defeat such a monster with them. They served only as shackles. The decisive blow required a blade, a close approach, and a precise thrust straight to the heart. As he prepared for the final push, Khan felt his heart pounding wildly, not giving him a second of rest. The collision marked the culmination of a grueling battle, and a flash of light covered the entire fifth floor. Meanwhile, events on the fourth floor continued to unfold, bringing the end of the training closer. Materials for the ship were collected not only by Khan's allies, but also by direct competitors ready to fight for the resources. The Punisher told his girlfriend what he noticed in the safe zone. He spoke of people who should have been dead but somehow rose like phoenixes from the ashes. This information should have been immediately passed on to the ghost, but right now he was busy with much more dangerous things. Meanwhile, the little lich was rushing towards the safe zone as fast as he could, trying to keep up with the others. He shouted to his friends, begging them to stop and wait while he climbed aboard the newly assembled ship. In response, instead of an outstretched hand, arrows and heavy spears flew at him. It was pure betrayal, because those he helped refused to wait for him. They mocked him, called him a dwarf, and declared that they did not need such an ally. After using him to gather resources, they calmly took all the materials and left him to die. Richard jumped up and ran back into the forest, realizing that there was less and less time left to build the ship. He was shaking with resentment and rage, but his legs continued to carry him forward, forcing him to look for materials again. As he scanned the thicket, he noticed a bright blue flash tearing through the air where the barrier had been broken. A man appeared out of nowhere, and the sight of him filled the little boy with genuine fear. The guy with the torn t-shirt was covered in blood, exhausted to the limit and could barely stand on his feet. His arms and legs took heavy steps forward, as if his body refused to obey his will. But a moment later, the ghost seemed to come to his senses, straightened up and silently headed towards the material collection points. The kid couldn't think of anything better to do than follow him, feeling the oppressive and frighteningly strong energy nearby. At first it seemed that the man was about to collapse, but then he suddenly pushed off the ground and soared high into the air. At that moment, the Lich finally realized that he had found a real diamond that he could not leave behind, even one step. Deep in the forest, many adventurers still roamed, never having succeeded. Gathering ingredients for the ship turned out to be much more difficult than many expected. The instructor deliberately made the task cruel, demanding that the most dangerous monsters be killed. Time was running out, and Khan moved without stopping, not allowing himself a second of rest. Even without a weapon, he did not slow down, ready to fight with his bare hands. He rushed at the huge, poisonous crocodile, and in an instant covered the ground with its dark blood. Everyone else could only look at this mad berserker with silent admiration. The little Lich managed to catch up with his hero and saw this terrible sight with his own eyes. No one has ever killed a poisonous crocodile with bare hands before. From the torn body, Khan tore out a parasite, the material needed to build the ship. He didn't stop there because other components were needed to complete the job. The key element for the huge vessel was the heart of a stone lizard. The more dangerous and complex the materials obtained, the more capacious and durable the ship became. If the other adventurers wanted Khan to pull their souls out of this hell, they had to help and gather everything they could. He took on the most dangerous part of the work himself. That was the unspoken agreement. Hours later, the survivors gathered in the safe zone, nervously awaiting the return of their leader. The little Lich began to doubt again, remembering the betrayal and fearing that he would be abandoned again. He carried out his part of the plan and waited anxiously for Khan to return, not knowing that this panic was premature. A little later, a dull roar was heard, and everyone saw the needles of a huge stone lizard dragging along the ground. The frightened people decided that they were finished and began to run in panic in different directions, clinging to the chance to survive. But the monster turned out to be long dead. Khan simply dragged its carcass to hand over to the instructor. A small devilish entity immediately emerged from the shimmering portal, reacting to the condition being fulfilled. All materials were collected on time, meaning the mission was considered successfully completed. A huge number of people were trying to get on the ship, and Mr. Seven Stars did not stop them. In the end, he still had to save humanity, and an extra act of kindness didn't seem like much. Lately, he had been doing nothing but killing and destroying, and even he himself realized that it was time to change something. When the huge ship was finally created, joyful hunters rushed on board in a crowd. They were to spend the next few days on a sea voyage, slowly approaching the long-awaited abyss. The instructor promised not to interfere anymore, although no one really believed his words anymore. Everyone was thinking only about how to get some rest, survive, and finally feel the atmosphere of the world that they had been frightened by for so long. As the training area was left behind, a vague and uneasy feeling settled deep in everyone's soul. All this time they dreamed of ending the endless training and feeling freedom. But at the moment of truth, it became clear that the abyss would turn out to be much more terrible and dangerous than all expectations. At the same time, each of the adventurers noted that Arkang acted honestly by letting them on board without any conditions. He didn't respond to the thanks in any way and continued to concentrate on working on his own skills. The first skill I acquired in this life was called the Art of Dragon Energy. From that moment on, he became extremely careful with absorbing skills, choosing only truly special ones. Suddenly, an alarm sounded as one of the nearby ships was destroyed. Drowning people choked in the poisonous water and screamed, begging for a helping hand. These were the same guys and girls who abandoned the baby Lich, and he didn't even think about helping them. The next second, a strange sound came from the poisonous depths, and monsters began to rise to the surface. These monsters resembled people completely distorted by mutation. With tridents in hand, they pounced on the survivors without hesitation, killing them without mercy or hesitation. There were too many monsters, and they clearly had no intention of returning to the bottom. They were interested in ships that could be blown to smithereens for cruel amusement. Khan instantly changed the ship's course, and it was clear from his face that he was ready for a sudden strike. The puzzled adventurers did not understand why the route had been changed and what it meant. The captain didn't yet realize that very soon the mutants would attack, and then everyone would have problems. He didn't even try to explain his actions, and acted as if he was simply fulfilling the undeniable will of heaven. All his movements were subordinated to a global goal, and his decisions sounded in his head in the voices of those few whom he called friends. By this point, the survivors had managed to climb onto the ship, clinging to the sides with their bloody hands. Their appearance was so pitiful and disfigured that it frightened even experienced hunters. Moreover, these boys and girls were seething with anger, because at the most important moment, no one extended a helping hand to them. They pounced on the little lich with accusations, calling him a traitor, although they themselves acted much more vilely. The Khan made it clear with one glance that he would not tolerate lynching on his ship. He coldly warned that anyone who broke the rules would lose their head in a matter of seconds. He is in command here, and now it is much more important to stick together in the face of the real enemy. The sea mutants were already approaching the ship, preparing to launch a new, much more dangerous attack. They acted in a primitive manner, plunging their tridents into the bottom of the ship again and again. As soon as the ship began to sink, they rushed at those who jumped in panic into the poisonous water. To deal with such creatures, it was necessary to act proactively, in Khan's signature style. He tore himself off the deck and jumped straight into the poisonous sea, amidst the cries of people calling him mad. No one even believed that he would return because such a jump looked like pure suicide. Immersed in the poison, he activated his defenses and moved as if he were bathing in a hot jacuzzi. Basic red magic reliably protected his body, completely ignoring the poisonous effects. These monsters were deadly only to ordinary hunters, who feared even contact with the poison. Their techniques were not particularly complex, so they could act calmly and without fuss. The art of dragon energy allowed one to control the power of ancient monsters. The human body gradually changed, approaching the form of a dragon and opening up possibilities that could not have been dreamed of before. The mutants quickly realized that today would be their last day. When panic broke out among them, it was already too late because the hunter was out hunting. He will not leave any of them alive and will catch up with each of them, no matter what the cost. The adventurers, looking at the poisonous sea, saw only flashes and shadows that made their blood run cold. It seemed to them that the mutants were tearing the captain apart and devouring him alive. At this point, panic began to set in on the ship as the bottom began to leak more and more water. People rushed about, trying to plug the holes, but there were a catastrophic shortage of hands. Suddenly, the captain appeared from the water, holding Poseidon's trident in his hands. The shocked participants of the trip were speechless, unable to find words, and as if they had swallowed their tongues. The ghost had prepared in advance, cutting planks to plug the holes in the hull. He quickly showed them what to do, and in a matter of minutes had the adventurers working together. After this, he calmly returned to the deck and only then allowed himself to catch his breath. Poseidon's cursed trident became another deadly weapon in his arsenal. In a pinch, it could be used as a fork for a particularly hearty dinner. Looking at the horizon, the surprised hunters shouted joyfully when they spotted land. They decided that the path had come to an end, not even suspecting that this was just an optical illusion. In fact, what lay before them was not a shore but a giant root of the world tree. The captain advised to enjoy the show, because the most interesting part was just beginning. The ship rocked violently, making it frighteningly easy to fall overboard. It became clear that the sea mutants were just a warm-up before the real storm. The true sea monster appeared only now, and against its background the ship looked like a tiny ant. One movement of this creature was enough to raise a giant tsunami. The travelers ran around the deck in panic, trying to escape the approaching poisonous wave. The monster looked so terrifying that even Godzilla films paled in comparison. Khan knew that sooner or later this creature would come for him, so he maintained an icy calm. He studied ship control theory in advance and watched all the Pirates of the Caribbean films. This experience unexpectedly proved useful, allowing him to take control of the ship and avoid instant death. He understood that the ship would have a hard time, but its speed and maneuverability gave it a chance to survive. The creature that devours the roots of the world tree has long had a fearsome name, the Fish of Disaster. The Fish of Disaster is considered one of the 5 cataclysms that slowly tempt and devour the world tree. Once upon a time, creatures born in this red zone desperately tried to preserve their species from the hostile environment. They created the world tree using forbidden magical genetic engineering and linked life to its roots. Everything existed in balance until 5 disasters appeared, turning this paradise into a nightmare. Over time, Elfenheim fell into ruin, and the locals cursed the day it all went wrong. It seemed as if all these mutants were created with one single purpose, to destroy the world tree. In the past, Khan had failed to stop it, but now he was going to finish what he had started. They tried to persuade him to turn the ship around, begged him to abandon his crazy idea, but as always, he listened only to himself. The ghost steered the ship straight towards the monster, as if deliberately challenging it. He stated directly that all dissenters could leave the ship if fear was stronger than will. Khan explained that he was obliged to follow this creature and did not intend to hold anyone back by force. In the end, they decided to stop at the nearest roots of the world tree and give people a break before the coming battle. Here, at the very top where the roots began, the atmosphere was noticeably calmer. Once a great miracle of nature, it now looked like a dying creature, unable to save itself. The adventurers scattered among the roots, looking for a place to spend the night and trying not to think about the future. The instructor warned them in advance that they had a few weeks and there was no need to rush. Khan advised them not to waste time, but he himself did not join the group. The fish of disaster had to return to its roots in 10 days, and during that time it needed to find a suitable ally. He did not allow the ship to be used again and destroyed it with his own hands. The adventurers gradually calmed down and tried not to interfere in the affairs of the crazy captain. As they moved deeper into the island of roots, they noticed a strange metal cross. Without a captain, the little lich decided to take the initiative, despite his small stature. He suggested that they not all go to the cross at once, fearing a trap, and insisted on splitting the group. These words attracted the attention of the mysterious figures who had been staying nearby all this time. 2 armed men and an elderly woman calmly assured that they did not intend to fight. One of them confidently jumped down to talk to the travelers personally. In front of them stood a representative of the Valkyrie clan, an assistant named Aaron Pat. Until this point, the strange instructors had merely guided the adventurers, but now they would have to work with much more live assistance. The Valkyries promised to explain how everything works here and help newcomers get their bearings. Behind Aaron stood Pam Ferris and Mr. Pack, also ready to offer support. During the conversation, it became clear that their monarch was the legendary Valentina Ares. It was she who ordered the creation of this system of assistance for those completing their training period. The baby lich and his group had no choice but to trust the Valkyries. Some doubted it, but without guides it was too risky to move on. Aaron immediately warned that no one should try to start conflicts due to numerical superiority. There were more than 30,000 assistants on the island, and in an open fight the adventurers would not have stood a chance. The group moved north to where the Valkyries' main camp was located. On the way, they heard a strange hum and noticed flashes of powerful magical energy. Someone clearly fought without holding back their strength and showing everything they were capable of. Of course, it was the ghost, but it was much more interesting to find out who exactly he encountered. Having missed one blow for the first time in a long time, he felt his own wounds burning his body. His rival sharply ordered him to shut up and mercilessly finished off the wounded newcomer. To the Valkyrie named Sophia Virage, anyone who came after the training zone was nothing but a pathetic slug. If she became enraged, the only sensible thing to do was to run as far away as possible. To understand what is happening, it is worth rewinding time and looking at how this conflict began. Sophia approached the edge of the island and saw the monster she hated more than her own life. The fish of disaster was her personal curse, a problem she had been unable to solve for many years. The girl stood motionless, clenching her fists, and inside she was crumbling from helplessness. After her parents' death, she vowed to kill the fish of disaster, but the vow remained unfulfilled. These thoughts tore her apart from the inside because even now she was no closer to her cherished goal. Because of these words, she had long been called crazy, because no one seriously believed that the fish of disaster could be killed at all. No one wanted to risk their lives fighting a creature that was larger than an entire mountain. Everything remained so until a strange traveler appeared who knew her name at first sight. Han, looking like he stepped out of an Aquaman legend, found Sophia himself and, without further ado, offered to collaborate. He needed her power to destroy the monster that was slowly poisoning the entire world. Sophia immediately decided that this was another envoy of the Quadratus clan. She was wary, and Khan decided to take his old friend's advice. He said directly that he would help her avenge her parents and would do everything to ensure that she fulfilled her destiny. These words caused a sharp reaction, as if he had stepped on an open wound, and it became clear that the advice was dangerous. Sophia exploded without warning and attacked the newcomer with fury, leaving no time for explanation. Her movements conveyed a desire to rip her heart out of her chest, and this could be felt even without magical intuition. The ghost clearly wasn't counting on a fight, much less a duel to the death, with this woman. Victory was indeed doubtful, since a representative of the legendary Valkyrie clan stood before him. Sophia was not only an outstanding fighter, but also a dangerous mage, capable of casting destructive spells. She fought with equal confidence both at a distance and in close combat. She had virtually no weaknesses, and at any critical moment she could summon 3 ice-light jade balls. Seeing all this, Khan decided to show that he had his own trump cards in store. He activated a special technique of dragon energy art, albeit at the very first level. The ice blast was stopped, and it was clear that Sophia was not trying to kill him, but was intentionally maiming him. She was hooked on how he knew about his parents, but by that point, Khan had already entered berserker mode. The conversations lost their meaning, because it was important for each of them to prove who was stronger. This clash was a jaw-dropping spectacle, as if titans were clashing before the spectators. There were so many flashes, magic, and destruction that it was impossible to take your eyes off it. The monumental aerial route gave Sophia an advantage and allowed it to set its own pace. Another blow put the ghost in an awkward position, and for a moment he actually looked confused. Looking at her in battle, it was hard to believe that such a woman could not kill the fish of disaster. This only emphasized how dangerous the monster was, since it survived battles with the real demoness again and again. As the huge sword loomed over him, it became clear that the price of error would be fatal. His reaction did not fail, and he once again dodged the blow at the last moment. Then there was a rare pause. Both fighters ran out of breath and stopped for the first time in the fight. Continuing the battle without any sense was stupid, and Sophia nevertheless agreed to listen to him. She carefully assessed his movements, aura, and style, noting every detail. She rarely met newcomers with such a strange mixture of powers and energies. With his power, everything became clear, but the main question remained: why would he die for the fish of disaster? People have long since given up, seeing this creature sink ships and kill thousands without effort. The fish had long since ceased to be just a monster and had become a disaster, but there were still madmen. After a series of defeats, Sophia herself began to lose faith in success. No matter how much she desired revenge, reality shattered her hopes time and time again. Khan said that he had a clear plan for victory and that the unification of forces would decide everything. He asked her not to give up and to go all the way to finally fulfill her destiny. Sophia Viraj was known for her uncompromising character and remained the only one who openly went against the fish of disaster. It all started the day her parents were killed in front of her eyes and she couldn't save them. Since then, she has defied disaster again and again, suffering one defeat after another. At some point, the Allies turned away and refused to go with her into the next battle. 13 failed attempts had broken even her, although she never let go of her goal. An alliance with the right person could finally change the balance of power. Khan promised to kill the fish of disaster, speaking almost word for word as Val, the great mage of old, had taught him. He knew that Sophia had studied under Keldian, and these names were sure to strike a chord. She looked at him for a long time, trying to understand why he needed all this and why he was willing to take such a risk. The ghost answered simply, saying that he wanted to save billions of lives and that he didn't need any other explanation. It sounded banal and even a little funny, but for some reason the strange girl with pink hair believed every word he said. 2 madmen, who had long since ceased to fear the consequences, joined forces, and now all that remained was to wait for the collision with the catastrophe. Aaron watched their fight from afar and couldn't understand where such a strong newcomer came from. When he was about to catch up with the main group, his path was blocked by the cursed trident of Poseidon. Khan had no intention of letting this man go, because they were connected by fragments of the past that only he remembered. Aaron didn't realize it, but in his past life, it was his advice that became the foundation for the ghost's current progress. After their strange encounter, they headed to the Valkyrie base to catch their breath and recover a little. It turned out that there are a lot of people here because those who have completed their training are constantly arriving here. If the fish of disaster began to devour the route, the locals would have to evacuate immediately, so everyone lived in constant readiness. In the central building, newcomers were given a brief explanation of local customs, clothing, and food. There were serious problems with food here, however, especially for those who liked normal cuisine. The local chef claimed he knew how to cook, but reality quickly shattered this illusion. The seaweed dishes looked like they were cooked like slow poison. It was difficult for newcomers to get used to such food, especially realizing that there was no alternative. I had to chew silently and thank fate at least that it was edible at all. Local masters noticed that with each stage the newcomers became stronger. The tests became more difficult, and those who completed the entire course had a significantly higher level of skill. Many still found it difficult to come to terms with the existence of the fish of disaster, but almost no one had any illusions left. The guy who interested everyone the most was a guy named Khan, because it was he who dared to challenge the crazy Sophia. Rumors about him quickly spread throughout the settlement, and everyone wanted to know who he was and where he came from. His appearance attracted the attention of even the strangest and most dangerous fighter in these lands. A devilish smile was already searching the phantom's face, anticipating an interesting offer. After a short walk around the safe zone, Sophia found new clothes for her partner. She handed over the things without further ado, showing unexpected concern. Khan saw no point in being embarrassed and was ready to change right in front of her. He even tried to joke and show her his magic wand, but she calmly refused. Apparently, the constant fighting had made her awkward in such situations, and she just needed time. They then headed to the newcomer support center so that Han could finally get a proper meal. There, they agreed to divide the responsibilities and work on preparing different parts of the general plan. The ghost had enough time to think everything through and determine every step in advance. Time was running out, so he directly asked Sophia not to delay. She must deliver him inside the monster, where he will use the weapon at the point where Fish's defenses fail. The plan sounded suspiciously like a simple way to kill a real disaster. Sophia called him a fool who overestimated himself, but still decided to take a risk. This could be accomplished with the help of a ship, although after the recent attack it will have to be restored. Khan's behavior raised too many questions because ordinary newcomers did not have such knowledge and confidence. He has always laughed it off, claiming that he simply had a lot of superpowers. It sounded awkward and unconvincing, but he couldn't come up with another legend. His demeanor increasingly reminded Sophia of her master, who had taught her the art of war. Perhaps that is why she promised to help and went to collect materials. Khan also decided not to sit idle, and Sophia immediately picked out a suitable weapon for him. She had held this very axe in her hands in her past life, when they first crossed paths in battle. It was nice to remember the past, but Khan didn't allow himself to forget why he had started all over again. They went their separate ways to gather materials and prepare for battle. To create a poison capable of killing the fish of disaster, all the pieces of the deadly puzzle had to be assembled. The monsters had to be lured out of their nest, and this turned out to be much more difficult than it sounded. Sophia tried to pull out the loot, but instead she got a completely different problem. A man with a painfully familiar face appeared behind her, a face she did not want to meet at all. A guy named Yan Gasu was that same madman who should have gone to hell a long time ago. No woman could stand his behavior, but he stubbornly continued to impose himself and beg for a date. Long ago, they were both swallowed by the fish of disaster, but by some twisted miracle they managed to escape from its belly. It is better not to imagine how exactly they got out of there, and this question will forever remain unanswered. At each meeting, he deliberately provoked his partner, testing how far her progress had gone. They met again and again, pretending that they didn't know each other, and that there was no connection between them. Sophia had long been trying to cut all the threads that connected her with this guy, but he stubbornly continued to follow her. Apparently, the handsome man was dreaming of a date, although for such a fiery woman, a magic wand alone is clearly not enough. Sophia despised people who rushed into battle without knowing their place. At such moments, her hand itself reached out to administer justice and erase such scoundrels. At the crucial moment, Jan opened his third eye, the main skill he was truly proud of. The 1,000th eye of the man, imbued with envy, worked with frightening precision and without failure. This skill was so nasty that even Yan's closest allies didn't know all of its features. In fact, Jan came with a specific purpose directly related to Sophia. He heard about a new guy named Han and wanted to lure him to his team. Sophia immediately stood up, but Jan didn't know how to take refusal. In his opinion, she should have entered the Quadratus long ago, back when she was given a chance. But Sophia did not trade her conscience and had no intention of doing so. The monsters poisoning the red zone were known to every local resident. The Quadratus organization turned fear into a cult and began to serve these creatures. They didn't care that such actions would lead humanity to destruction. They gained resources and influence by sending new recruits to certain death. To put it simply, they were fed fairy tales and promised a safe passage into the abyss. And the ships then went to feed the monsters, so that later they could collect trophies from the bodies of the dead hunters. Jan justified this by saying that these people would have died in the red zone anyway. The weak and naive, according to his logic, have no place in the abyss, and there was a frightening amount of truth in that. But Sophia made it clear that she would never cooperate with such people. After this, Ian disappeared as suddenly as he appeared, going in search of the ghost. Once upon a time, he was charming and truly handsome. But after he was digested by the monster, his soul seemed to turn black from the inside. Sophia shook off the conversation and focused again on obtaining materials. Meanwhile, the ghost continued to hunt down monsters alone. Having put on new clothes and armed himself with several axes, he did not waste any time. Entering the most dangerous area of the island, He began to carefully scan the space. Monsters known as cults hid in the outer roots, fleeing from the fish of disaster. There they built nests and remained invisible to the untrained eye. A man who possessed the dragon art of energy management was prepared for such a scenario. He activated the skill and openly challenged these stinking creatures to battle. It was necessary to kill them one by one and collect materials. For the ghost, this was a familiar job, which he always performed without emotion. The number of monsters in these waters turned out to be abnormally high. I had to work at the limit to clear the perimeter and not become dinner myself. After several hours of carnage, Khan felt he could afford a short break. As soon as he slackened his attention, new monsters appeared out of nowhere. Methodically and without haste, he chopped off their heads as if he were preparing meat for a stew. When the fight was over, it was no longer possible to tell where the blood was and where the poisonous water was. Having collected the precious crystals, he felt his body gradually returning to normal. At this moment, Mr. Seven Stars sensed a strange presence behind him. The sudden attack knocked him off his feet, but his reaction was instantaneous. The blow was stopped at the last moment and could have killed a less experienced rookie. The attacker walked calmly through the danger zone as if he were strolling along the beach. It was that same madman with the third eye named John. He came to offer cooperation and lure the ghost to Quadratus. While Jan was describing the advantages of the organization, Khan did not waste a second. With one movement, he almost cut off his ear, clearly indicating his attitude towards the proposal. A cold look became the only and final answer. Ian blushed in surprise, clearly not expecting such a reaction from a seemingly ordinary newcomer. He came to talk and make an offer, but instead of respect, he felt a blow from behind. One Eye made another attempt to persuade Khan to join the team and fight on the same side. He began to list the advantages, but the ghost confidently refused, without even listening to the end. Khan knew perfectly well that he was facing a member of a group that worshipped disasters. They feed the scourge fish and kill huge numbers of red zone travelers year after year. They call it tourism, but in reality they are just watching the disaster fish eat people. The more brutal the spectacle, the more money they made, and the entire industry literally drowned in blood. Everything here is built on suffering, and Khan is not going to have anything to do with it. He prefers to kill all the square participants one by one, and it was worth starting with the one-eyed fool. Khan's confident smirk made it clear that he was not afraid of anyone and was ready to fight right now. He deliberately provoked his opponent until he grabbed his weapon and prepared to fight. Jan's first blow was much faster than expected, and it was impossible to dodge. The ghost didn't have time to react and noticed his opponent grinning in response. Blood gushed from his shoulder in a stream, and the protagonist's self-confidence was instantly shaken. In his past life, he never fought this guy and didn't have time to adapt to his technique. Now, having taken the blow, Khan understood what to do and would not let his opponent get so close again. Inspired by his success, Jan rushed forward, trying to finish off his wounded victim. He threw a punch that was too wide and was immediately counterattacked right in the stomach. His breathing was ragged, and he greedily gulped in the cold air for a long time, trying to come to his senses. At that moment, Jan finally realized that the newcomer was not as simple as he seemed. To build on his success, Mr. Seven Stars activated red-level runes, enhancing his stats. From that moment on, he dictated the pace of the fight, and his opponent desperately tried to survive. It was clear that Khan was enjoying every second of the fight and was continuing the game with pleasure. No matter how One Eye tried to respond, his attacks remained too sweeping and easy to read. Even the side-slash-magic skill seemed slow compared to the ghost's speed. At the last moment, Khan would disappear, appear in an unexpected place, and activate new artifacts. When he got bored, he decided to fight with his bare hands and activated Nirma's ring. For a second, Yan believed in victory as his sword approached his opponent's throat. But the next moment, the ghost stopped the blade with his bare hands and didn't even wince from the pressure. It looked impressive, especially when the sword shattered into pieces and completely lost its meaning. The fight was coming to an end. All that remained was to finish off the victim and show who was boss. A few crushing blows reminded Ian that he was usually just a loser who didn't deserve mercy. He collapsed into a pool of poisonous swamp, not even feeling the stinking liquid burning his wounds. It was too early to kill this fool, especially if he could give out useful information. To make him talk, it is enough to knock out a few of his teeth and break his nose. Ian had just survived the most brutal beating of his life. Even in the belly of the disaster fish, he felt much more comfortable than he did now. At some point, the pain became unbearable, and he began to beg Khan to stop, promising to tell him everything. The ghost was ready to listen, but still decided to deliver the final blow. Khan realized he had overdone it when he felt pain in his hand. He had lost control of his emotions today. A moment later, Jan got a chance to speak and spilled everything he knew. One of the bosses of the Lighthouse clan tasked him with finding a talented newcomer named Khan, known as the Ghost. The man who ordered the search turned out to be Karl Moran, whom Khan had not encountered in his past life. The Lighthouse is an alliance of 6 clans that control the upper roots of the World Tree. They possess enormous resources and power, although in a past life, Mayak obeyed a completely different hunter. Having received all the necessary information, Jan suddenly turned into a superfluous and dangerous witness. Trying to save his life, he stated that he had already contacted his allies with his eye, and they had seen everything that was happening. Khan calmly replied that he had known about this skill for a long time and was not at all afraid of meeting Karl Moran. He never hid his location and, on the contrary, was happy to meet new enemies. The Khan was about to leave, but suddenly remembered that he was missing a new weapon and a couple of runes. One well-aimed blow was enough to knock out One Eye and complete the plan. He took the rare relic of the Forgotten Warrior and at the same time appropriated another magical sword. At that moment, a small bird appeared in the sky, a sign that the Lighthouse warriors would soon be here. Khan will gladly accept Karl Moran's challenge because for him it is, above all, a valuable experience. Meanwhile, the terrifying monsters called Gertz sensed danger and began to gather together. In front of them stood 3 people in cloaks, acting like a single well-oiled machine. Feeling threatened, they immediately activated their concealment technique. The very next moment, the group found itself in safety, climbing high up in a tree. These people belonged to the Quadratus group, and they were led by a guy named Chen. After completing the task, they remembered that they had to meet with Ian. One-Eyed was obliged to return with the newcomer, who was now the talk of the whole island. Chen and his team had no doubt of success until they received an urgent message. A blue carrier pigeon approached them, reporting One-Eye's complete defeat. Without wasting any time, the group set out to find Ian and find out what exactly went wrong. When Jan opened his eyes, he immediately realized that this was not a dream. It was hard for him to accept the fact that he had lost without a single chance to an ordinary newbie who had just completed his training. His weapons and runes were gone, and a strange, unfamiliar wound remained on his arm. In the final moments of the battle, Khan gave him a gift, but the memories of it were blurred. Now Jan had to return to the ship and meet with Karl Moran to decide what to do next. He immediately activated the blue carrier pigeon and sent a message to his boss. Upon receiving the news, Karl immediately felt a surge of rage. This always happens when you send people to do dirty work and they can't handle it. It looks like the man in the red mask will have to do everything himself again. Otherwise, his plans will fall apart. A few minutes later, Jan was already on the ship, feeling his body begin to tremble with fear. The creaking of the deck and the smell of damp wood filled him with primal terror because he knew how cruel Karl Moran was. One of the leaders of the Lighthouse and the commander of the stormtroopers was a truly ruthless man who did not recognize pity. For failing the mission, he immediately punished Jan with several crushing blows straight to the chest. While One Eye tried to catch his breath, the others froze, afraid to anger the boss with an unnecessary movement. Then strange sounds were heard, and it became clear that everyone on the ship was starting to have serious problems. A huge flock of Gertz gathered at the shore, ready to attack and start a bloody hunt. No one understood how they got here because such monsters always move in a straight line. Chen and his squad deliberately led the Gertz to the center of the island and then returned to protect the ship. This meant only one thing. Someone had broken the rules and deliberately brought monsters here. Smelling the familiar scent, Karl instantly realized what had happened and threw the knife straight at Jan. The blood that attracts monsters soaked his clothes, and he became the source of the threat. There was no doubt that this technique was used by the ghost to convey a message to his enemies. Even as a newbie, he demonstrated a frighteningly high level of knowledge. Oddly enough, Karl laughed, realizing that he had finally met a worthy opponent. He ordered Chen and his men to bring Han here immediately before he fed them to the monsters. The captain decided to take on all the dirty work himself, since he still needed to warm up. He made it clear that if his subordinates failed again, they would regret being born. After these words, Karl activated a clot of magical energy, showing why he was considered a madman. This technique kills an untrained novice, but in the hands of a master it turns into a weapon of mass destruction. It is enough to direct the magic ball towards the enemies, and nothing will remain of them. The huge flock of monsters was no longer a problem, and Karl Moran finally got the exercise he wanted. Khan heard a dull explosion and immediately realized that his trap had finally worked as intended. He smiled faintly, having bought himself a little time, but he understood perfectly well that now he had to hurry. To prepare for the next battle, he needed to at least regain his strength a little. There were no juicy steaks or hamburgers with cola on this island, so they had to extract nutrients from the roots of the world tree. Recently, this has become a serious problem, as the tree itself has become increasingly depleted. The Khan managed to only partially restore resources and lay down a small reserve for the upcoming battle. After a short break, he headed towards the eastern lake, where especially many monsters lived. He planned to hunt a little and get the missing materials. Using magic beans, Khan grew massive plants and built a temporary bridge across the deep waters. Not even a few minutes had passed when a huge flock of Gerts appeared out of nowhere in front of him. Meanwhile, Carl examined the remains of the destroyed monsters and called for help from a girl named Rachel. She always carried out the captain's most important assignments, and many considered her his right hand. Carl ordered his assistant to take him to the last place where a guy named Han was seen. It seems the captain decided to take control of the situation himself and finish off the overconfident newcomer with his own hands. Now the protagonist had nowhere to run, and it seemed he even found a strange pleasure in this. After destroying another pack of monsters, Khan felt tired, which happened to him extremely rarely. Just one moment was enough to lose concentration and not notice the approaching enemies. There was a flash of light, and Han turned around to feel an arrow of death flying towards him. It was only by a miracle that he managed to dodge, although Chen had never missed before. This marksman's precision skill allowed him to kill almost with his eyes closed. This meant one thing. It was impossible to fight such opponents at long range, where they felt like the masters. The ghost tried to close the distance, but immediately missed a hard blow, and warm blood flowed from his hand. Few people know, but Gerts are often compared to sharks, because they hunt based on the smell of blood. As soon as the main character's blood got into the lake, the monsters immediately went mad and rushed at the wounded man. Now the ghost had to fight two types of enemies at once, while remaining seriously wounded. The members of Quadratus decided to take advantage of the situation, especially the aggressive and somewhat naive Miller. She always preferred close range and head-on collisions. Landing next to Han, she challenged him, confident that her allies would support her. There were indeed magicians hiding in the trees, who immediately strengthened Miller with streams of magical energy. With the boost, she lunged forward like a bull seeing the matador's red cloth. The Khan was not going to give up without a fight, so he drew his sword and accepted the battle no matter the cost. The smell of his blood still attracted monsters, and he had to literally tear himself between two fronts. Miller felt that the initiative was on her side and sought to end the fight as quickly as possible. Before the mission, she was told that she would have to fight an ordinary newcomer who had just completed training. She didn't take it seriously and didn't even bother to stretch properly. Now, after the first exchange of blows, Miller realized that she would have to earn the victory. Khan quickly analyzed the situation and realized that the initiative was clearly not on his side. To turn the tide of the battle, he could not do without the help of a truly powerful artifact. Just recently, he reached a new level of development, and Nirma's ring revealed its second form. The next exchange of blows looked unremarkable, but it was this exchange that allowed Khan to seize control. He only managed to inflict a shallow scratch, which should have healed instantly thanks to the healing. However, this did not happen, and warm blood suddenly gushed from Miller's hand. This became an unmistakable signal for the giant monsters, and they immediately rushed forward, aiming at the girl. Having smelled blood, the Gerts were not going to stop, wanting to taste the flesh of this beauty. The second skill of the vampire ring allowed one to activate the hemorrhage technique. It wasn't just a wound, but a prolonged loss of blood that clouded the mind and drained the body. Now all the monsters rushed towards Miller, and Khan finally had a chance to escape from this hell. The rest of the mercenaries were busy desperately trying to save their partner. Chen knew that if the mission failed, Karl Morin would personally rip out his heart. Gathering his last strength, he tried to turn the situation to his advantage and destroyed all the maddened monsters with precise blows. After this, the detachment immediately rushed in pursuit of the fugitive, but Khan had no intention of playing catch-up. He knew perfectly well that speed was not his strong point, so he once again decided to enlist the monsters to his aid. They appeared out of nowhere and instantly turned into a living shield, covering the ghost. The members of the Quadratus group were again forced to be distracted and hastily clear the perimeter. The sheer number of monsters put all their plans on hold, as survival suddenly became more important than any chase. At the same time, Khan calmly watched the fight, smiling and feeling that he was once again one step ahead. Having escaped pursuit, Khan continued to search for roots that could satisfy his hunger and provide useful nutrients. There was still a lot of work ahead, and he wasn't about to exhaust himself right now. Conflicts gradually began to flare up between the hunters in this area due to a lack of food. Newcomers were not allowed near the high roots with rich resources, leaving the best places for the strong. They were thrown down to where there was almost no food left, which most often meant a slow death. The abyss mercilessly brought out the darkest sides of human nature. Here, no one shared resources willingly. So many newcomers suffered even after completing their training. Little Johann Licha, who arrived here with the ghost, couldn't believe that everything was ending this way for him. He came into conflict with the local order too quickly and realized that his chances of survival were almost non-existent. It was at this moment that help arrived that no one expected. Khan attacked the boss of one of the groups without warning and clearly demonstrated what happens to those who don't want to share food. The other bandits didn't even think to intervene when they saw their leader lose consciousness in a matter of seconds. Most of them scattered in different directions, leaving all the food they had obtained for the newcomers. In fact, Khan came here not to save others, but because he himself was hungry. He even had difficulty remembering Johann Leach, even though they had sailed together on the ship and had been trained on the 4th floor of the tower. If the newcomers are really hungry, they can eat with him, because Khan was never greedy. Finally, Johann asked for a ship and offered cooperation to reach the higher roots of the tree. He thought that this way all the newcomers would be able to forget about hunger, but Khan had a different opinion. He said he was going to destroy the disaster fish and clear the area of threats once and for all. Very soon the territory will begin to prosper, and travelers will no longer have to fear starvation. From the outside, it sounded like pure madness, because only a madman would dare to challenge the fish of disaster. They were about to say goodbye, but Johann still decided to understand why this guy helps people so much and strives to save humanity. The Khan replied that this was precisely why he had returned, although deep down he felt that the true reason was completely different. Before leaving, he gave the boy the gem he had obtained after defeating One-Eyed Jan. It is precisely these kinds of actions that give ordinary hunters hope for a bright future. Johann looked at Han and saw in him a hero who could one day save the whole world. He dreamed of following his example and at least getting a little closer to the image of a living legend. Perhaps one day he would succeed, but for now he remained just a little boy with big dreams. The conversation with the child forced the ghost to look deep into his own mind. He was on his way to meet Sophia, but he still had no answer to the question of his true motivation. By this point, she had already collected most of the ingredients and was completely ready to act. Sophia warned that members of the Quadratus group were creating serious problems and were unlikely to back down easily. When Khan said that Karl Morin was personally hunting him, the girl immediately said that this was an extremely bad sign. No matter how self-confident a newcomer may be, an encounter with such enemies could very well cost him his life. Khan suggested not to dwell on this and reminded them that their goal was to destroy the fish of disaster and not to wage war with the Mayak clan. One of them will collect materials and the other will act as bait for Karl. To defeat such a strong opponent, you need to understand in advance what exactly he is capable of. The Mayak group is known for its large number of veterans who have survived in the Red Zone for years. Each of them could have left this place, but they stayed here for the sake of power and profit. The most dangerous among them were considered to be the stormtroopers, who were commanded personally by Karl. It took an indomitable spirit and a wild confidence to challenge them. Khan had never had a problem with either of them, and that was why he was ready. Meanwhile, Karl activated his main skill and went hunting for the target. Along the way, he met a group of newcomers and cold-bloodedly killed them all, leaving only the smallest one alive. Karl felt that Johann knew where the ghost was, but the boy stubbornly repeated that he knew nothing. Because of this, the torture continued for several minutes in a row, and gradually the boy began to lose hope of staying alive. In the old days, Karl was called the Tracker because of his uncanny ability to smell his target. He could track down anything and anyone, so a meeting with Khan was inevitable sooner or later. Realizing that he would no longer receive useful information, the stormtrooper commander decided to get rid of his last victim. The QE energy was already ready to kill the little boy, despite the monstrous difference in levels. At the very last moment, the madman stopped and looked away, as if sensing something more interesting. A shadow of a man appeared before him, belonging to the very guy they called the Ghost. This was Khan, a confident, legendary hunter who always laughed in the face of danger. In fact, in front of Karl there was only a copy created by activating the illusion stone in Johann's pocket. At first, Karl did not understand this and was seriously determined to win. When the illusion was broken, he realized he had been deceived, and an uncontrollable rage flared up inside him. The commander could not stand ridicule, and at such moments he became treacherous and bloodthirsty, like a predatory whale shark. With the last of his strength, Johann, who was watching what was happening, realized that his friend was in real trouble. The real Khan was at that time at the birth lake of the Kukuls, the place where these monsters breed. When the kukulzas tear apart the outer roots of the world tree and draw nutrients from them, the water is cleared of poison. These substances are useful not only for monsters but also for ordinary people, significantly strengthening their bodies. After the illusion disappeared, Carl quickly found the trail and caught up with the enemy. Right now, he was also on this island and saw his enemy with his own eyes. Khan didn't even try to hide and honestly admitted that he had brought him here on purpose. The fun had officially begun, and the commander promised to reduce the newcomer to ashes with his very first attack. Khan chose an unexpected tactic and suggested playing hide-and-seek. Usually he accepted any fight and never retreated, but today he had to act flexibly and lure the enemy into a trap. Karl Morin was primarily known for his key cultivation technique, which was called the Art of Red Jade. This force resembled a magical flame, incinerating everything in its path. To move confidently through the swamp, Khan used chia seeds more than once. Plants grew almost instantly, paving his way away from danger. He had no intention of engaging in an open fight where his opponent's technique could create serious problems. It was necessary to maneuver, use speed, and force combat at close range. Moreover, the ghost clearly understood that it was worth calling on monsters to help and bring chaos to the battle. They all rushed towards Karl, blocking his way to the newcomer. Any other hunter would have been scared and retreated, but the mad stormtrooper commander only laughed loudly. He took genuine pleasure in the brutal battles, and at such moments resembled a psychopath who had escaped from a mental hospital. Having torn the monsters to pieces, he immediately pointed his finger at Khan. In the aquatic environment, Karl felt excellent thanks to the artifact Breath of Ahola. Most likely he was going to pursue Khan underwater, and this could be taken advantage of. The ghost dived into the depths, but suddenly Karl refused to follow him. He declared that he preferred fishing today and began to shoot clots of chi energy into the water without stopping. His plan was simple: force the enemy to surface for a breath of air. Thanks to his magical properties, Khan could stay underwater for quite a long time, and he had time to think of a way out. He was prepared for this in advance, having found plants that allowed him to hold his breath for a long time. Using Almum's pocket, he drank the magic potion and immediately felt relief. The second problem was the huge number of kukuls hiding deep underwater. This lake served as their breeding ground, and the monsters were not going to tolerate outsiders. I had to use another trump card, the eagle's gallbladder. The smell was so disgusting that no monster dared to come close. Having cleared his way, the ghost remembered that any lake sooner or later leads to the open sea. He was already very close to escaping when the stormtrooper commander appeared out of nowhere. It was clear from his look how important it was for him to defeat this guy, and one of the attacks finally hit its mark. Despite the shallow cut, the pain was excruciating, and the hunter immediately doubled over, choking with pain. Gathering his strength, he pulled himself together and tried to fight back, hoping to gain at least a little time. Karl quickly got tired of all this and decided to end the fight as quickly as possible with his unconditional victory. Just as he was about to attack, Karl suddenly felt himself suffocating, even though there should have been a magical artifact around his neck. It turned out that during one of the exchanges of blows, Khan had quietly intercepted the artifact, depriving his opponent of maneuverability underwater. Now the ghost was not in any danger, and he could remain in these conditions for as long as he wanted. Considering the other artifacts on his body, it could be said that he was now almost invulnerable. The next attack using the vampire ring caused Karl to bleed profusely. It was a simple, even slightly crude trick, but it worked best. The monsters from the depths of the lake immediately rushed to the source of blood and formed a tight ring around the commander. Karl tried to hold them back with the Jade Flame technique, but it was becoming less and less successful with each passing second. Energy was rapidly depleting, as was the air in my lungs, restricting my movements and depriving me of strength. It became impossible to think about continuing the fight, and Karl unexpectedly decided to retreat. He promised that he would definitely return to take revenge and take personal revenge. Khan took advantage of this opportunity and headed as quickly as possible to the meeting place with Sophia. The girl was already tired of waiting, and was increasingly wondering who she had gotten involved with, and where this guy got so much self-confidence from. Gradually, she began to lose patience and even admitted the thought that he had become frightened and abandoned the idea. Just as these thoughts took hold, a real tsunami suddenly arose behind her. From the depths of the sea arose a ship like the Flying Dutchman, captained by a sea devil named Davy Jones. Sophia jerked in fear and almost attacked, but then she spotted a familiar figure. Exhausted and drained, Khan raised his ship from the seabed and gestured for her to come on board. He did not destroy the ship, but only deliberately sank it so that other players could not take advantage of the find. When the ship was needed for hunting, Khan calmly raised it from the seabed using magic crystals and his own power. His strange and incomprehensible skills aroused Sophia's increasing interest. She had never met people with such experience immediately after completing their studies. As always, Khan remained taciturn, did not explain anything, and concentrated on preparing the magic solution. All his attention was focused on the beginning of the hunt for the monster that had turned the red zone into a lifeless wasteland. At some point, they heard a familiar sound foreshadowing the approach of disaster. Looking into the sea distance, the travelers saw a huge fish of disaster cutting through the endless waters. First, the monster had to be attracted, and it seemed they knew how to do it. Everything was going according to plan until suddenly spears started flying at the ship. This meant only one thing. A third party had intervened in the game, and now they would have to improvise. The deck was seriously damaged by the surprise attack by Carl and his assault team. He was thirsty for revenge, and felt that this time he would not back down under any circumstances. Khan, accustomed to calculating every move of his enemy, found himself for the first time in a situation where calculations were of no help. Now strategic thinking was useless. All that was left was to rely on intuition. While he frantically searched for a way out, Sophia, with the last of her strength, held the ship in place with protective magic circles. Finally, an idea flashed in his head, and he asked Sophia to stop resisting. The ship was already damaged, which meant it was necessary to adapt to the circumstances rather than fight them. No matter how hard Sophia tried to understand his plan, everything that was happening remained a complete mystery to her. In the end, she decided to trust him and do everything he asked. First, Khan began to throw overboard all the excess materials. Then, from magical plants, he constructed something truly unusual. The stormtroopers decided that they had cornered him and were already beginning to celebrate their imminent victory. These fools did not understand that he was only stalling for time, knowing that very soon someone else would emerge from the sea. As the seabed emitted an ominous rumble, Carl finally realized that he had signed his own death warrant. A terrifying kraken, which had not fed for several months, rose up right above his ship. It seemed as if the monster had swum from the distant Caribbean seas to conquer new territories. This monster rarely went hunting, but if it rose from the depths, no one could escape. It couldn't have been a coincidence, and everyone felt that it was Khan who had summoned the kraken. Having gained a slight advantage in speed, the ghost had already begun to close in on the fish of disaster. He had to get inside, and to not give the stormtroopers time to come to their senses, they immediately began chopping the kraken into small pieces. The local chef even managed to ask for ingredients for squid soup, but there was no time for such nonsense. It was necessary to catch up with the ghost at any cost and kill him with my own hands. The thirst for revenge gradually consumed Carl's mind, and he increasingly resembled a man who had completely gone mad. He no longer noticed the obstacles and thought only about how to destroy the arrogant newcomer. If before he concentrated only on truly important tasks, today he was ready to take any risk. Even when his assistant tried to stop him and reminded him of more important matters, Carl completely ignored her. It became a personal matter for him. He felt he had been outplayed and was eager to regain his lost superiority. For this, he was ready to sacrifice not only his plans but also his own team. If someone refused to follow an order, Carl could kill that person with his own hands. The stormtroopers decided not to anger the commander and followed him without further ado. Meanwhile, Khan had already found himself inside the stomach of the fish of disaster, where the Bay of the Lost Ships was located. The place resembled a gloomy dungeon, filled with the smell of rot and sticky slime underfoot. Once inside, Jan took a few confident steps forward, as if he had entered familiar territory. This is where he used to lure desperate tourists before they were swallowed by the monstrous fish. There was a huge amount of treasure lying around that had long since ceased to belong to anyone. For people like Jan, who had long since lost their conscience, this was easy and familiar money. Seeing the mountains of treasure, the stormtroopers momentarily lost their minds. They should have quickly returned to reality because the enemy was already very close. The ghost was deliberately luring them into a trap, preparing to pull the trigger of his game. His massive ship caused a magical explosion using ice artifacts. This was not done for effect, but to call on someone for help and turn everything around into a bloody massacre. At first, no one appreciated this move, and Carl even mockingly called his opponent an upstart who overestimated his strength. Khan remained calm, and from the expression on One-Eye's face, it was clear that this was no accident. An icy magical explosion awakened the dead, who had long been eager to stretch their legs. Galadriel's cursed army appeared out of nowhere and immediately fell upon the stormtroopers. These were people who died in the monster's stomach many years ago, whose souls never found peace. Now, at every call, they were ready to rise from the dead again and again, continuing the fight. Han brought these creatures here to tie up the stormtroopers and clear the way for him. He needed to distract Carl and his men as much as possible in order to implement the main plan. At first, the crazy stormtroopers decided that it would be an easy walk and that they would simply incinerate the skeletons. They thought that these were the same weak monsters that they had encountered at the very beginning of their training. The first waves did indeed fall, but only John understood that everything that was happening was only the beginning. Gradually, the skeletons began to rise again, joining broken bones and limbs. It became clear that they could not be killed, and they would rise again and again, challenging the living. The blue flames drove them forward, fueling their hatred for those who had trapped them. Once upon a time, Quadratus and Mayak led the legendary knights straight into the stomach of the Fish of Disaster. Now they finally knew what real retribution was. Jan didn't want to risk his own life and for a moment even thought about running away. He looked around and realized that Khan had disappeared, after which he frantically tried to find him. The ghost didn't waste a second, and all this time was rapidly moving towards its goal. He was looking for the monster's core, because it was the only weakness of this disaster. The skin of the Fish of Disaster could not be damaged, but the core was a different matter. If there was a way to destroy the monster, it was right in front of the ghost. The one-eyed man finally caught up with his rival and tried to stop him, since the Fish of Disaster was the basis of his business. She brought him huge amounts of money, made him an important figure, and gave him a meaning to his existence. If the fish disappears, he will lose everything and be forced to accept a new reality. Of course, he was not going to allow this and decided to stop the enemy at any cost. Khan had no time to talk, so he immediately closed in and delivered a precise blow straight to the target. Before his death, the madman tried to utter a few words about how the Fish of Disasters should not be destroyed, because he knew what it was capable of. In reality, he was just stalling for time, waiting for help and hoping to win a chance to be healed. We've already seen how accurate Chen is, but he didn't quite hit the target. Today he had strengthened his accuracy skill and was confident that he wouldn't miss this time. The arrow actually pierced the neck, and it seemed that the bleeding was impossible to stop. But no one from the clan was happy because everyone noticed that not a single drop of blood fell to the ground. All this time, Khan was accumulating strength for a reason, deliberately delaying the moment to activate his dragon form. When the art of dragon energy allowed him to transform again, he felt better than ever. The next attacks no longer mattered, because the man had turned into a truly invulnerable monster. He needed to hurry to kill the Fish of Disasters, which meant removing all the obstacles in his path. Returning to the stormtroopers, they were still fighting hopelessly against the dead. Carl, known as an experienced and fearless commander, looked completely different today. Looking around and seeing how his squad was slowly but inexorably melting away, he began to understand that he was in hell. The dead rose again and again, meaning that this battle could only have one ending. The assembled warriors begged the commander to activate his most powerful skill and give them at least a chance of salvation. This required using the feather of the world tree, releasing a powerful burst of energy. This one-time artifact, broken off from the now inaccessible leaves of the tree, allowed for the emergency evacuation of oneself and others. Everyone hoped for success, but Sophia just grinned and said that they wouldn't succeed. It is not so easy to escape from the stomach of the Fish of Disaster, otherwise the ghostly knights of Elfenheim would have left this place long ago. Faced with yet another obstacle, Carl could not bear it and broke his own promise. He was going to focus on the ghost, but as a warm-up, he decided to slit the throat of a little girl. It seemed that these words only provoked Sophia, and she decided to play with the black cat. The fight promised to be extremely tough, as the level of the opponents had long since exceeded the norm. Magic spells flew in all directions, and blinding flashes of light hurt the eyes. The commander repelled the attack and immediately directed a stream of ki straight at the defenseless girl. The explosion was so powerful that even the Fish of Disaster began to move. Carl landed spectacularly and was already choosing the words to say goodbye to Sophia. He believed in victory too early because people like her know how to rise from the ashes. Some might consider her a failure who failed to kill the Fish of Disaster in 13 attempts. This was partly true. But it is important to remember that Sophia never died in these battles. With her actions, she caused the monster to become agitated and completely close the entrances and exits of the stomach. Now everyone inside was trapped, whether they wanted it or not. Having fulfilled her purpose, she turned around and calmly walked away. No matter how hard Carl tried to stop her, the solid ground beneath his feet began to crack. The man, accustomed to being in control, panicked and even began asking his assistant Rachel for advice. The Phantom Knights rose from the dead again and began to slowly but inexorably push back the stormtroopers. There was nowhere to run, and the commander was no longer going to save his mana. The red jade art was turned against the monsters and turned them to ashes. Carl ordered the soldiers to follow him, but after a few steps, he suddenly stopped. Ahead stood the confident and fearless Ghost, clutching the one-eyed fighter by the neck. He threw the half-dead opponent to the ground and calmly turned around. It was a silent challenge, and words no longer had any meaning. The Khan stopped waiting for an attack and began to dictate the course of the duel himself. He jumped with such speed, like a small grasshopper, that it was impossible to keep track of. Each of his blows was so heavy, it was as if the commander was facing an enraged bison. Carl already understood that this was not an ordinary newbie in front of him who didn't know what he was doing. Rachel tried to reason with the commander, but he had long since lost his mind. In desperation, he decided on a final attack that would bring him victory. It was a clash of two approaches: unbridled aggression and cold calculation. Khan dodged the first blow, but didn't have time to notice the second attack. The blow struck right in the heart, and was followed by a dull sigh and a sad groan from the defeated predator. Carl laughed instantly, feeling that luck had finally turned in his favor. Fortune seemed to have kissed him on the forehead, but even that was not enough to guarantee victory. A blow to the heart would have killed any person, but not one who had already turned into a dragon. Khan deliberately missed the attack, allowing Carl to get closer and get within arm's reach. After that, getting it out was not difficult at all. You just had to choose the right moment. The dragon didn't need any additional artifacts. The strength of his body alone was more than enough. The blow hit right on target and punched a huge hole in the stormtrooper commander's chest. Surviving such an injury was impossible, even with the best healing pills. Carl died, and Khan immediately tried to pull the poisonous blade out of himself. He only survived because he pushed his body to its absolute limits. When the dragon form begins to change a person, he gains 2 additional hearts. Only through experience and memories from a past life did this victory become a reality. Having finished the fight with the strongest opponent in the red zone, Han felt a moment of relief. The remaining energy needed to be directed in the right direction and to complete what had been started. There was almost no time left, and Khan rushed to finish off the fish disaster. Jan, who had almost lost consciousness, noticed his movement with his third eye. It was as if he were transmitting this spectacle to someone else, proving that the phantom was not a legend, but a frightening reality. From the outside, the monster is almost impossible to destroy because its skin is impenetrable. The inner core remained the most reliable and realistic way to win, but it still had to be reached by overcoming a security system that had become much more complex over the years. This defense has constantly evolved to counter any internal threats. From his theoretical lessons with Chaldean, Khan knew well how to act. A perfect outcome required a full supply of energy, but that was out of the question now. Before his strength finally left him, the ghost hurried to use the poison he had created in advance. With each passing second, the chances melted away like ice under the scorching desert sun. Despite this, he still caught the right moment and filled the defense system with poison. This allowed him to break through directly to the core of the terrifying monster. All that remained was to raise both swords and deliver a single decisive blow. At that very moment, the huge fish of disaster screamed in its death throes. Aaron and Peck, who were watching what was happening, couldn't believe their eyes. Sophia asked them to come here during the day, and now they understood that it was not in vain that they trusted her. No one yet fully realized that the monster was dying, although a premonition was already in the air. Meanwhile, the pink-haired beauty left the danger zone. Peck tried to warn his friend to dodge, but Aaron, as always, didn't listen. Because of this, Sophia crashed right into him, and there was not a drop of romance in this collision. She nearly broke his ribs and spine, and then pretended as if nothing had happened. The monster screamed louder and louder, and everyone needed to get away as quickly as possible. Watching this, the whole life flashed before the eyes of the fearless princess. She remembered the promise to kill the fish of disaster and avenge her dead parents. Even though she didn't do it with her own hands, Sophia felt that thanks to Khan, the goal was achieved. My eyes filled with warm, salty tears of joy. It was a real victory. The fish's inner core was torn apart, and the energy gradually left the monster's body. Sophia grabbed the 2 stunned boys and pulled them away from danger. Only now did they realize that the monster was actually dying, and that the girl they had been laughing at had been able to do it. A man named Mikhail was watching what was happening. The assistant warned that if the monster's rampage intensified, the area could be seriously damaged. Mikhail ordered that the report be sent immediately to all allies. As he watched the events unfold, he felt that a new era was beginning. The destruction of a huge catastrophe will destroy the fragile balance that has been maintained in the red zone for many years. Now the rules of the game will change forever, and no one knows where this will lead. While everyone was trying to figure out how they managed to destroy such a huge monster, it's worth rewinding time and looking at this process from the inside. Khan had a very difficult time because the core of the fish of disaster was far from the only goal on his path. He was sorely lacking in human strength, and he drew on the dragon's energy again and again, risking losing control. The only way to move forward was through direct attacks, each of which required mortal risk. The monster's defense mechanism was constantly trying to tear this tiny invader apart. He did not succumb to the tricks of the system and did not even allow himself to think about weakness. Like a knight carrying out the will of the king, Khan moved forward, ignoring pain and fatigue. Finally, his swords reached their target and plunged into the huge, pulsating core inside the monster. As has already become clear, the first step to the guaranteed killing of the fish of disaster was precisely the destruction of the nucleus in the stomach. After this, the second stage began. The path through the stomach to the artery directly connected to the nucleus. It was through her that one could get closest to the heart of the monster. Khan planned to bring out the poison using the art of dragon energy and breathing with the help of the artifact. At first, everything went perfectly, but then a fierce battle with the defense mechanisms began inside the artery. The fish's internal system desperately tried to destroy the man who dared to violate its integrity. Sometimes Khan would take particularly heavy blows, and his body would be on the verge of complete destruction. Only the supply of numerous artifacts allowed him to maintain even a ghost of a hope for success. At some point, he was forced to stop, and when he opened his eyes, he saw countless tentacles reaching out to tear him apart. He abandoned attacks and focused entirely on defense, winning precious seconds. Once the energy was partially restored, Khan pushed off from the bottom and moved forward again. To achieve the goal, it was necessary to take risks, and this was the bet of a true gambler. He swung 2 swords with the skill of a swordsman of the highest level. Another attack was successful, and he finally approached the fragment of the divine stone. This stone was once part of the foundation of the world tree, but has now been broken into fragments and hidden within the disasters. The goal was very close, only one last step remained. Here, completely different defense mechanisms were in effect, reminiscent of long, live snakes. The ghost had no intention of retreating. He had come too far to allow himself to give up. Only a few moments passed, and the huge snakes lost their heads, losing all meaning in their existence. The remaining monsters tried with all their might to tie up the man, grabbing him by the arms and legs. If it weren't for the sharp sword, Khan would have remained inside this nightmarish organism forever. He cut through all the factors holding him back and came very close to the legendary shard. Touching it with his hands, Han felt how energy again filled every cell of his body. Without the shard, the internal structure of the disaster fish began to rapidly collapse on its own. He needed to get out quickly, but one of the tentacles suddenly struck him in the back. The hunter lost consciousness, and the last thing he remembered was the shard falling from his hands. His body relaxed completely, and everything that happened next remained a mystery. Khan's actions attracted enormous attention and seriously shook the established order of the abyss. A few days later, the monster's body washed up on the island, and many people gathered to see it with their own eyes. One of the strongest warriors of the Beacon organization, Mr. Liu Hong, arrived here to personally investigate the incident. He heard that the stormtroopers had been completely defeated, and there was almost nothing left of them. The mask found became direct evidence that Carl Morin was unable to overcome the rookie from the Red Zone. Mr. Liu was genuinely interested in getting to the bottom of the truth. He refused to believe that an experienced commander could be so powerless, because it did not fit into his understanding of the world. Liu knew that among the team there was a person with a third eye skill who should have retained the memories of the battle. He decided to personally go in search of this guy to see with his own eyes the defeat of the stormtroopers. Before he could penetrate inside the dead monster, his assistant reported alarming news. A huge number of people gathered along the shores of the island, wanting to see what was happening. Rumors were already spreading throughout the Red Zone, and everyone was worried about one question. Was the fish of disaster really dead? Among those gathered, there were many figures in dark hoods. They all obeyed the orders of the Punisher, whose name was rapidly gaining weight and authority. He paused briefly, then declared that he would not allow the lost artifacts to be monopolized. The Punisher did everything possible to awaken the most primitive instincts of greed and avarice in people. Within a minute, almost every hunter was shouting that he would not allow himself to be deprived of his well-deserved reward. The enraged people, feeling outnumbered, rushed to attack the Beacon clan without hesitation. This was extremely dangerous, especially considering that Mr. Liu was not used to losing and always responded harshly. Nevertheless, everyone was ready to take risks, and a real bloodbath unfolded around. The events were observed by small magical birds belonging to Sophia. She had been collecting information for a long time, trying to understand how the world changes after the disaster. Sophia specifically asked her friends to start the necessary rumors and gather everyone who wanted to near the huge corpse of the monster. She was also interested in the figures in black cloaks, who stood out too clearly from the crowd. But the main source of anxiety for her remained the ghost. For more than 3 days she had been searching for him unsuccessfully with the help of her magical birds. The girl couldn't believe that the man who had overcome the disaster could die so easily in her stomach. Her intuition was right. Khan was indeed alive, although he himself did not yet know it. By some miracle, he was thrown into the open sea and soon found himself on the shore. Several painful blows to the face made him come to his senses and see something unpleasant. The demonic instructor shouldn't have been in the red zone. It seems he decided to break the rules today to personally greet the hero. The huge crystal of the Fish of Calamity was still under the control of Khan. He had no serious wounds and could well be satisfied with the result of his work. His actions attracted the attention of the entire world, becoming the first to kill a real disaster. Such actions deserved respect, and the instructor came to present the award. He offered a choice, either a small gift or a great artifact for extra work. Khan was not going to waste his time on trifles and immediately chose the second option. Now he could obtain the skill ranked 8th in the rankings, known as Lord of the Dead. This skill allowed one to transform the dead into phantoms and summon them to one's side. It was hard to even imagine how strong he was and what value he represented. To obtain it, the other disasters had to be destroyed, and that was a challenge for anyone. Without thinking twice, Khan agreed, declaring that he would be happy to cleanse the world of insane creatures. Anyone else would have considered him crazy, but the instructor felt that this guy was really capable of such a thing. They said goodbye, and the ghost jumped into the water without hesitation. Just finding all the red zone plagues was difficult, let alone defeating each one. The depths of the red zone were home to not only fish, but also far more terrifying creatures. The erupting root looked particularly aggressive and unstable. He hadn't heard the sounds of the fish of disaster for a long time, and seemed to decide that it was time to act. It seemed that Khan had a new rival, and what this would lead to was still unclear. The protagonist sought to clear the world of monsters threatening to destroy humanity as quickly as possible. At the same time, he had to hurry, otherwise the situation could turn against him. The deeper he meddled with the past, the faster the corruption of the abyss accelerated. Now it became clear why he was the one sent back in time. Nobody wanted to take on this dirty work, but it was too late to complain. All that was left was to gather my strength and see it through to the end. It is unlikely that he did this for the sake of humanity. Somewhere deep inside there were completely different motives. Even now, he sometimes saw his beloved in his mind, like a mirage, forcing him to move forward. Then the image disappeared, leaving him alone with the harsh and gray reality. But for the sake of meeting her again, Khan was ready to go even to the ends of the earth. According to the theory, to attract other disasters, one had to take some of the dead fish with oneself. It sounded primitive, but it should work. The ghost's actions attracted the attention of hunters who had gathered in search of artifacts. Their greed was so strong that they forgot about the instinct of self-preservation. If they don't want to fight seriously, that's their problem. The ghost gladly accepted the challenge and began methodically destroying the slugs. After the battle with the disaster, fighting people seemed like an easy walk before breakfast. Having knocked out every single one of them, he felt the long-awaited relief. Too much rage had built up inside and it finally burst out. He headed towards the huge tree, but unexpectedly came across a magical barrier. At that moment, Levon Mikkel from the Valkyrie clan appeared on the island. He was an assistant who often made life easier for newcomers to the abyss, but sometimes Mikkel acted solely in his own interests, forgetting about others. This time he decided to deal with Khan personally and drew his magic sword. There was a familiar energy in the air. Another wizard was here. Sophia finally found her lost friend and rushed to help him. She was genuinely happy to see that he was okay, which could not be said about Mikkel. He suggested that she step aside and let the men talk in private. In response, Sophia immediately activated the spellbook, making it clear that she would not back down. Mikkel admitted that fighting would be too dangerous, and decided to limit himself to talking. He had already heard that the fish of disaster was killed by a certain ghost, and he wanted to verify this for himself. Mikkel extended his hand to Han and offered to make a deal. In exchange, the ghost received guaranteed support from assistants. Mikkel promised to change the place so that the red zone would become an ideal territory for newcomers. He had long needed a storm that could disperse the stagnant waves. There was no need to think long, and Mr. Seven Stars immediately accepted the offer. He had already begun to calculate the advantages when he felt a powerful vibration in the ground. A huge, terrifying monster began to emerge from the depths of the island, devouring everything in its path. The demon's huge mouth opened before the hunters, and it became clear that today would not be an easy walk. It was just the stem of the erupting root of one of the disasters, capable of drawing everything around into itself. The hunters' first instinct was chaos. They rushed in different directions, hoping to win at least a chance of salvation. Not everyone succeeded, and in the first seconds of the attack, the ground was covered in blood. The wounded screamed and begged the captains for help, but in such hell it was almost impossible to command. Mikhail panicked and seriously considered escaping until another adventurer suddenly grabbed his arm. It was the perfect moment for him to prove himself, at least that's how Khan saw it. Mikhail himself promised to cleanse the red zone and start a revolution here, which means he must now answer for his words. The Khan stepped forward and set the example by delivering a precise, crushing, and lightning-fast blow with his magic sword. As soon as the opportunity to jump into the monster arose, he grabbed his new partner by the hand without hesitation. The next moment they were already flying straight into the creature's mouth, leaving no way back. The inside of the demon's mouth looked particularly creepy, and the smell was reminiscent of an ancient, long-forgotten cemetery. Mikhail continued to yell at the ghost and accuse him of madness, but Khan frankly didn't care. The guy with green hair volunteered to help, which means now is not the time to embarrass yourself and panic. All disasters have one thing in common. Hordes of monsters and deadly traps lurk within their mouths. You can't relax here for a second, because the monsters are just waiting for the moment to bite into human flesh. Again and again, Mikhail looked for escape routes, trying to protect himself from unnecessary and dangerous battles. Fighting in such a place was mortally risky, especially among endless waves of enemies. Only Khan did not think about retreating and showed by his example what true leadership means. He knew there was no turning back, so he gripped his weapon and moved forward as if he had nothing left to lose. When the green-haired adventurer, who had been stuck in this zone for years, saw the ghost's technique, he was dumbfounded. The fear seemed to evaporate, giving way to pure interest and almost childish delight. Sophia Viraj experienced similar feelings, instantly activating magic circles to support her partner. Together, they effortlessly cleared the perimeter of the first wave of monsters. Sophia came here for her friend and didn't even think about running away, unlike the frightened Mikhail. It was time for him to make a choice and understand who he was. A cowardly boy, or a man ready to go to the end. The second wave of monsters was already approaching, and it was necessary to act clearly and in a coordinated manner. For the sorceress Sophia, this had never been a problem, especially now that she had help. Mikhail finally made up his mind, raised his sword, and activated the Thousand Heavens Vortex. He was ready to stay here just to see the true power of the 7 phantoms to which Sophia belonged. He also wanted to understand who this guy was who knew no fear and always moved forward. He had a sense of power that could change the people around him, true leadership and an innate fearlessness. In battle, he moved so calmly, as if he had been destroying monsters since childhood. It soon became clear that Mikhail was also well prepared and an excellent swordsman. The number of enemies gradually decreased, leaving a faint hope for a respite. Thanks to her observation skills, Sophia was able to obtain valuable information. The erupting root turned out to be the next disaster with a fish-like organism. Attacks from outside were useless, and the demon's mouth served only as a crustacean organ of another disaster. It could only be killed from within, but its true body was hidden under the world tree. Sophia analyzed almost the entire body and finally found the path to victory. It was necessary to strike at the right point to stop the flow of monsters and the heart of the disaster itself. Getting there will be extremely difficult. You won't be able to get there without the dragon form of the man from the past. Despite everything she had seen, Sophia was amazed again and again by his skills. The art of body transformation became even more powerful and looked almost magical from the outside. Mikhail still didn't understand who this guy was and where he came from, because such skills were not available to beginners. The transformation of the body using energy could not last long, so it was necessary to hurry. No matter how strong Khan was, he couldn't cope without support, and Sophia was ready to give it. By this time, Mikhail had already sent a request for help to the clan on the surface, and was waiting for a response. A new wave of monsters was approaching, the red-eyed creatures rushing at a frightening speed. For a brief moment, Khan seemed distracted and immersed in warm memories of his past life. This vibe of lively support, calm confidence, and the feeling of a shoulder nearby was all too familiar to Khan, and resonated with something from a past life. He allowed himself to linger in that feeling for just a second, felt a warm nostalgia, and then abruptly returned to the brutal reality of the battle. Now you will have to use absolutely all of your accumulated resources and squeeze the maximum out of your own body, even if your body can't handle it. The enormous crystal was deliberately shattered into pieces to release the energy contained within and bend it to his will. The epicness of the moment went beyond the pale as Han raised his sword above his head and deliberately allowed the monsters to attack him from all sides. A huge green beam of light shot forward and incinerated the first monster that rushed towards it without even having time to scream. Now the task no longer seemed hopeless, because one such strike was enough to destroy entire clusters of enemies. The blade of the Forgotten Knight turned out to be an ancient relic of Galadriel, giving the owner an overwhelming advantage in combat. The partners didn't have to intervene. They just stood and watched, trying to comprehend the scale of the force unfolding before them. The magical crystals then entered into resonance, strengthening the allies and filling their bodies with dense energy. The united group moved forward as confidently as if the endless monsters around them were just a decoration. At the same time, real chaos began on the surface, where fear, screams, and panic mixed into one. All who managed to survive hastily united, trying to somehow hold back the flow of monsters. It was then that a magical carrier pigeon, which Mikhail had sent in advance, appeared in the air. He called on his allies for help, and in these circumstances such a step seemed the only correct decision. Lucian took it differently and grabbed the dove roughly, as if it were interfering with his carefully laid plans. This guy and the Mayak organization weren't going to do dirty work to save strangers. He was only interested in his own goals and the search for the man known as the Ghost. Anything related to disasters was under the jurisdiction of their boss, and interference from other clans was considered a violation. Lucan felt complete impunity and acted like he was in charge of the situation, not hiding his contempt for those around him. Within moments, he and his fighters found themselves inside the demon's mouth and were drawn into battle. He again asserted his authority over the area and demanded that Mikhail and his friends leave immediately. The conversation was so tense that the air around seemed to vibrate with hidden aggression. As he delved deeper into the mouth, Liu Kang did not yet realize how much this place was cutting off his capabilities. As the walls began to move, shrink, and create new monsters, he felt like a helpless ant. Any movement here was difficult, and one mistake could instantly end in disaster. Turning his head, he saw a man in dragon scales, destroying monsters calmly and without hesitation. This was their first meeting, although until that moment, Liu Chan knew about the Phantom only from rumors and legends. It became impossible to quickly get out of here, which meant the stormtroopers simply had no choice. They had to join the battle and hold their positions while Liu Chan prepared a message for his boss. Dealing with the Ghost right now was too dangerous, so he decided to postpone the conflict. But the thought of a reward for Khan's head took root more and more deeply in his mind. The Ghost sensed what was happening around him and deliberately taunted the Mayak fighters. He expected much more serious preparation and decided to clearly demonstrate the difference in level. A single movement of the magic crystals was enough for a dense aura to completely envelop the Dragon King. All the warriors inside the mouth felt a powerful flow of magical power pass through their bodies. It felt strange and unusual, like my skin was being tickled and electrocuted at the same time. Thus, colossal energy was borrowed, allowing Khan to become stronger with every second of the fight. Under these conditions, he had the opportunity to show his true ultimate level. But time was running out as the second disaster was already preparing to intervene. The demonic root was clutching a huge blue cube in its branches, resembling an ancient magical relic. He sensed an invasion and knew the threat had to be dealt with immediately. This is why it was decided to call on the legendary warriors of the past for help. At the same time, the battle inside the mouth flared up with new fury and noticeably increased speed. The arrival of an additional squad of adventurers added even more chaos, pressure, and tension to the battle. One could have different opinions about Liu Kang, but it was impossible to deny his magical talent. Having gotten into the swing of things, he decided to take advantage of the chaos and get rid of Khan right now. This promised advancement and recognition, but such decisions often come at a high cost. Instead of concentrating on the current battle, the lead stormtrooper's thoughts were already on another confrontation. As the monster closed its tentacles around him, Luchon trembled like a small, frightened kitten. If it weren't for Sophia's timely help, there would be nothing left of this guy. The Khan borrowed energy from ordinary warriors, but in exchange gave his allies part of a magic crystal. This was necessary to maintain balance and make sure they could cope. Right now, the Ghost was already far away, having warned Sophia in advance that he would go and deal with the main threat. She tried in every way to stop him and persuaded him to fight together as a single mechanism. Moving forward while leaving the monsters behind was impossible, so Khan decided to split up. The allies were supposed to provide security, but he would risk his life to destroy the second disaster. Inside the central route area, the situation felt truly unsettling. Here, two huge blue warriors immediately caught the eye, as if they had risen from their graves. These two monsters were part of the defensive system protecting the inside of the route. Khan quickly realized that before him stood the last of an extinct race, the only survivor of the Elfheim army. A battle with such a warrior would have been a real test, even for a talented adventurer. It wasn't enough to simply swing the sword here, as Han didn't have the advantage of experience. Before him stood a monster of the past, against whose background even the strongest man seemed like a small insect. Sweeping and crushing blows flew from all sides, as if King Kong himself had descended on Khan. We had to go on the defensive again and again, completely forgetting about our attacking potential for a while. Unable to come up with anything better, Khan used the vampire's ring, adding this power to the relics he already had. The power of destruction was activated, and for the first time in the battle, the ghost went on the counter-offensive. It was difficult because one of the 5 generals of the Elfheim army was nearby. This monster was named Echidron, and he was one of the most powerful wizards serving Fabian. Together they formed a union that was practically impossible for an earthly being to break through. Khan thought differently, which is why he came here alone, without any support. As he left, he distributed his power and left behind several crystals to help his friends deal with the monsters. Now the missing relics were missing, but this was no reason to regret the missed opportunities. Enormous elves protected a massive route that glowed even in the pitch darkness. As soon as things got tough for them, they immediately called on Galadriel's army for help. The blue dead, risen from their graves, rushed at the man who was not used to feeling fear. By that time, the Beacon clan, along with 2 of its strongest adventurers, had dealt with the monsters and hurried to catch up with Khan. They expected things to get easier, but instead they saw dead people from the past. The harsh reality quickly brought the hunters back down to earth, and everyone felt the fear of death. Even Sophia, being a member of the legendary 7 Phantoms group, was at a loss for a moment. If this continues, the Liuhan clan can be considered completely useless. While they were fighting for survival, Ghost was on another level and was fighting the Titans. It was difficult to even get close to this guy because his magical superiority could be felt from afar. From all sides, magical monsters from the past pressed upon him, and Khan was torn apart. As soon as he felt a little progress, the elven generals immediately appeared ahead. Blood trickled down his lips, leaving a bitter taste of defeat and bringing back memories of the past. At the same time, there remained one target, the central heart, and it was there that the blows had to be struck. The Elfheimians are creatures that once ruled the Red Zone using magic, genetics, and biology. After creating the World Tree, they wanted to maintain balance, and for this purpose they created another plant, hiding it deep under the roots. Over time, due to disasters, the plant ceased to perform its original functions and became distorted. It was created to support the tree, but over time it turned into one of the disasters. Now it lacked power, and all it could do was stall for time. Now it became clear why the demonic root had activated its defense systems. The 5 generals existed solely to protect this internal system. Over time, they evolved into an undead army, carrying out any criminal order of the demonic root. These monsters were much stronger than ordinary people, and fighting them was not easy even for the Dragon King. The regeneration of dead elves was at an extreme level, creating the feeling of endless zombies. Again and again they rose up from their falls, as if the damage they had suffered meant nothing. The 5 generals were just a distraction to make Khan forget about the main goal, which is exactly what the demon root wanted. Once again, using the vampire's ring, the ghost decided to change the balance of power in the duel. He gathered all his strength and rushed forward, at the same time as his evil and terrifying opponent. Finally, the battle entered its final phase, and the final round began as unexpectedly as the previous one. But this time it was different, because Khan finally landed the crushing blow and spilled his opponent's blood. He acted with the utmost ruthlessness, making it clear that he was not going to waste a single minute of precious time. The first attack was successful, but the second magical elf could not be forgotten. He was there all this time, waiting for the moment to strike from behind. Khan managed to react and noticed a new magical cloud of energy flying towards him. Reacting to such attacks became increasingly difficult with each passing minute due to dwindling forces. Even the strongest warriors run out of energy sooner or later, and at such moments their character comes to the fore. It is character that separates legendary individuals from ordinary champions. Khan had to hurry, because other hunters wouldn't be able to hold off the undead from the past for long. The adventurers felt confident, and the first minutes even worked in their favor. They thought it was a cakewalk. But the problems started just when victory looked assured. Instead of dying, the monsters somehow constantly restored their health. As soon as they fell, they would immediately rise and attack from behind without warning. Mikkel became more confident as a leader after watching the Phantom's actions. A new charge of motivation arose within him, and he decided to follow the example of the best adventurers of his era. The same could be said about the legendary figure from the Phantom team. Sophia Virage attracted people not only with her appearance, but also with her deep knowledge in the field of magic. At the same time, Luchan remained too mysterious and did not reveal his true intentions. This guy couldn't be trusted, because if he relaxed, a blow to the back was inevitable. The situation forced him to moderate his ardor, as it became clear that the ghost was stronger than it had previously seemed. Now Liu Kang preferred to simply survive, meet the boss and tell him everything he saw inside this monstrous monster. The Dragon King continued to fight, although some of his bones had long since been broken. His movement slowed down, and the magic general, as if sensing this, increased the pressure. It was too late to block the attack. All that was left was to grit my teeth and rush forward, risking my life. In a sense, Khan could be called a gambler, because he always took risks without thinking about the consequences. This is what allowed him to bypass the Dark Wizard's defenses and finally hit the real target. The blow was so powerful that the magic sword almost cracked under the pressure. Khan lingered in this territory, lost control of his emotions, and decided to destroy everyone, like a berserker from the world of the dead. When his patience ran out, the truly bloody minutes began. A few swings of the sword and the legendary generals of the past were destroyed. He could have started with this technique from the very beginning, but instead he spent too much time exchanging blows. As soon as the generals fell, their immortal army also went to the world of the dead. No matter how much the adventurers rejoiced at their victory, this was only the beginning. New trials lay ahead. The ghost was supposed to move on, but Luchan tried to stop him. He and his crew were not so stupid as to voluntarily go to meet death in dangerous ways. Today, due to an emergency, they followed Khan, but this will not happen again. The ghost did not object to the separation and suggested that everyone go their own way. He swung his sword in front of his opponent's face and struck him with a speed that was impossible to catch. It was a show of superiority to let everyone know who was the real boss. Only then did the adventurers notice that this swing of the sword had actually cleared the way ahead. Khan cut open the monster's insides, and a moment later everyone felt the tsunami approaching. A red, frightening liquid gushed out at the adventurers without any warning. The stormtrooper leader shouted and blamed Han, but by that point, no one was listening to him. It seemed as if history itself did not want anyone to leave this creepy party. The leader of the stormtroopers decided to use the most powerful artifact, hoping that it would work. It was high time for him to accept reality and realize that he was now at the mercy of the Phantom. This feather will not work against disaster, so it is best saved for calmer times. The Divine Stone blocks all such artifacts and prevents adventurers from taking complete control of the territory. Here, the demonic root parasitizes the World Tree to completely control the center of the Red Zone. The Khan must get closer to the location of the plants, and to do this he has taken with him the relic of the 5 generals. If you use a piece of Divine Stone, you can awaken the relic and stabilize all your internal energy flows. The stormtroopers constantly accused Khan of drawing them into dirty games. They had wanted to go home for a long time, but they couldn't do it because of this guy's game. Now they are all trapped, even if some of them don't like it. Until the Dragon King completes all his affairs, they will have to reckon with his rules. Anyone who follows him will definitely find a safe way out of this place. Khan guarantees it. He promises that the Red Zone will finally change and that it will become much calmer than before. Guys like Mikhail have been wanting to make a change for years, and this is a chance for them to take a step towards the future. At his first meeting with the Dragon King, he voiced his desires for a change in the balance of power in the Red Zone. Now, seeing this fearless man before him, Mikhail no longer doubted that he would follow him even to the ends of the earth. He smiled confidently and called upon all the adventurers on his team to move forward. The Mayak clan is not left without a choice, although of course they pretend that they will act independently. While Liu Kang was making more accusations, Sophia wasted no time in noticing something. The observation skill has detected movement nearby, which means everyone needs to grab their weapons. Something is emerging from the trunks of the World Tree, and this entity looks like it should be feared. Twisted monsters may frighten the inexperienced viewer, but not the ghost who lives a second time. Such measures will never stop him, especially after he captured the relic of the 5 generals. Let's leave these guys alone for a while and see how the battle between the Valkyries and the monsters ended. A huge number of casualties could not be avoided while fighting the terrible monsters. In the end, the adventurers still achieved victory, and much of the credit for this goes to simple guys like Johann Licha. Over the past few days, he had experienced the full range of emotions, from the inevitability of death to the triumph of victory. Remembering the battle against the monsters, as well as seeing the fish of disaster with his own eyes, Johann felt his heart still pounding madly. From all these memories, he didn't even notice how a guy in a black hood quietly approached him. This mysterious man wanted to find Khan, whom he considered his leader and spiritual mentor. Johann was scared and thought that another criminal group was hunting his older brother. When the Punisher finally removed his hood, he immediately rushed to explain that Khan was his friend. The two quickly became acquainted, and Johann was quick to ask all the questions he was interested in. He had long been trying to find Khan's friends and find out what goals this guy was pursuing. Of course, the Punisher knows nothing because he only pretends to be truly close to the ghost. They are simply using each other for their own purposes. But this can in no way be called a real friendship. San has long dreamed of catching up with his leader's progress and promises that, sooner or later, this will become a reality. He thanked Johann for the valuable information and quickly said goodbye. The search will continue, as will progress, which must never stop. The Punisher had no doubt that while he was searching, the boss was engaged in a fierce battle against death. In fact, this is true because Khan cannot stand aside calmly for even a minute. As soon as he sees an opportunity to fight, he immediately uses his skills and goes straight into battle. With every minute they watched this guy, everyone around them realized that he was truly special. Just recently, the stormtrooper leader wanted to fight Han, but now he was afraid to even think about it. Looking at them, the ghost reminded that no one should fall behind. A moment later, he rushed forward as if he had watched a lot of comics about Flash from the DC universe. The frightened adventurers ran after him because no one wanted to stay with the monsters without the support of the Dragon King. They really need to hurry to prevent the demon tree from finishing the process it has started. The creation, created by the perfect implantation of internal plants, is now coming to an end. Thanks to this, we were able to create an alpha, and now we need to activate the awakening technique. Alpha must follow the orders of the demon tree and maintain the balance of the red zone. The monster ordered the Alpha to immediately destroy the intruders and ensure complete security of this territory. Unexpectedly, the blue monster did not acknowledge the order and said that even the gods would not make him kneel. The demon root continually insulted the clone and urged him to obey its orders. It was all funny, because a true Alpha would never trade his honor for any amount of money. He instantly became close and made it clear that he was interested in the key to the arsenal, which opened up incredible possibilities. The demonic root had never encountered such impudence. For him, this was a blow below the belt. Alpha asked him to calm down and think about the current situation to see the whole picture. Isn't the demon root tired of constantly creating monsters for self-defense? Because it wastes precious resources on this, it becomes impossible to restore the plant. That's why the Alpha offers to give him the key, so that he can personally change the outcome of the battle. The sudden attack left the demon root surprised, but now he realized that the Alpha was still acting in his interests. He decided to take a risk and give this monster everything he wanted. The key was unlocked, and for a moment it appeared that the two were indeed working as a team. But at the last second, the blue monster smiled and grabbed a completely different relic. All this time he was interested in the divine stone and not in anything else. He tore it out of the center of the demonic root and felt the energy inspire his body. Alpha will keep its promise and correct the situation by seizing full control of the red zone and changing the local customs. Khan and his team couldn't even imagine how bad things were. Now they were once again faced with a new wave of monsters, although this time they fought as if it meant little to them. Even the most inexperienced fighters gradually became hardened in the conditions of frantic battles. Progress was noticeable even to the naked eye, especially among talented adventurers. However, in this area, monsters always have the element of surprise, which allows them to surprise. People are not used to fighting in closed areas. The environment seems to be pressing in from all sides. The situation sometimes turned out to be unfavorable for them, and at such moments, general panic began. Khan even had to slow down a bit and help his allies, otherwise most of the people would not have returned home. With his magic sword, he paved the way forward, even when hope abandoned the hunters. None of these terrifying types of monsters could frighten this man. As if inspired by divine skills, he fluttered like a butterfly and stung like a bee. Looking around, Khan noticed that his team was doing well. Each of the leaders took the initiative and confidently cleared the perimeter of monsters. Even people who play by their own rules fought for the good of society today. This means that the ghost has a chance to forget about ordinary monsters and finally head closer to his goal. With the help of the speed attribute, he didn't spend much time on his way to the magic element. Entering the wooden castle, he saw in front of him that same magic cube, shining with a blue flame. The plant had lost its power source, and as soon as Han realized this, he immediately heard a strange sound. An unknown person called him down, and it was a clearly unfriendly voice. This guy never turned down an adventure, and this time he decided not to change himself. He realized that someone else had taken a piece of the divine stone. The Khan thought that he would have to fight against the man who dared to interfere with his plans. He was very surprised when he saw a creature that looked like one of the warriors of Elfheim. At that moment it became clear that another battle awaited him, and this time victory was not at all guaranteed. Now it is important to talk about the key, because this is the real name of the 5 Lipia, which the 5 generals had. Those who collect all these relics gain power and control over the world tree. Now Khan has the key of one of the generals, and it looks like Alpha really wants to get his hands on it. The relic is called a key only by those from Elfheim, which is how Khan realized who was standing right in front of him. It is not difficult to guess that this is just a copy, created from dead particles of the original. The elf asked to give him the key, and in that case he would not kill anyone. The Khan looked closely into his opponent's eyes and decided to make him a return offer. He advised giving him a piece of the divine stone since a fake was unworthy of holding such a powerful relic in his hands. It was a serious challenge, and for a moment the elf even felt constrained, not knowing what to answer. Within a moment he was laughing so loudly it was as if he was auditioning for the role of the Joker. He finally realized that the man in front of him didn't know his place, and in that case he had no choice but to destroy this guy. After casting a few spells, the Alpha created a weapon for himself and prepared for battle. He thought that the person in front of him was an ordinary person, and that was why he acted so relaxed. It was necessary to show this man his real place and take away everything he needed. The black portal that opened before Khan was so large that it could accommodate an entire army. The boy who challenged the ordinary clone felt his muscles tighten like steel ropes. This only happens in moments of extreme stress, when the body tries to conserve every bit of energy. The two incredibly powerful elements finally clashed with each other, and the battle officially began. Khan used the sacred spheres and showed that he could not be written off so early. Even if at first glance he looks like a typical weakling, that doesn't mean he can't fight back. If the opponent wants to act aggressively, the ghost gladly accepts his challenge. He wasn't afraid to use his magic and not only stopped the blow but also took the damage as if it was nothing. Alpha felt like he was losing his footing when the human began to control his sacred spheres. The weapon isn't functioning as it should, and to win he'll have to change something. Only a person who knows the magic code is capable of such tricks. Khan had warned not to underestimate him, and now he smiled as if he had already won. In his past life, he met the elves from Elfheim and learned a lot of interesting information that now helps him. He is not at all afraid of the clone in front of him, because he has already encountered the original before. A good weapon can only prove itself in the hands of a true master, and Khan is ready to prove it. He swung and delivered a powerful blow, trying to cut off his opponent's head. The clone's eyes looked confused, and his hands refused to stop the death coming towards him. Only at the last moment was he lucky enough to shake off the paralysis and dodge the most powerful attack. Then the Alpha remembered that he had come here to win and returned to the battle on a collision course. For the next half hour they exchanged blows relentlessly and tried to destroy each other. Each fighter had their good moments, and at one point it seemed like Khan had firmly taken control. His self-confidence was underscored by his incredible skills and knowledge of magic. Until this moment, he was remembered as a man of strength, but today he showed a different side of himself. His magical knowledge forced the Alpha to admit that he was facing a real devil. Compared to this man, he felt small and completely unprotected. Frightened eyes and cold sweat on his forehead made it clear that the Alpha was completely confused and did not know what to do. At some point, he remembered that he was created from the remaining parts of a legendary warrior. This revived in him an incredible thirst for victory, as well as self-confidence. From that moment on, the battle turned on its head, and the Alpha discovered a new weapon. The 6th item in the ranking is the Heavenly Soldier Armor, which allows you to compensate for the lack of skills. This is an invulnerable set of armor that absorbs weapons to grow. It cannot be penetrated by any absorbable weapon, which means that Khan now has another reason to win. He would have really liked to get his hands on such an artifact, but from that moment on, he no longer had such a strong advantage as before. Now each of his subsequent attacks caused less problems, and his stamina was gradually depleted. Alpha, on the other hand, felt more confident after the period when he was ready for death. His development had become too fast, and the odds in this battle had been balanced to perfection. The mutual pressure was so strong that each fighter lost too much energy. If this continues, none of them will survive, and they will die before the battle is over. Khan couldn't let that happen, so he took risks and kept moving forward, even when it wasn't justified. It was through this incredible risk that he obtained the armor of a heavenly soldier. The absorption did not go according to plan, and it was very difficult to stabilize the body's condition. Alpha felt like he didn't even have to fight to let this guy drown in his own greed. He gave Khan absolute control over the armor, and the man instantly felt incredible pressure. All the body's systems screamed and called for help, making it clear that the first mistake would lead to death. There was a creeping feeling that my internal organs were trying to crawl out right now, just to leave the sinking ship. Khan tried to gather absolutely all his strength into a fist and put it into absorbing the dark energy. The poisoned armor had to be stabilized, otherwise the body would not withstand it. The Dragon King activated all his reserves, and after that the armor gradually began to obey him. The magical explosion destroyed not only the dragon scale, but also the resulting relic. The ghost lost consciousness and fell to the ground, shivering from cold and exhaustion. When he found the strength to rise, he staggered like a drunken master from the Shaolin fighter's settlement. Uncontrollable blood flowed from his mouth, indicating serious damage to his internal organs. Right now, Khan is not at the level to calmly use such a powerful relic. He must give up armor for a while until his body gets stronger in the red zone. Realizing everything that had happened, he finally prepared to finish off his opponent, but it was too late. Alpha managed to escape using teleportation, although he left the same magic stone unattended. Apparently, he realized that he had managed to survive after absorbing the armor, and he was too scared. Now the armor of the heavenly soldier is completely under the control of a man whose name has already become legendary. He was pleased to realize that the achievements were becoming more significant every day. Besides devouring weapons, the artifact has another property. Legendary armor can exhibit defensive properties and protect its owner even in critical situations when there is no energy left. For example, during a war, when Han is completely exhausted, the armor will be able to protect him even from thousands of attacks. Having received what he needed, he felt a surge of strength and forgot about his injuries. Meanwhile, the flow of monsters stopped, and his entire remaining team felt relieved. They saw that Khan had disappeared somewhere, but they didn't know how to find their way to this guy. The stormtrooper commander did not miss the opportunity and began to mock the ghost. This guy called him a cowardly runner who took advantage of the moment and ran to a safe zone. All these jokes ended when the real legend appeared behind him. After this, Liu Kang immediately apologized for his words and said that they were just jokes. He reported that the demon root was already dead, although it was not he who had to destroy it. There's no time to talk about what happened now. First, we need to return to the surface. The Khan promised that all people who followed him would find safety, and he was prepared to keep his word. Despite talking with his friends, his thoughts were filled with the same alpha clone he had fought a few minutes ago. If this monster takes advantage of the king's power, the situation will become much worse. Most likely, this alpha went straight to the magic flower. By giving up the armor of the heavenly soldier, he did not remain a loser and seized the power of the king. Despite this, after receiving the powers, the main body was still in a dormant state. The world tree has withered and Elfheim is no more, so humans will have to be used to replace the elf. Alpha is ready to revive his kin and restore that same legendary glory of Aragorn. The previous king was never able to save his family, or even his beloved and unique Elfheim. In the end, he lost himself until tomorrow with his left essence and weakness in tense moments. Alpha wants to fix all this. And to do this, he will have to get the key that is in the possession of that very man. He will also need to return Galadriel's sword, Ehedron's rosary, and Fabian's bracelet. After the administrator's power is restored, he will enter the flower, which requires real strength and courage. If the Alpha truly wants to gain complete control of the Red Zone, he will need to deal with one of the disasters. Ouroboros must help, because a true king has the right to command even enormous catastrophes. Alpha hurried to meet the monster, easily jumping from branch to branch. He met with a huge army of killer bugs and immediately told them that he was now in command here. If someone doesn't like something, they can challenge him, although in that case he will drench the whole tree with their blood. No one dared even look into his dangerous eyes because everyone understood that a new king was now at work here. The original warrior lost all his power, so now the Alpha takes his name and officially becomes Aragorn. All this time, people were gradually returning to safety, enjoying moments of rest from the endless battles. No one thought that they would be able to return alive from the devilish creature. This is the second disaster that has been destroyed in recent times, and all of this became possible after the appearance of Khan. Together with Mikhail, Sophia looked at this guy and tried to understand how he managed to do all this. He kills disasters as if he was born to do so, and then doesn't even accept thanks. After his appearance in the Red Zone, a lot changed, although earlier the main Phantom said that this was impossible. Now people have realized that even disasters can be killed alone. All that remains is to wait until the main phantom meets this guy in person and sees what he is capable of. From now on, the red zone will be safer, and people will feel more comfortable entering it after the training process. A little later, another messenger dove appeared in the sky with unexpected news. Usually these birds come alone, but today there was a whole crowd of them. Apparently some very insidious news has arrived that will quickly bring people down to earth. A small group of adventurers is currently trying to escape their own death. One of them tripped and fell, but the other two didn't even notice. He screamed and begged them to come to his aid and not to abandon him to his fate under any circumstances. No matter how hard his friends try to be a team, when facing death's embrace, everyone thinks only of themselves. They ran away, leaving him alone, and a few seconds later they heard their friend's dying cry. The huge beetle tore him to pieces as if he were looking at a tasty piece of bacon. The monster then continued its journey and came across a group of adventurers. The monster looked at each of them, and the orders of the new king sounded in his head. Aragorn ordered the beetles to detain the adventurers until he gained full control of Ouroboros. They cannot be allowed to leave this place and enter the Orange Zone. Of course, the beetle was not alone. There was a whole army behind him. They all hissed and screamed, and then went to carry out the king's order. Very quickly, rumors spread among all the adventurers, and people already knew what to expect. They trembled in fear when they saw the approaching terrifying army of monster beetles. Instead of getting a safer red zone and comfort, people were faced with an even more dangerous threat. Absolutely all clans and teams in this zone had to unite to maintain at least some balance of power. If they allow the bugs to break through, it will mean the complete collapse of the red zone. Now it doesn't matter at all which clan you belong to. People from the Lighthouse, the Valkyries, and the Phantoms, along with ordinary adventurers, united in the face of danger. Looking at the huge and terrifying army of monsters, it is not entirely clear how exactly to stop them. These horrific mutants destroy everything in their path, seemingly feeling no resistance. This whole disaster is aimed at least a little limiting people and preventing them from interfering with the uprising of Ouroboros. When Mikhail learned that all the terrible locusts had come out, at first he didn't believe it. It's not every day you hear that over 100 million monsters are coming to destroy you. Even if we gather all the clans together, it won't help solve the problem. The realization of the gravity of the situation makes people panic, while Khan, on the contrary, tries to find a solution. He doesn't understand why the locusts suddenly decided to attack, although there must be a logical explanation. The monsters guarding the interior of Ouroboros simply don't leave their warm and cozy bed. They protect everything that can penetrate the sleeping titan, so they cannot leave their place without reason. Most likely, the one behind all this is the same clone of the ancient king who called himself Aragorn. It might have been expected that he would become an additional problem, but no one could have imagined that things would be this bad. The head of the stormtroopers did not miss the opportunity to blame ghosts for all the troubles. He said that there had been stability and comfort here for years, until Khan came. Friends immediately stood up for the Dragon King and asked the representatives of Mayak to shut up. Now is not the time for stupid conflicts. It is much more important to find a way out of the situation. The first thing we need to understand is how long it will take Ouroboros to descend. Apparently people still didn't understand that the locust attack wouldn't end the problems. They could not even imagine that another disaster was awakening from its slumber to attack. Even though Aragorn is considered a clone, he still holds royal power, at least part of it. His orders were enough to make the beetles move forward and take control of the disasters. It takes some time to gain full control over one of the 4 disasters. Once the process is complete, Aragorn will send the monster down to Earth and order it to kill all living creatures. This is why it is urgently important to understand how much time people have. Sophia Varaj, known for her experience and knowledge, quickly analyzed the situation and said that there were 2 weeks left. At first glance, this seems like a long period, but in reality, time flies by. Luchan realized that it was all over and that no one's orders mattered anymore, because the red zone was in danger. He ordered his men to report to Sir Miyamoto what had happened and prepare to retreat. This guy is not going to sacrifice himself and fight along with the rest. If an opportunity to escape arises, he will take it without any hesitation. To do this, he will need the so-called mirror, or a huge lake, located between the 6 great columns. This mirror is the path to the next zone, and the portal opens only once a month. When the lake becomes like a mirror, only those who have earned this chance with their aggression and fearlessness can enter the portal. Weak hunters will be forced to remain in the red zone and become victims of monsters. The leader of the stormtroopers clearly decided that he would not fight and would wait for the portal to open. Doesn't he care about the orders of Valentina Eros and Sir Miyamoto? It seems that everyone who does not leave this zone will die from the parasites that will gradually take over the entire territory. Even if someone manages to survive, there is practically no chance in the battle with the third disaster. Liu Kang is not going to think about orders from 20 years ago. Now he thinks only about himself. After that, he and his team said goodbye to the other adventurers and walked away. At this rate, all the remaining travelers will be killed one by one, and that will be the end of it. Moreover, as one of the members of the Phantom team, Sophia understood perfectly well what could happen next. If the seal is broken, the terrifying creature will be able to escape. In difficult moments for herself, she felt a friendly hand of support. Khan is confident that 2 weeks is a long time, and they have everything they need to prevent collapse. It seems like he has a plan to defeat the disaster again, just like he did during the battle with Fish. This only seems impossible at first glance if you think in a classical and stereotypical way. Local residents cannot understand that sometimes even brilliant thoughts and plans can be extremely simple. First, you need to gather all the clans to repel the locust attack. The second victory condition is the support of the strongest travelers in the red zone, the 7 phantoms. If you combine these 2 decisive factors, then everything can work out. No matter how powerful Ouroboros is, he is just another worm that should be sent to rot in the ground. Mikkel hastened to say that the plan only seemed simple and feasible at first glance. In reality, it is almost impossible to unite clans because everyone is pursuing their own interests. Sophia always supported the man who made her cry with joy. However, she must remember that the 7 phantoms cannot leave their posts, even if they want to come to the rescue. Khan knows this, and he knows how to solve the problem that has been plaguing the phantoms for many years. Before that, we need to unite the clans and force them to stop the parasites. Time was running out, and the new king of the local monsters was gradually taking control of Ouroboros. He climbed into its central nervous system and saw everything that beetles encounter. All local leaders attracted Aragorn's attention as he analyzed their strengths and weaknesses. At first he was too bored. Everything went exactly according to his plan. People are holding up much better than expected, although it is quite pointless. Killing too many people is not part of the strategy, because then they will have to be turned into other creatures. Then something more interesting caught King Aragorn's attention. He knew that among the people there would be rats fleeing the sinking ship. A large group of people are about to reach the passage to the next area, and it's disgusting. There is nothing good about these nasty slugs because they are trying to preserve their own lives and the lives of their fellows for the sake of their own salvation. Alpha promised to punish these brats and called his plan divine punishment. One of the lighthouse squads actually gathered near the great and powerful Mirror Lake. All these people felt that they were cheating fate and that their lives would be wonderful. Several of the strongest warriors also decided to run away when they found out how bad things were. You need to wait for the mirror to open and take advantage of the moment as quickly as possible. Even Yakma, the leader of the Hikarim clan, was there, and he too decided to run away with his cowardly tail between his legs. He decided to play a little joke on the phantoms, reminding them that they should not run away with their allies. Luhan replied that the great phantoms would remain in their places, although he himself preferred to escape. The conversation was interrupted when the man who started it all appeared in the sky. His presence once again made everyone nervous and uncomfortable. The stormtrooper leader couldn't believe that they were blocking his path again and not allowing him to peacefully go to the orange zone. The Khan paid no attention to this worm and calmly and judiciously shared his plan. The 6 great clans must stop the invasion of parasitic locusts. At the same time, he will direct all his internal resources to the battle against the Ouroboros. The travelers began to discuss the proposed conditions and call the guy crazy. They thought he had escaped from a mental hospital and didn't understand what was going on there. Friends warned that no one would follow the plan, because everyone was thinking about their own survival. Sophia decided to say a few words on behalf of the leader and the entire squad of 7 phantoms. She recalled that the phantoms protect the red zone and do everything for the stability of this territory. They obey the orders of the great Valentina Erez, as well as Sir Miyamoto. Han knows very well that Miyamoto was already dead in the abyss, but before that he helped people here. The information reached each of the clans and attracted the attention of the strongest fighters. Everyone already knows that he killed 2 disasters and proved what he is capable of. People only need to wait a few days to safely move into the orange zone. It is very difficult for them to understand why they should risk their own lives. Khan knew that the answer would be exactly like this, so he prepared in advance. Suddenly, the footsteps of approaching monsters were heard near the Mirror Lake. The parasites are not going to wait any longer. They will attack with the giant tail of the Ouroboros. This huge tail appeared like a messenger of bad news and frightened all the assembled warriors. The monster simply moved its tail, but it felt like an earthquake was trying to destroy the galaxy. In fact, the monster's task is to block the lake so that no one can leave the territory. This was the king's order, which had to be carried out as quickly as possible. Most managed to evade the blow, but dreams of salvation were forgotten. Sophia reacted in time and used magic to protect herself and her allies. She may not play the most visible role in this story, but her contribution is hard to overestimate. Now that the lake was destroyed, people had to admit that their plans were ruined. Adapt and survive is the main slogan for the next few weeks. As soon as the monster's tail attacked, the parasites immediately came to start a new war. For the people, it was a real nightmare. They trembled with fear and felt their hands go numb and refused to obey. The stormtrooper leader gave an immediate order to retreat. The other clans took their time and thought for a moment before acting. The situation was dire, and for experienced adventurers, this was a critical moment where a courageous decision had to be made. Overcoming all these monsters seemed completely impossible, but there was nothing that could be done, and it seemed like there was only one option left. To prevent the frightened and weakened travelers from scattering in different directions, Sophia prepared a little trick. Her icy performance is designed to block escape from the danger zone. There was simply no point in running, because in that case the monsters would kill the people one by one. It's time to unite and fight together, even if no one likes the idea. The locusts were already too close, and people simply trusted their instincts instead of constantly thinking. Many grabbed weapons, although most were still paralyzed by fear. They needed a leader who would lead the way and show an example of how to fight. Hannah became such a leader, mercilessly beheading the general of the beetle army. He killed monsters so easily and casually that his example proved to be extremely contagious. He asked people to trust him and promised that if they did, most would survive. There's no point in running with your tail between your legs, especially after the Mirror Lake was blocked. The sooner everyone else understands the seriousness of the situation, the greater the chance of success. After these words, there was general silence and total thoughtfulness. It was a moment of truth not only for each traveler, but for the entire red zone as a whole. Unite to overcome the disaster and survive or follow your selfish desires. Having absorbed the atmosphere, the monsters seemed to also feel the heaviness of the moment and stopped for a second. They then rushed forward to bury the people alive in the red zone. By that point, a titan like Yakma had already made his decision long ago and was simply waiting for the moment to announce it. He smiled wickedly and said that he always liked guys like Khan for their aggression and drive. After this, the magic beam created a magic weapon for the titan, and everyone around realized that a bloody massacre was about to begin. One blow was enough for the people to support their leader. From that moment on, they had to make sure that the locusts that filled the lake could not leave this place. The order was given for general mobilization and preparation for a bloody war. For the first time in their history, the 6 great clans united to defend the red zone. And if something goes wrong, it will all be Khan's fault. But that's a completely different story. Throwing aside all the beautiful words, the adventurers grabbed their weapons and began doing what they do best, killing monsters. The parasites had something to say in response. The large number of monsters could not be ignored. Until this point, only one small detachment of stormtroopers from the Beacon clan had not intervened in the battle. They were trying to figure out what to do next, looked confused, and were afraid to take responsibility. Everyone tried to rely on the commander's words, but when the time came to make a decision, Liu Khan disappeared somewhere. He was always a scared little boy and today only confirmed his weak character. He was sure that it was the ghost who had orchestrated the bloodthirsty war, and he did not want to risk his life for the sake of other fools. Meanwhile, the real man got to work with his partners. The Dragon King acted as if there were no limits for him, and he himself wrote the rules of this world. The scales protected against missed blows, and the magic sword guaranteed successful attacks. Following the Hecarim clan, other units also joined the war, and there was unity among them during the battle. This helped to at least slightly slow down the descent of parasites from the surrounding mountains and plains. Now Khan must take care of other matters. Mikhail will be responsible for controlling the war, even if he doesn't like it. This guy wasn't warned, he was just informed when it was too late to refuse. The time has finally come to meet the leader of the 7 Phantoms, a man named Miyamoto. Mikhail always wanted change, but he didn't seem to understand that change needed to come from within first. He has an incredible responsibility on his shoulders today, and it will be interesting to see if he can handle it. Even though he may seem scared at first glance, you can be sure that this guy will show his best side. Meanwhile, a serious meeting took place at Mayak headquarters. 7 Phantoms are already here, and they are in no hurry to interfere in the meat grinder against the parasites. These people formed a team to guard the ancient seal, and today it was time to discuss their next steps. In addition to Sophia, this team includes the aggressive attacker Beck, the sorceress Mariante, the healer Tina, and the support fighter, Kyle. They all obey the orders of Miyamoto, who looks particularly depressed today. He became angry at the constant shouting, ordered them to shut up, and then spoke with a calm expression on his face. No one should argue with each other, especially considering that both options are good. It's understandable for those who want to join the battle and help people, but first and foremost, the Phantoms must guard the seal. They swore to act according to the plan, and under no circumstances should they break their agreement. First, you need to find the reason for what is happening in the red zone, and then move on. The negotiations were disrupted by the unexpected appearance of the lead stormtrooper. He came to report what had happened and to ask his leader for advice. Liu Chan immediately began to talk about the battle that took place in the Mirror Lake area. In all his worries, he completely forgot to explain what exactly he was doing near the portal. The boss quickly realized that his assistant wanted to escape and immediately accused him of cowardice. No matter how hard Liu Chan tried to justify himself, it didn't matter anymore because he wasn't supposed to be near the lake. Now Miyamoto demands an explanation, otherwise the leader of the stormtroopers may experience the fury of the heavens. The Phantoms looked at him warily, but their eyes showed contempt. They were never afraid, and always moved forward, unlike people who were ready to abandon their friends. Liu Chan began to apologize and tried to justify himself, like a little boy driven into a corner. The boss found the right words and consoled him, and then the conversation quickly ended. Miyamoto was always a wise man. He analyzed the situation and understood why everyone around him wanted to escape so badly. The situation is truly difficult, and one can understand every cowardly adventurer. According to reports, a certain hunter named Khan was indeed the one who started this whole mess and caused chaos in the red zone. The Phantom boss suggested that this guy could help fix the situation and even wanted to meet him. It was at this moment that information emerged that an unknown warrior had just appeared near the headquarters. He came to the meeting himself, even when no one invited him. The long-awaited meeting between two legendary figures has finally taken place, and it will soon end in something terrible. Until now, no one could even imagine that very soon these two people would become enemies. They got acquainted cheerfully because Khan behaved as if he was talking to an ordinary person. He decided to get straight to the point and said that he wanted to kill Ouroboros and needed the help of the Phantoms. At first there was silence. Everyone looked at this guy and thought he was joking. To make his intentions clear, Khan uttered one word: Akuma. Now everyone really took him seriously. Even Sophia turned pale and started to break out in a cold sweat. Khan called upon the Phantoms to remove the seal, and within a moment several sharp blades were near his neck. Here they are not accustomed to such jokes, and made it clear that disrespect is punishable by death. Miyamoto wasn't quick to jump to conclusions, though he was curious as to how this guy knew about Akuma. In the Red Zone, travelers know about 4 main disasters. Besides Demon Root, there is Ouroboros, Royal Bee, and Calamity Fish. However, deep within the trunk of the World Tree, there is another terrifying monster that is hidden from view. None of the travelers know this secret called Akuma. When this monster was first discovered, it became clear that it had to remain sealed. Such a dangerous creature cannot be released into the wild. Otherwise, the world will descend into chaos. Compared to this creature, other disasters seem like small animals that you can play with a little. The very existence of Akuma was kept secret, and the only ones who knew about it were Miyamoto and his team of Phantoms. They were clearly aware that if Akuma were to break free, the travelers in the Red Zone would die. The Khan understood perfectly well what would happen if the seal was removed, and still insisted on it. It's all because of the relics that the monster controls, namely the Chains of Ekim and the Spear of Kargorn. The clan leader tried to understand where an ordinary guy got such information. Sophia immediately made it clear that she hadn't said anything, even though it looked extremely suspicious. The other Phantoms were very wary of Khan and even suggested beheading him. Analyzing the situation from the outside, they saw that it was because of him that all this chaos had started. Most likely, this guy came just to get a reward for obtaining the relics and is only looking for his own enrichment. He supposedly doesn't care about the lives of other people, but Sophia thinks differently. She told her friends that she had fought with him against the Fish of Disaster, and also the Demon Root. The girl saw with her own eyes that this guy could be trusted because he was special and unique. The support had an effect on the other Phantoms, and the swords did not pierce the traveler's heart. Then Miyamoto stepped forward to explain how complicated it all was. He didn't use fine words to show how cruel and heartless Akuma could be. He tried to explain why this monster could not be defeated, and in doing so he tried to test the ghost's resolve. Khan immediately accepted the challenge, activated a magical flare, and prepared for battle. To prove that he was capable of defeating Akuma, this guy activated almost all of his magical skills. He must defeat the Phantoms at the same time and make them respect him. If it worked, then at least he would be given the opportunity to get closer to the sealed being. For the most experienced warriors, this was a challenge they could not refuse. Not a second passed before they drew their weapons and ran forward to behead the impostor. Magical flashes and sword strikes could be seen even from several kilometers away. From the outside, it was nice to see how well coordinated the Phantom team was. They acted as if they were a single mechanism complementing each other. As soon as one of the participants attacked, the second immediately covered the rear, and the third provided additional magical support. This created an incredible effect for everyone who encountered the Phantoms, but the same is true in the opposite direction. None of these people had encountered a person with such an overwhelming aura and powerful artifacts. The ghost turned out to be the Phantom's kryptonite, and very quickly grabbed them in his iron vice. Victory was guaranteed, and now no one looked down on him. Thinking back, Han seemed to find himself in the moment when he was trying to figure out who Miyamoto was. It was already known then that this man had ruled the territory and then died after the opening of the abyss. Valentina honestly admitted that Miyamoto was different from the leaders of other clans, because he always acted like a true leader and did not demand praise. His innate talents helped him stand out from all the other heroes who followed the awards. This man remained alone in the red zone to help the newcomers get through the difficult stage. It was his own decision, and it could be said that he sacrificed himself to protect Akuma's seal. He could have chosen a completely different path, achieved progress, and even become the greatest hunter. Valentina Eris is sure that if Han ever meets Miyamoto, he should trust him. These were beautiful words, but is everything so beautiful in reality? The clan leader ordered his men to stop and admit defeat. He realized that Khan truly deserved respect and called for full negotiations. For the next few hours, they spent a long and tedious discussion of all the possible scenarios. No one can predict what will happen when the seal is broken, because this has never happened before. Even approaching the seal is very dangerous, because the aura of death hangs in the air and affects inexperienced fighters. To obtain Miyamoto's permission, the ghost must provide a clear and understandable plan. He never does anything without a strategy, and today is no exception. Of the 5 existing relics, 2 are used in the seal, while the remaining 3 are already under the control of the Khan. If 2 relics can suppress Akuma's power, then all 5 will be enough to destroy it. It all seems logical and even a bit too simple. The plan made the Phantoms think and take a closer look at this guy. Everyone felt that he carried a great responsibility and could become a catalyst for change. In his 20 years in the Red Zone, Miyamoto had only met a similar traveler once. This person was the same Valentina, who is rightly called the Monarch of the Valkyries. It all sounds great and promising, but what if the Phantoms lose? Miyamoto had already considered launching a full-scale war against the disasters, but the number of casualties forced him to abandon this idea. If Ouroboros combines with Akuma, the Red Zone will turn to ashes. The plans sound good only on paper, especially considering all these relics. It's much better to combine the artifacts and strengthen the seal. At least that's what Miyamoto thinks. In this case, the Phantoms will be able to leave this place and also help destroy the parasites. This will give us the opportunity to unite and fight against the third disaster to ensure the safety of the Red Zone. The Khan listened to the proposal attentively and very calmly. Then he finally found the right words and said that the relics were not intended to be used in such a way. He offered an alternative and said that he could personally win the battle against Akuma. If something goes wrong, the seal can be reapplied, which seems like a decent solution to the problem. The Phantoms agreed to the terms, and the lengthy negotiations finally came to an end. The leader expressed his support and promised to begin a special operation tomorrow morning. The next day, after a good rest, the detachment of madmen went to a place shrouded in fog. The smell of burning, coupled with the cold wind, made everyone feel a little uneasy. The air in the area was thick with mud, and only Miyamoto remained calm and confident. The Khan looked at him with a disdainful look, as if he did not trust this leader. He had already noticed something strange during the negotiations, and now he kept replaying the memories in his head. It had to do with the Chief Phantom's drink, which was clearly magical. Sophia saw her friend's nerves but was afraid to say an extra word. It is much more important now to unite. The task that lies before them seems impossible. After years in the darkness, Akuma finally awakened. He smelled the change and his body prepared for battle. Before we see what happened next, I suggest we go back 20 years. The legendary team found themselves in a strange place and tried to understand what happened there. The human-shaped stones indicated that these people were once alive. They all died due to an attack of incredible power, and most likely it was a creature locked away by the seal. This dangerous creature must not awaken, for even from a distance its deadly aura can be felt. Over time the seal weakens and cannot be left unattended, otherwise sooner or later the monster will break free. In simple terms, adventurers are facing a ticking bomb right now. They decided to come up with a plan to deal with this, and one of the team members decided to take the initiative. That man was Sir Miyamoto, who said he knew what to do. His weapon eater technique helped in a difficult and seemingly hopeless situation. He clearly understood that in the next zone he would have to start all over again, but he still took the risk. The seal was crushed by the weapon eater, and that was the price Miyamoto paid. This way, Akuma won't be freed, although the master will have to remain here to maintain the seal. He could have achieved incredible heights in the abyss, but he decided to make an unexpected choice in favor of ordinary people. He said that he was pursuing the goal of human survival and was sacrificing himself for good intentions. The main phantom remained in the red zone and protected the seal for many years. After 2 decades, the old memories made him feel a little sad. After that, he returned to reality and activated his legendary seal. The monster, who had spent his entire conscious life in deep sleep, felt the symptoms of awakening. In order for the seal to maintain its effect, it was necessary to feed it a large amount of weapons. This is exactly what the phantoms did. That is, they supplied their boss with weapons. However, something still bothered the main character. He felt that there was some kind of catch hidden here. Looking at Miyamoto, his intuition told him not to relax under any circumstances and to be prepared for any plot twist. When the seal was broken, the monster immediately awakened and prepared for the storm. He looked like a demon risen from hell and inspired fear just by his appearance. Some phantoms felt like they couldn't move, even though Akuma didn't even attack. In front of them was a real monster, who wanted to have dinner with the help of his long tongue. Because of the death aura, he didn't even need to fight, he just needed to approach. Few people were willing to ignore this insane aura and challenge the devil. At the last moment, Khan not only saved the girl, but also inflicted the first serious wound on Akuma. From that moment on, the very battle that everyone had been waiting for so long began. It's important to say from the start that Han will fight alone. The phantoms are not going to interfere. They will control the situation and wait for the outcome of the battle. If everything goes according to plan, they will congratulate Khan on his victory. If the guy still loses, they will have to quickly apply a seal and block the monster's further movement. The ghost will have to fight the devil on his own, and he has definitely never faced such an opponent before. As the battle between the two elements began to approach its climax, even on the surface, people felt the earth tremble. It certainly didn't look like monsters were approaching, and only experienced adventurers realized what was happening. Deep underground, a war had indeed begun, involving only 2 fighters, a man who returned from the past to save humanity, and against him is a monster who has broken free for the first time in a long time and wants to seize power throughout the abyss. Spectators were lucky enough to witness with their own eyes the sparks flying in all directions after the collisions. The Khan was quick to use the artifacts to gain an advantage. During the battle, he constantly felt uncomfortable and remained on the defensive for a long time. First, he wanted to highlight his opponent's weaknesses, and only then turn on the Scorpio mode, which was preparing to deliver a precise blow. For the first time in a long time, he encountered someone who could match his speed. Time after time, situations arose where Khan simply couldn't keep up with Akuma. It almost cost him his life, and his long tongue was already ready to taste the delicious human flesh. No matter how hard it was, Khan did not ask the phantoms for help. He kept an unyielding face and did everything to fulfill his part of the plan. After the seal was unlocked, 2 great artifacts were found on the ground. The monster seemed to be trying to protect them, and with its confident gaze challenged its opponent. Everything happened so quickly that it was impossible to get bored. The most amazing thing is that the battle lasted for several hours, and during this time no one had an advantage. At some point, Khan managed to take possession of a great artifact, and it seemed that victory was near. But then he felt as if his body was refusing to obey his mind. It was as if someone had activated a magical attack and was trying to restrict his movement. At first, the ghost did not pay attention to it, but then he realized that the magical influence was coming from behind. He turned around and saw that there were phantoms behind him. Taking a closer look, it became clear that the traitor was Miyamoto. The Dragon King was slightly distracted, and that was enough for him to miss the devil's most powerful blow. The trident flew in the other direction, and the man found himself on the brink of life and death. When the dust cleared, it became clear that Khan had survived the attack, and everything was now back to normal. He finally understood why Miyamoto wanted to keep Akuma's seal so badly. Many small nuances bothered the hunter. Now, digging through his memories, he finally realized that all the pieces of the puzzle fit together to form one picture. All this time, the leader of the phantoms was simply protecting the terrible devilish monster. Valentina said that this man was pursuing higher goals and did not even understand how wrong he was. As soon as Khan realized the gravity of his situation, he immediately freed himself from the magical influence. His speed increased and he came closer to defeating the monster. Then Miyamoto dealt another invisible blow of weakening. An inexperienced viewer would not even notice this, because the magic was completely invisible. Sophia had to step in and decide what to do next. She could see that something was wrong because at first Khan had the advantage, and then everything went wrong. Now he is just defending himself. And the girl immediately remembers their previous conversation. The ghost warned that if he couldn't attack properly, he would need her help. Han asked to distract Miyamoto for at least a minute. That should be enough. Sophia asked her leader to intervene in the battle, but was refused. He said that only a fool would stop Khan from completing the process he had started. These were just beautiful words, behind which lay a terrible secret. Finally, Sophia said the right words and accused the boss of trying to kill the ghost. Her partner immediately asked the girl to calm down and observe subordination. At the same time, the main phantom remained unperturbed and repeated that it was impossible to interfere. They will only be able to act if Khan loses the battle and the monster has to be sealed again. There is a serious battle going on deep inside Sophia's mind right now. Khan asked her to keep a close eye on the leader, especially during battle. He knew that Miyamoto would betray the phantoms sooner or later. He just needed to create the right conditions. This man has long been rotten from the inside and only pretends to be a holy angel. The leader of the phantoms wants to keep the monsters in the cage and use it for his own interests. The weapon eater skill will constantly progress and help its owner. Sooner or later, Miyamoto will take control of the entire red zone. That's why he so badly wants the impudent fool to finally die. But his plans went awry at the last moment. As soon as Miyamoto was distracted, Khan freed himself from the magical influence and delivered a crushing blow. The main villain's face was distorted with anger, although he should have been happy. At that very moment, Khan could hardly stand on his feet, feeling the strength leaving his body. One precise strike was not enough to completely eradicate the problem. Akuma recovered his health and moved forward, then realized that there were more participants in the battle. Sophia Viraj could no longer stand aside and intervened in the battle. The leader tried to stop her, but she no longer listened to anyone. No matter how beautiful words Miyamoto threw around, he could no longer regain the lost trust. Sophia is ready to risk her life for the man who is trying to stabilize the red zone. This is exactly why she joined the Phantom team, not to listen to a stupid old man. Khan felt as if additional strength had entered his body. This gave him the ability to push off the ground and deliver a blow that could kill even Godzilla. The monster screamed in pain as bright blood poured out of its body. This was the beginning of the end, and all that was needed was to increase the pressure. By teaming up with Sophia, the ghost gained a serious advantage and moved forward. He no longer thought about protection. He was only interested in the goal. When the final blow was dealt, the magical aura pushed all participants back several meters. It would seem that Akuma had already received a death sentence and nothing could save him. Miyamoto watched the battle with hatred and tried to think of a way to stop it. He wanted to give the monster some time to recover. But by that time, the weakening technique no longer worked because Khan destroyed it. The bloodied ghost looked at the leader of the phantoms and ordered him to stand aside and not move. Otherwise, his head would fly off his shoulders. The offended man gritted his teeth and felt old memories. Once upon a time, he had encountered a hero before whom he felt awe. Then, along with other strongest fighters, he watched the legend with his mouth open. It was that same Valentina Ares, the leader of the Valkyrie and the strongest monarch in the abyss. One look from her was enough to make the strongest men tremble with fear. Now Khan radiated the same aura and seemed invincible, while Miyamoto was drowning in his own envy, which always haunted him. No matter how hard he tried to stay in reality, the past called him back again, giving him no peace. A moment came to mind where he stood before a huge monster, its mouth already open for a deadly attack. Then he had neither the strength nor the desire to continue the fight and resist the inevitable fate. The great warrior simply closed his eyes and prepared to accept death as it was meant to be. At the last second, Valentina appeared in front of him and stopped the enemy with a series of powerful magical attacks. She looked tenderly into his eyes and told him that everything was okay now, and there was nothing to worry about anymore. He was the most powerful monarch of the New World, and at the same time a man who earned the greatest trust of the people. All the travelers of the Red Zone respected her and placed her on an unattainable pedestal of success. At the same time, Miyamoto began to feel hatred for his best friend gradually growing inside him. Everything that he thought should have been his had gone to her, and envy devoured his heart and mind. One day, he was given a chance to set things right thanks to Akuma, who was considered a hidden disaster. To maintain the seal, all that was required was to constantly maintain an average level of mana, and the Phantom deceived his friends by remaining in the red zone. It was then that he finally put on the mask of a cheerful and kind person, hiding a rotten corpse underneath. Now all his dreams of incredible power began to crack and crumble like old glass. All this became possible precisely because of a young and self-confident guy who was called the Ghost. The main phantom's aggression went beyond all bounds, and he showed himself in all his glory without hesitation. A magical surge of enormous power was directed at Khan, but he managed to react in time. The protagonist of this story was not only a strong fighter, but also a first-class magician. Experience and knowledge allowed him to act even when challenged by such dangerous individuals. In the first seconds, it seemed to everyone that Khan was destroyed and had no chance left. But then, when the dust cleared, the real Ghost appeared out of nowhere with a magic sword, ready to dispense justice. Miyamoto certainly didn't expect such speed, and this moment was a real blow below the belt for him. It was in these seconds that a fierce internal struggle began in the protagonist's head, just as it had once happened in the past. He returned again and again to the memories and words of his two closest friends. The wizard Keldon constantly said that in order to save humanity, it is necessary to kill everyone who gets in the way. But then Valentina intervened with words about kindness, mercy, and second chances. The Valkyrie monarch always believed that a person could improve if given the opportunity. The choice was painfully difficult because it is best friends who have the strongest influence on a person. At some point, the doubts ceased, and the Ghost moved on to more decisive actions. He left the traitor alive, but with one swing of his sword, he took away his right arm. It could be called either a last chance or an act of harsh, painful mercy. Instead of thanking Khan, the main phantom called on his comrades for help. He ordered them to immediately attack and kill the hated man, but no one was in a hurry to grab weapons. Then Sophia decided to have her say and ordered the boss to shut his rotten mouth. She recalled that they had always vowed to think about the fate of the Red Zone and not about personal gain. Now that the deception has become too obvious, not a single phantom has sided with the hypocrite. It was clear that the phantoms were confused, but internally they supported Sophia. Miyamoto, who was used to commanding this group of adventurers, suddenly found himself without support. He was left alone against the elite warriors of the Red Zone, who exposed his lies. Now no one obeyed him anymore, because all his power was based on lies. The defeated old man looked at his main rival and saw in him painful echoes of the past. It seemed to him that the great Valentina, always one step ahead, was looking at him again. His mind couldn't bear this cruel reality, and Miyamoto finally went mad. He started laughing like a madman, and then instinctively strengthened the Akuma that everyone had forgotten about. By that time, the monster had already fully recovered its health and looked even more dangerous. It was almost impossible for even a fighter with a lot of experience to dodge such attacks. Miyamoto decided to take advantage of the confusion and tried to escape while he still had the chance. The phantoms ignored him, but Khan intervened. He ordered the immediate capture of the traitor, declaring that he would deal with the hidden disaster himself. Leaving him alone against Akuma was mortally dangerous, but the Ghost insisted on his decision. Within a few moments, the team split up and each began to carry out their own task. The protagonist was left alone with the monster, but Sophia's calm voice was heard from behind. She wanted to personally see the end of this monster's life and could not miss such a moment. Suddenly, Khan threw down his weapon and stepped towards the monster, deciding to fight with his bare hands. It looked incredibly bold, but the adventurer was absolutely sure that he was acting wisely. For a short second, the monster froze and was in no hurry to attack. His power-ups continually increased his strength and regeneration, making the fight potentially endless. It was necessary to look for another way, and try to win not by force, but by reason. Of course, to do this, it was first necessary to calm the monster, which had already rushed forward. With the help of a magical artifact, Khan suppressed his power and began a dangerous process of negotiations. It blocked the kinetic energy and completely paralyzed the hidden creature. One gentle touch to the head was enough to awaken the true essence. Before him stood a small child from the ancient settlement of Elfheim. At that moment, everything fell into place because Akuma was, first and foremost, a boy of royal blood. He turned out to be not a monster who had lost himself, but an elf who had lost control. It was the enhanced regeneration imposed by the phantom that made him so dangerous. After a short flash of light, he regained his consciousness, which had previously been drowned in rage. The Khan immediately asked the boy if he remembered his father. These words made the child tremble, awakening painful feelings. He found himself back in the past, where his bloodied father wished him dead. For the child, this became an incomprehensible betrayal, after which he was overcome with anger. Anger ate away at him from the inside, and gradually turned him into a creature that had to be hidden from the world. Remembering this was unbearably painful, and he didn't understand why everyone around him hated him. No matter how much Han wanted to help, Akuma continued to resist until the very end. He hit his opponent with all his might, trying to stop the endless stream of memories. For the sake of power, Aragorn killed his own son, and this was his true price. While the ghost was coming to his senses, Sophia reflected the monster's spikes flying at her. When Khan finally stood up, he walked forward as if he had no fear of death at all. The spikes flew past, and it was either incredible luck or cold calculation. One more touch to the head was again enough to subdue Akuma. Khan found the right words, saying that neither father nor son were to blame for what happened. After this, the monster again turned into a child, frightened and defenseless. Now he could finally breathe out and get at least a little rest from the darkness and chaos. Akuma was in an intermediate state between the form of a monster and a child. His body no longer looked so menacing, although the red uniform was still there. The rage was completely suppressed, and now he could move like a free man. In a sense, it was a healing, although over time he would still return to his previous state. It is impossible to completely erase the rage that has been growing inside the frightened boy for many years. But despite this, he did not want to return to his insane form and feel the hatred of the whole world again. To avoid such a fate, Khan offered him a way out, to join their team. In a sense, his original plan had failed, and now he needed the help of other beings. Khan promised that when Akuma's rage rose again, he would help him not lose himself. The offer was accepted almost immediately, and there was nothing unexpected about it. The problem was that all these events were being observed by that same demonic instructor. He hated those moments when the gods' plans fell apart and the pre-written script went awry. The instructor made it clear that he came here with a specific goal, to get rid of the bloody monster. And it is Khan who must do this, with his own hands, because this is the only way to get the precious prize. All this time, the demonic beetle calmly watched the battle and openly enjoyed the carnage. Everything went according to plan until Khan decided to lure Akuma to his side. After this, the instructor was forced to intervene and ruin everything, as he had done during training. He stated that Akuma could now be killed by magical means without any resistance. The monster writhed in pain, and the instructor coldly added that the sooner he was put out of his suffering, the better. He reminded that in order to receive the main reward, it is necessary to destroy all disasters without exception. Moreover, there was also an intermediate prize, a separate reward specifically for killing Akuma. These words were enough for the ghost to finally think seriously. He was faced with a choice, either the precious prize or the monster he wanted to take into his team. Gritting his teeth and clenching his fists in suppressed anger, Khan took a step forward towards Akuma. The little demon looked at him with hope in his eyes, although he understood perfectly well how this world worked. He quietly admitted that he understood this decision and would have done the same himself. According to him, he had already become a monster once, and from that moment on he deserved only death. After listening to his short speech, Khan slowly and confidently dropped to one knee. Using telepathy, he decided to answer Akuma so that no one else could hear their conversation. He reminded that Aragorn's son is not just a demon but a prince of Elfheim and the rightful heir to the throne. Khan even said his real name, reminding him that his name was Sean as a child. Immediately after these words, he, without hesitation, took the monster's life in front of Sophia. Even the instructor couldn't help but laugh at such a sudden and cruel turn of events. The dragon's hand pierced the monster's body like a hot knife passing through butter. Finally, Akuma calmly said that he would wait, and without resistance, plunged into eternity. His body crumbled into a huge pile of precious runes, filling its new owner with powerful energy. Given such a generous reward, it became clear why the adventurer still could not resist the murder. In fact, the crystals hardly bothered the person who committed such an act. His gaze was fixed on only one artifact, a fragment of memories that held the demon's memory. Sophia hurried to her friend to make sure that he was really okay. He looked a little upset and broken, as if this act was tearing him apart from the inside. Khan pretended that everything was fine, but in his head, he kept replaying the moment of Akuma's murder over and over again. He saw the faces of his own friends and tried to understand how they would act in his place. The instructor seemed to be mocking the guy, although he did it extremely carefully and coldly. The Khan decided to warn him and told him in advance that very soon he would witness a truly remarkable event. At this point, the conversation ended, and it was time to inspect the new trophies. This battle brought Khan not only an additional gift from the instructor, but also all 5 main relics. Now he has officially received the Administrator's Mark, opening up new opportunities for him. The Administrator is able to control Ouroboros, and this is just one of his advantages. However, there were some oddities, as the Administrator icon should look a little different. It seems that this is just a temporary form, and only Elfheimians can be full-fledged administrators. Ordinary people receive only temporary rights, but even this can be considered a true gift from the gods. Now Han will finally be able to stand up to the Red Zone's strongest fighter in the battle for the World Tree. Immediately after the battle ended, a blue dove brought urgent news from the Phantom team. They reported that they had captured Miyamoto and were waiting for the Phantom to decide his fate. The Khan was ready to go to them immediately, but first he had to convey a message to the Allies. Meanwhile, the leader of the Phantoms behaved unexpectedly and frankly disgustingly. He fell to his knees and began to sob and moan loudly as if he were being brutally beaten. He apologized and begged for mercy, promising that he would never again cross the line between good and evil. These people were close comrades to him, and it was hard for them to watch his humiliation. But despite this, no one was going to free him. Everyone was waiting for Khan to arrive. One short moment of relaxation was enough for Miyamoto to take advantage of the opportunity. A powerful burst of magic instantly disabled all phantoms without exception. No matter how strong they were, the boss always remained one step ahead. There was a monstrous explosion, and the legendary adventurers were torn to pieces. While Miyamoto bathed in alien blood, the brave warriors of the Red Zone struggled to hold back the influx of parasites. The situation was getting worse with each passing minute, and even Mikkel was seriously thinking about retreating. As he surveyed the battlefield, he saw an endless stream of monsters, and this was very bad news. At the moment when he decided to give the order to retreat, a huge flock of blue doves appeared in the sky. The message Mikhail received was completely unexpected and dramatically changed his mood. He began to kill everyone in his path without hesitation, just like the Punisher who fought beside him. It was at that moment that Sophia felt her heart crack and shatter into tiny pieces. Just now, the dead bodies of all the members of the Phantom team appeared before her eyes. For many years they fought shoulder to shoulder and were not just a squad for her, but a real big family. While Sophia was torn apart from inside by pain and despair, Khan tried to remind her of her higher purpose. He acted like a heartless pig, but at the same time he spoke the harsh and unpleasant truth. Now it is much more important to save the Red Zone, and the Phantoms, no matter how painful it may sound, can no longer be brought back. Looking at her leader, Sophia realized he was right and accepted fate as an inevitable reality. It was necessary to return to the mirror urgently because many ordinary hunters were right now on the verge of death. They needed a strong leader, and with every minute lost, their faith and optimism waned. Over the past few months, the Punishers have managed to assemble a truly impressive and diverse team. Among them, Han noticed an old acquaintance named Yunhua, whom he had already encountered on the top floor of the Learning Tower. The Punisher was constantly arguing with this girl, as if they were engaged in an unspoken struggle for influence in the group. Sometimes it seems like you can watch Fire, Water, and Yunhua calling the Punisher a little slug forever. Carried away by their conversations, they did not notice how the monsters had gotten too close to the squad. Finding themselves tightly surrounded, the hunters lost control of the perimeter and began to panic. The Punisher was the first to rush forward to destroy some of the monsters and clear a path for the rest. He was lucky that at that moment a man appeared who got ahead of him and did it faster. Finally, the leader everyone had been waiting for came to their aid. Khan, along with Sophia, destroyed the entire squad of monsters in a matter of seconds, as if it had cost no effort. The meeting of old friends filled people with optimism and cautious faith in the coming changes. The Punisher felt like he had grown a lot lately and was now ready to fight alongside his boss. He knew he had to maintain this attitude because that was the only way he could earn the right to walk alongside the Phantom. Soon the leader of the squad noticed a silent man in a dark cloak. This was no illusion, but a true Dark Monarch, reborn after his own death. It seems he was resurrected thanks to a cross hidden on the third island of the tower. The Dragon King tensed up and even prepared to start a new battle with his enemy from the past. However, he soon realized that there was nothing frightening left of the former Shadow Monarch. This man was finally reunited with his daughter, and now thought only about her safety and future. As soon as Han allowed himself to relax a little, the mysterious Yunhua immediately approached him. She looked at him carefully and tried to understand whether he had a sister. When they first met, Han had looked a little different, and now, in her opinion, everything fit together. He had neither the time nor the desire to answer stupid questions, so he simply ignored the blonde. After that, it was time to decide what to do next and set clear priorities. From that moment on, the entire team had to work together with Khan to destroy Ouroboros. Some perceived this goal as frankly unrealistic and looked upon the ghost as a madman. He had long since become accustomed to such looks and no longer paid any attention to them. Yunhua always had a fiery temper and was not one to follow other people's orders without question. She didn't want to risk her own life, even if it could save humanity. The Punisher tried to reason with her, but immediately received a hard blow right in the face. This is what happens when you tell a girl she's wrong. This was the first time Sophia had seen a team with so many internal conflicts and open contradictions. She tried to figure out if this was normal, and Khan even had to calm her down. He looked at these people and saw his past team in front of him, as if he had gone back in time for a moment. Gradually, the new reality took shape almost in the same way, and in a strange way he liked it. At that moment, a familiar voice was heard, and the beautiful Yumi emerged from the forest. It was good to see her again after she promised to make serious progress. Khan hoped that over time this team could be considered a replacement for the Phantoms. Meanwhile, Ouroboros was gradually gaining strength and would soon become a serious threat. All this time, the new king of Elfheim kept a close eye on his enemy. He couldn't believe that the man had received administrator rights and literally screamed in rage. The ghost was supposed to die from poisoning by the power of the legendary armor, unable to withstand its pressure. This didn't happen, and now he had administrator rights, making Aragorn feel extremely awkward. While the new king was trying to deal with his own problems, equally important events were taking place in another part of the Red Zone. The Lighthouse clan faced a wave of monsters that suddenly attacked their territory. There were so many parasites that the defenders simply did not have enough strength to fight them off effectively. Liu Chun constantly hid behind the backs of his allies and frantically looked for an opportunity to escape to a safer place. He didn't care that he was setting others up because this guy always thought only about his own salvation. Suddenly news came about the return of the boss, who urgently wanted to see his deputy. Miyamoto did indeed return and was in extremely serious condition. It seemed as if he had gone through real hell and somehow miraculously managed to survive. As soon as Liu Han appeared in his room, the boss ordered everyone else to leave immediately and leave them alone. After this, he burst into angry shouts and began to blame the ghost for everything that had happened. According to him, it was because of this man that the disaster occurred in the Red Zone. Miyamoto demanded that Han be killed immediately before it was too late. To do this, he wanted his assistant to take on all the dirty work. Everyone knew that Liu Kang had long dreamed of this, but he soberly understood that his own strength was insufficient for such a task. The boss told him not to worry and promised to tell him the location of the secret weapon. Hearing that the Phantom leader had a concrete plan, the clan's deputy immediately burst into loud laughter. He was already imagining himself killing Khan and finally becoming a man who would be promoted in rank. While the conspiracy was being prepared against the main character, he himself thought about nothing but endless parasites. It was necessary to methodically destroy monsters, clear the territory, and step by step get closer to the goal. His new team of phantoms gradually began to unite and get used to each other. It was clear that they still lacked coordination, but these people were undoubtedly talented hunters. Once they begin to act as a single mechanism, the speed and efficiency of cleaning will increase dramatically. The adventurers were fortunate to have experienced leaders like Khan and Sophia Viraj by their side. You can always rely on such people if you have enough determination to move forward. Yunhua looked the most frightened and still didn't understand if she needed all this. She felt the desire to stay with the team, but she was afraid to risk her own life every time. After another cleanup, she finally decided to tell the truth and admitted that her people would leave the forest. The risk seemed unjustified to her, and she honestly admitted her own weakness. Ordinary adventurers do not seek to influence the fate of the world and only want to find a little peace. The Punisher again accused her of cowardice and said that he had never met such weak girls. It's not hard to guess what this led to. When these two started a real gladiatorial showdown, Sophia was no longer even surprised by what was happening. She gradually got used to the new reality, like the other adventurers around her. As for Yumi, she wanted to follow Han from the very beginning and saw him as a true leader. He needed a full-fledged team, which he was going to call the Avengers, and he even prepared a speech for this. He needed allies to help ordinary adventurers pass through the abyss. Without support, all these people will die fighting the parasites, never getting a second chance. Each of those gathered here had the right to decide their own fate, and no one forced anyone else. But if they do agree to go with the ghost, they will never regret it. The right words spoken at the right moment can ignite even the most fearful heroes. Yunhua felt that this was a person she could trust, but she still decided to take the risk. From that moment on, the Avenger Squad was finally formed, although they soon had to regret it. The road turned out to be so long and grueling that even the Punisher couldn't believe that the boss hadn't chosen an easier way. He begged the ghost to make at least a short stop, and then confessed that Khan had seemed to have been replaced. The girls didn't pay any attention to his complaints, and during this time they even managed to become friends a little. Sophia found common ground with Yumi quite quickly, especially given their closeness to Han. Each of them wanted to be close to this guy and saw something truly special in him. At the same time, they understood perfectly well that deep down he remained a lone wolf who did not need anyone. Perhaps this is precisely the main character's appeal. His strength and, at the same time, his vulnerability, which makes him alive. The Punisher overheard their conversation and immediately intervened to remind them that Khan was fearless and invincible, and talking about him behind his back was unacceptable. This guy is too devoted to his boss. He loves him recklessly and sometimes blindly, not noticing the realities of the world around him. In any case, each team member feels that Khan has some kind of main mission, which he strives for with all his soul. Few manage to understand it, but every adventurer can make their contribution and help Khan get closer to the top. Once upon a time, he gave these people the right to choose their own path and trusted their decisions. Over the years, they all agreed that walking alongside the ghost was their best chance for progress and growth. Thanks to interesting conversations and shared adventures, the rest of the journey seemed almost unnoticeable and flew by easily. Khan activated the first power of the vampire ring, concentrating all his energy and focusing his attention on the task at hand. A secret entrance opened before them, leading to treasures and hidden artifacts that could strengthen the team. This was known since the time of the past life, when Khan communicated with the mysterious Khan. It turned out that this self-confident and slightly narcissistic guy likes to hide valuables, leaving them in case of unforeseen threats. He shared the location of the hiding place, and now Khan decided to take advantage of this opportunity. There were so many artifacts inside the cache that the eyes were dazzled by the multitude of shining objects and magical energy. All the team members finally realized that the boss was telling the truth, and none of them regretted staying with him. They could take whatever they needed, growing stronger with each find. The Khan knew exactly what relic he needed, and went after it without hesitation. Lord of the Dead is one of the most powerful skills created in the Abyss, capable of completely changing the balance of power. The instructor had already offered this artifact, but Khan had refused it, considering it unsuitable. He turned out to be right, because at that time Khan's characteristics did not allow him to fully realize the potential of the item. Instead of throwing it away, the artifact was offered to the Punisher so that he could be greatly strengthened. It's time to make him a true king of the undead, capable of turning the tide of any battle. Everyone relaxed a little, not noticing how a new danger began to appear on the horizon. Only Sophia managed to react in time and protected her allies with a magical shield, saving their lives. After a short pause, it became clear that another powerful enemy was appearing on the horizon. Luhan enlisted the aid of the Mayak clan and arrived with Miyamoto's secret weapon, ready to exact his long-awaited revenge. He made it clear that he would finally fulfill his dream and destroy Khan and his team. After the signal, the entire squad of professional mercenaries rushed to attack, cutting and killing without the slightest hesitation. The Avengers found themselves at a huge disadvantage. They were outnumbered, and retreat was no longer possible. All the doubts that had long been hidden in Yunhua surfaced again and shackled her consciousness. The boss ordered the mercenaries to kill the weak first and then move on to the strong. That's why no one touched Sophia and Yumi, while Yunhua found herself under a barrage of attacks, almost defenseless. Her life seemed to flash before her eyes, and fear retreated for a moment, giving way to terror and adrenaline. Everyone thought that she wouldn't cope, and would become the first victim of this bloody massacre. The blonde didn't even resist, as if admitting that sometimes fate cannot be changed. All her life, despite her status as a monarch, she felt weak and frightened, paralyzed by fear. The blood and chaos made her tremble, and fear in the face of danger sometimes paralyzed her movements. Defeats became a part of her life, and only a miracle allowed her to avoid death. Until this moment, she had survived only thanks to luck and understood that sooner or later fortune would leave her. But then she met a man whom she could trust for the first time and heard the right words. He advised her to follow him, and gave her a chance to gain true power through the cache of relics. This changed her perception of life, and she divided it into before and after meeting Khan. There was nothing left of the weak, insecure girl. Only determination and a steely will remained. She has become an unwavering, self-confident warrior, capable of facing any threat. All the allies watched this transformation with bated breath. It seemed as if they had been deceived. The blonde had been replaced, turned into a completely different person. With light, precise movements of her fists, powerful enemies were knocked out one after another. The transformation was complete, and now no one doubted that Yunhua was a force to be reckoned with. Even Han was slightly surprised, clearly not expecting his words to have such a profound effect on her. With the Lighthouse squad wiped out, it was time to deal with their leader and secure the victory. The stormtrooper leader will no longer hide behind his friends or boss. He must answer for all his sins and terrible deeds on his own. In a difficult moment, when people unite against an army of monsters, he decided to strike in the back. To survive, he will have to tell where Miyamoto is now. Liu Kang was so scared that he even started talking as if he hated the main phantom. It all looked like a joke, which of course no one believed. However, the villain continued to insist that he no longer wanted to cooperate with the experienced adventurer and wished to switch sides. Once Han learned that the main phantom was at headquarters, the conversation was over. He didn't want to kill Luhan, so he asked Miyamoto to give him a special message. He said that he would definitely come and kill him, no matter what it cost him. This man never trusted traitors, and beautiful words will not change that. When the leader of the stormtroopers woke up, he saw a crippled squad in front of him. He remembered the words he needed to convey to Miyamoto and was once again plunged into sheer rage. He didn't say what happened, but in reality this guy always hated Khan and still dreams of seeing his death with his own eyes. While this fool is trying to somehow justify his violence, other people are fighting honestly against evil. Even after countless encounters with parasites, their numbers do not decrease. The number of monsters is constantly growing, and Mikhail is losing his composure. Khan promised to return and help ordinary people, but he is still not here, and the situation is getting worse. At a critical moment, Mikhail felt that his body lacked energy. Then he heard some kind of whistling sound, looked up and saw an approaching meteorite. After the meteorite landed, there was an explosion that was heard even by residents of another continent. Of course, that meteorite turned out to be the ghost, finally returning to help. Mikhail did not take offense and explained that the course of the battle was practically unchanged. All this time, troops from different clans kept the enemies at bay, and at first everything was fine. Then the parasites became more numerous and people gradually lost control over the territory. Mikhail and his team suffered for a long time and waited for magical help to come very soon. Of course, they are thinking about the phantoms, who are considered the strongest squad of hunters here. Mikhail is already looking forward to the very moment when the phantoms take on the dirty work. He just found out that the phantoms won't be here and they won't help anyone anymore. It's hard to even convey the level of disappointment this guy felt, as all his dreams were shattered. He trusted Khan and was deceived, and it seems this is not the first time this has happened. However, the ghost also has good news that he returned with. Instead of phantoms, Avengers will now fight here. Each member of this team stands out for something special. They may have once been ordinary people, but now they have become extra-class warriors. Absolutely everyone has not only skills but also artifacts that allow them to gain advantages in battle even against the strongest enemies. All this makes the Avengers special and gives them every chance to fully replace the Phantoms. Mikhail didn't really appreciate all this news and even doubted the skills of this team. The Punisher immediately made it clear to him that he could not disagree with the boss's opinion. He was even ready to cut this guy's throat if he expressed his dissatisfaction one more time. The boss had to intervene and make it clear that conflicts among team members were prohibited. In any case, half the job is already done, and now the home stretch begins. The Punisher was still trying to put moral pressure on his competitor, and it seemed to him that everything was working out. That was until Yunhua intervened, and as always, she doesn't like arrogant guys. The special detachment immediately got down to the dirty work. They began to clear the perimeter and kill the terrible monsters. A huge amount of green blood immediately covered the surrounding red ground. It was like turning on a blender and forcing it to grind up some juicy spinach. The number of monsters did not make anyone doubt their strength. Thanks to the most powerful artifacts, everyone received a worthy boost to their skills. While most of the warriors were engaged in close combat, Sophia supported them with magic. Then the leader felt the time had come and gave the Punisher the order to begin the performance. I hope no one has forgotten what artifact Khan gave to his ally. It's time to see what the Lord of the Undead is capable of. As soon as the artifact was activated, the dead monsters immediately began to awaken from their eternal sleep. Their former strength and energy returned to them, but now they were fighting on the other side. People received support that no one expected, and it was all thanks to the Punisher and his new skill. He directed the rebellious parasites against his own family and got real pleasure from it. The monsters truly obeyed his orders completely and did not even doubt their actions. Now the parasites' advantage had evaporated and the odds had quickly evened out. As soon as one of the human army's monsters died, the Punisher would immediately bring him back to life with a magic spell. Gradually, the army of parasites began to go over to the side of people because with each passing minute their number grew larger and larger. Khan thanked his friend for the excellent work, and together with his squad rushed to carry out the main task. There was not a single drop of doubt in his eyes. His heart was beating as usual, and it seemed that now he did not even understand how difficult a goal he was pursuing. Everything was clearly outlined from the start, and the initial plan was to kill a large number of parasites. Then Sophia had to take Khan to the place where the magic was felt most strongly. Using her skill, Immovable Path, They will have to climb onto Ouroboros and kill the creature. Now they finally reached the top, and many of the inexperienced fighters felt their knees shaking. For Han, it's a common experience, but for most of the Avengers, this was all a first. However, they did not show their fear and tried to be ready for battle. Nobody wanted to embarrass themselves in front of the leader and show their own failure. Additional monsters appeared periodically along the way, protecting their king. They were easy to deal with, especially thanks to magical influence. Khan walked ahead and confidently cut off heads with his green sword. Then they finally cleared the perimeter and found themselves in front of a huge black hole. This is the passage to the place where the core of the disaster monster is located. It has 3 cores in total, including the brain, and only by destroying each one can one get rid of Ouroboros. To do this, everyone will take an explosive designed to destroy the core. Khan suggested splitting into groups to save more time. He personally will go with Sophia because he knows her better than anyone else and trusts her skills. Yunhua and her squad were supposed to go ahead, and they readily agreed. It's nice to see even the weakest members of the squad create problems but trust their boss. As soon as the squad entered the passage, Sophia immediately froze the black hole so that the monsters would not interfere with them. Now you need to go through the rest of the passages and do the same. The parasites grew in number and were aimed at hindering the invaders. The Dark Monarch had already reached his peak form and was ready to fight as in his past life. Meanwhile, the Blonde's squad finally reached their destination. Right now they froze, feeling the cold of the monster's inner core. The rest of the Avengers continued to fight the parasites and make their way forward. They found a second entrance, and the second group prepared for action. Yumi paused a little as if she wanted to say something last. She became noticeably nervous, sweated a little, and pretended to have forgotten her speech. It was clear from her eyes that the flame of love was burning inside, but it was not yet time to confess. A second later, she took a step forward and jumped into the abyss of the unknown. Sophia, who was watching this girl, understood perfectly well what she was feeling. Sophia Viraj probably has similar feelings towards the team captain. Now that both groups had infiltrated, Han and Sophia had to do the dirty work as well. They encountered a huge monster, which turned out to be an alpha. He turned to the adventurers and made it clear that he had been keeping a close eye on them all this time. The king's clone no longer doubted that his main enemy in the red zone was standing before him. He tried to somehow intimidate the hunters, choosing harsh words and threatening death. Khan's response was immediate. He struck and cut the monster in 2. This person does not negotiate and always does exactly as he sees fit. As for the first group, they were deep inside the monster's body and were looking around. The core of Ouroboros attracted with its magical glow and special aura. Now we need to prepare the explosives and carry out the final part of the plan. According to the strategy, all groups must destroy the core exactly half an hour after the start of the operation. That is, simultaneously. Then a strange sound was heard and the ground shook underfoot. Apparently they will have to try very hard to survive until the 30 minutes are up. There were monsters even inside, and their numbers seemed abnormal. This time the team performed much better than before. They quickly took up a defensive position, leaned against each other, and accepted the battle on a collision course. The artifacts they received strengthened each of them and gave them new skills. Thanks to this, the adventurers were able to protect themselves and even kill several hundred parasites. Time passed too slowly. It seemed that 1 minute was worth a whole life. The ghost encountered similar problems when it reached the core. Sophia asked him not to twitch and independently activated the tricolor jade, thanks to the rune of restraint. This skill is also known as Ice Light Sphere, which can freeze even the Flame King. Khan was pleased that Sophia was taking charge, but he couldn't resist joining the fight. With the help of his green sword, more than 1,000 monsters have already been killed, and this is only the beginning. Despite the proximity of success, intuition told me that not everything was so simple. Alpha deliberately left a hologram to avoid a real meeting and protect a completely different core. He was afraid to confront Khan directly and decided to fight his assistants. After destroying half of the monsters, the remaining parasites for some reason stopped and began to wait. It looked very much like a trap, although there was no time left for doubt. Khan offered to destroy her good now, and then help the rest of the Avengers. He feels that his allies could be destroyed if he does not provide support in time. Sophia suggested trusting the other team members and seemed not to understand how serious everything was. Khan didn't explain anything. He simply demanded that everything be done as he said. The problems came from a completely unexpected direction. Miyamoto used the 7 pieces of the soul technique and entered Sophia. He tried to take her body and use it to attack Khan without risking himself. The angry madman insulted his rival and promised to send him to hell. The ghost wasn't surprised at all, as if he was waiting for the moment to finally shut this old man up. Having turned on maximum speed mode, The captain approached Sophia and activated the artifact. The vampire will help her get rid of Miyamoto's influence and bring her back to life. The seven soul fragments technique takes a lot of the body's resources, and now Sophia needs rest. She lost consciousness, and Khan finally realized where his old enemy was. While the phantom leaders were trying to figure out why he had failed, death slowly crept up behind him. Khan didn't want to play games anymore. He needed to act like an adult. Miyamoto disappeared and then appeared in a field surrounded by parasites. Seeing what was happening now, he realized that luck would definitely not help him here. The hungry animals rushed at the old man and had a delicious dinner. He will never be a problem again, which means Sophia will soon feel much better. Time was running out, and it was necessary to act more decisively. To do this, Khan used the administrator's technique, which allows him to take away some of the magical energy from the world tree. The extra energy unlocked the Heavenly Soldier's armor, along with the Dragon King's power. Thanks to this form, the third core was instantly destroyed. After this, the monster, which had been sleeping for a long time, finally woke up. He growled, feeling the burning pain, and began to greedily gulp down the cold air to calm himself. He was not yet fully awakened and could not attack fully. Instead of destroying the Alpha, Khan decided to deal with another disaster. He called upon the roots of the World Tree to help capture Ouroboros. No matter how hard this snake tried to get out, all attempts were in vain. After this, Khan began to turn to an old friend whom he had long wanted to meet. The true Aragorn must awaken and return to his throne for the greater good. Soon they will finally meet, and then the balance of power will be restored. Of all the bloody events, one could forget about the new Lord of the Undead. The Punisher had already gotten used to his new role and felt more important. In the past, his skills helped him fight against equal opponents, but today he has reached a completely different level. There was very little time left until victory, and he believed that he would finish the battle before dawn. With each passing minute, his army grew, while the parasites gradually became exhausted. Then a strange sound was heard that frightened even the fearless. San sensed danger and decided to intervene to help his idol. He ordered the army to go forward and not stop, and he himself abandoned the battlefield and climbed up. The recoil from the skill prevented Sophia from quickly returning to creation. To avoid risking her health, Khan decided to use his administrator skills. He moved Sophia to the area where Mikhail was now, feeling relieved. Then he noticed the Punisher approaching, and that was more good news. The young follower could not believe that his leaders had once again achieved a stunning evolution. This guy looked like he had turned into the Demon King. Using magical spheres, he quickly destroyed several dozen monsters and met with the Punisher. There was no time now to explain why he had horns because there were other tasks. San listened with pleasure to his new goal and promised to do everything in the best possible way. He was supposed to help the Blonde's group destroy the core. Khan will send him straight to them using the administrator's magical portal. Finally, he asked his ally not to die under any circumstances because there were still many adventures ahead. The transmission about the Lich King's relic was the right decision. And now Sun plays an important role in the team. Sometimes, to strengthen yourself, you need to think first about the allies who have your back. The second group was also in dire straits, and Khan rushed to their aid. Just recently, the Alpha arrived there, and the problems became much more numerous. The Dark Monarch had already made significant progress, but today it was not enough. The girls couldn't handle the pressure and left the race early. Levon was still holding on, although it was clear that his strength was gradually leaving his body. The opponent, on the contrary, grew stronger with each passing minute and seemed to mock the adventurers. He turned all his strengths against them and confidently said that this was the end. Levon never accepted death as inevitable. He was used to fighting to the last and never losing hope. This guy has already earned a star in the count for his commitment to the team and its goals. Even the Alpha expressed admiration for this guy who was willing to sacrifice himself for the others. Then the King's clone lost patience and decided to quickly finish what he had started. Various portals opened around him and sharp blades pierced the Dark Monarch's body. After this, there was no more strength left. Levon fell to his knee and let out a death groan. All that was needed was to finish off the wounded animal, and the parasites were ideal for this task. Everything was going very well until the main character appeared on the scene. Khan was a little late, but still came to stop the Mad Alpha. The battle that had been brewing for a very long time has finally become a reality. To show the seriousness of his intentions, Khan decided to cut off several heads of the monsters. After he cleared the battlefield, he immediately approached his allies. The Dark Monarch looked very ill and needed immediate medical attention. Instead, the captain gave him a magic crystal, which immediately began to accelerate his regeneration. The girls were fine too, although they looked upset about the defeat. Yumi trained hard for a long time and tried her best to catch up with Han's level. Today she realized that she is too far from ideal and there is still a long road ahead. She shouldn't be upset because her opponent was extremely strong. The administrator's power cannot be used inside the monster, so Han advises to go outside immediately. There, his people will be able to use the feather and move to a safe place. The fact that they kept the potion intact already speaks of the task being accomplished. Alpha didn't want to give the adventurers a chance to rest in peace. He got angry and attacked them without any warning. Now the adventurers left the danger zone and left Khan alone with his rival. This will make things even easier for him, because he won't have to be distracted and save unnecessary souls. He calmly stopped the strongest attack and left the Alpha perplexed. To avoid making a mistake next time, the king's clone decided to use all his energy. All these flashes of mana did not frighten the fearless man at all. He remained just as calm and waited for the first blow to fly towards his head. In his Dragon King form, along with the great armor, he felt invincible. Each subsequent blow caused too many problems for the Alpha. Killing this monster would be too stupid, at least right now. Han must save the vessel to help Sean return from the world of the dead. His energy level is not that high, and it is better not to waste precious minutes. He began to throw twisting blows, and the Alpha realized the gravity of his situation. He felt like he had made a mistake and his whole plan was going to hell. There was only one person who appeared on the way who managed to ruin everything. With his last strength, the elf crawled towards his destiny and touched the inner core of Ouroboros. The ghost immediately screamed and began accusing him of cowardice. He shouldn't have given up on his dream, even though it didn't matter to him anymore. Alpha decided to replace the core with himself and did something no one expected. It seems that defeating Khan is much more important to him than helping his fellow tribesmen. Because of his youth, he created additional problems that will now have to be dealt with. In simple terms, he simply connected with the consciousness of the great monster. Before the final battle, it was necessary to ensure absolute safety for each team member. Many adventurers have encountered a threat that proved too great for them. Khan came to the rescue in time and sent each of them to a safe place. He used his power as an administrator to move people around space with ease. Mikhail, who was watching everything that was happening, asked himself a lot of questions. He did not understand what was required of him and how he should proceed further. By that time, Sophia had already woken up after a long sleep and could not remember what had happened. She would have gladly returned to the battle if Mikhail had not asked her to stay by her side. Magical barriers brought members of the Avenger squad here again and again. Khan brought back his entire team and was left in splendid isolation to solve the main task. Right now, he is looking at his strongest enemy and waiting for his first move. Alpha connected his consciousness with Ouroboros and felt that he finally had a chance to win. He won't be able to bring his tribe back to life anymore, and he doesn't care at all. For this guy, it's much more important to win the fight against the ghost and prove to himself that he is the best of the best. To fight such a huge titan, you will have to spend absolutely all your resources. Khan immediately summoned additional energy, but the first blow caught him off guard. The protective barrier was destroyed and the internal organs were subjected to boiling. Only the wings saved it from complete incineration. If this continues, even the Dragon King will have little chance of success. The coughing up of blood made it clear that we needed to change strategy and act quickly. Using administrator rights, Khan decided to activate the total movement of people in space. He gathered all the survivors in the red zone and gave them a chance to escape. Right now, they will leave this territory and find themselves in an intermediate safe zone. They will be able to return there whenever they wish. But the main thing is that no one decides to return without permission. Khan spends his resources only to protect people from Ouroboros. He understands that he could lose and does not want humanity to risk their lives. The monster called him a fool who risks his life to save lesser beings. If Khan loses today, all the people will still die from this terrible snake. To have any hope of victory, one must find a weapon containing royal power. The lightning splitter from the King of Elfheim could become such an artifact. However, to do this, you need to break away from the snake, which is not going to let go of its prey. Han decided to take one last risk and activated his best friend Khan's skill called 7 Fragments. This technique allows you to unite all the relics and direct the energy in the right direction. This puts additional strain on the heart but opens up incredible possibilities. Additional skills for the divine dragon form have just been created. The Shining Sky technique is now in Han's possession, and he can use it at any time. The main problem with this venture is that time is limited. It is now impossible to drag out the fight any longer, and we need to act as quickly as possible. With his determination, Ghost made it clear that the Alpha might not even interfere with victory. When the tectonic explosion occurred, the snake growled and hissed in pain. People watching the battle thought that a nuclear warhead had exploded ahead. None of them left the danger zone and remained close to the captain. They felt they could not leave the leader and take him to a safe place. It will be very difficult for Khan to repeat a similar attack due to a lack of resources. He had already spent almost all of his energy on transferring people to the intermediate zone. Moreover, after arriving on the Red Peninsula, he did not rest at all and ate practically nothing. In this state, the fight can end at any moment due to overload of the body. Khan could have asked his friends for help, but he preferred to save them from death. He has never once allowed himself to doubt and thus earned ironclad respect. But respect does not help during battle, and every warrior knows this. The huge snake survived and gained more and more speed with each passing minute. The energy gradually left the Dragon King's body, and he realized that this could not continue. Right now, he will use up the energy of the World Tree, and if the resources run out, the tree will die. To avoid a collapse, he decided to change his tactics a little. Khan approached the squad of fighting bees and met with their leader. This main parasite immediately struck him, but the man came to talk. The World Tree's mana is currently in the process of being depleted. All the parasites in this zone feed on the tree's energy, and therefore the situation looks extremely dire for them. When the energy runs out, the red zone will perish, but Khan offers a way out. He wants to help parasites survive and save the entire environment. To do this, he needs to get to the path of the King of Elfheim as quickly as possible. The Parasite King was convinced of the new administrator's power and decided to take a risk. For him, this was an opportunity to gain at least some hope of salvation. People are a poor source of energy, and sooner or later they would run out anyway. In order to save his older sister, the king nevertheless decided to unite with the man. He led the way forward and showed where the royal flower was. He hadn't appeared for the last 500 years, and it would take something special to get him out of his cocoon. The ghost showed confidence in his abilities and walked as if he knew what to do. Approaching the King of Elfheim, he said that his son Sean was now awaiting resurrection. These seemingly ordinary words were enough to wake the king up. A huge number of different memories fell like stones on my head. Khan rushed into the past and then returned to the future. Battles, close friends, and even a frightened little Sean appeared before his eyes. He gave this demon his hand and offered help, knowing that in the future, Sean would be the key to success. Now he met with his father, who had long been the King of Elfheim. There was practically no time left to get to know each other. It was necessary to act clearly, quickly, and without unnecessary formalities. An additional variable has appeared in the red zone, and in 15 years the abyss will open. To confront the demons, a strong army will be needed, a great alliance that transcends all races and species. To do this, the ghost needs the help of such a strong warrior as the real Aragorn. There was not a drop of doubt or lies in his words. He clearly understood what needed to be done. To defeat Ouroboros, a great relic called the Lightning Splitter is needed. It was a request that the king immediately rejected. He cannot share the heritage of his race with a man who is essentially a puppet. The king sees before him the vanguard of the Valkyrie clan, carrying out someone else's orders. At first, it was not entirely clear what all this meant, because Khan did not consider himself a puppet. He even threatened his interlocutor and said that he had better take his words back. The king was in no hurry to apologize and started talking about Kaldin, who is called a great wizard. It seemed that right now around Khan he felt the magic of the great wizard. To prove his independence, Khan agreed to completely remove all magical shackles. The process looked a little strange and risky, but there was simply no other way out. It was necessary to earn the trust of the King of Elfheim, and be sure to obtain the precious relic to defeat the serpent. If this monster is not destroyed, humanity will perish and the return will end in failure. As soon as the magical shackles were removed, cold sweat appeared on the forehead, and the muscles were stretched to the limit. Khan was immediately transported to the past and did not hear his partner yelling at him. He was accused of not helping to defend the perimeter, and of surrendering early in the battle. Everyone saw death in this guy's eyes because he had just lost his beloved. The great wizard decided to intervene and help with his skills. These people needed a war that their leader could lead, and they would do anything to get the Khan back to the fight. Keldon cast a spell on his friend and brought him back to the real world. For some time, Khan forgot about his beloved and fought fiercely against the evil spirits. All this time, the aura of a great wizard hovered around him. As soon as the aura was removed, Keldon appeared next to him to talk to his friend for the first time in a long time. Only the great ruler of Elfheim was able to destroy such a magical barrier. The wizard apologized to the king and said that he had not intended to turn Khan into a puppet. It was simply magical protection for a person who needed help. It was gratifying to see that the ghost carried out the entire plan without delay. He is now at a critical point in his journey and must not give up under any circumstances. There are still too many sacrifices to be made, and all this is necessary in order to save even more souls. Keldon has complete trust in his friend and hopes that everything will work out for him. The projection from the past could not remain in reality for long. time had come to an end. The Khan said goodbye to his friend and said that he would definitely fulfill his destiny. One day they will meet again and go hunting, like in the good old days. Until then, we need to complete all tasks and secure the red zone as quickly as possible. For his actions, Khan earned respect and received the lightning splitter. Now it is up to him how well he will use this relic. To charge the artifact, the energy of the world tree is needed, but in this case, the tree will die. Unexpectedly, the Parasite King decided to help solve the problem. He is willing to sacrifice his own energy to kill Ouroboros. Of course, it is important to understand why he acts this way. Apparently, looking at Khan, this old and experienced beetle sees a ray of hope. When the world tree began to dry up, there were no longer enough nutrients for the parasites. They had no choice but to attack people in order to somehow feed themselves. Then they learned that Ouroboros was taking most of the nutritional energy, and they began a war against the serpent. The Parasite Queen was left without support and quickly died of starvation. Before her death, she left the king with hope in the form of a fragment of a precious stone. Now that the world tree is dying, the queen's performance is impossible. If Khan kills the giant serpent, the tree will bloom again, and the parasites will be able to return to their former glory. The king feels that the queen died because of him, and 500 years later he wants to correct the mistakes of the past. He gives his power and does everything possible to ensure that the red zone sees a new dawn. In return, the Beetle King asks only to resurrect the queen after victory. This wouldn't be difficult for Khan, and he never considered parasites to be a problem for humanity. They were simply hungry creatures who wanted to survive and never wanted to fight anymore. Once the world tree regains its energy, the parasites will forget about wars with people and begin a calm and measured life. Now the entire red zone must prepare because Khan has received a boost and is about to kill Ouroboros. With the latest artifact that allows him to cut through lightning, he will not waste a single extra minute on this fierce battle. Everyone held their breath and prepared to witness the great power of the hero. Like a superhero, he rushed through the thick fog and struck the huge snake right in the head. There was a cracking sound that spoke of a split skull and the destruction of the fate of another disaster. The snake, which was so feared by the entire red zone, died after the first blow. This is what happens when you face a motivated opponent with Sky Splitter. All that remained of the huge and once terrifying monster was a magical core. Now all the red zone's plagues have been vanquished, and the system welcomes the ghost. Despite his outward invincibility, Khan felt incredible pain inside. His body could barely withstand such stress, and it was a little sad to watch. At any moment he could have lost consciousness and fallen to the ground, but he stubbornly continued to pursue his goal. First, he needed to use his power and retrieve Alpha's dead body. People like Khan always keep their word, and now he will do what he must. The memory shard reacts to Alpha's essence and transfers the consciousness of another being to him. Even though Sean died a few days ago, right now he will be reborn in a new, much better body. After waking up, he thought for some time that he was sleeping and talked all sorts of nonsense. After this, he realized that everything was real and thanked his savior for a new lease on life. The body gradually began to fail, and the heart almost broke into pieces. The man who saved thousands of lives felt cold blood on his lips and trembled with fear. Not a single trace of fear remained, all due to the colossal pressure of the divine artifacts. The world tree's connection to Khan was temporarily severed to restore balance of power. While the tree is recovering, Khan must rely only on his own regeneration. He was suffocating and felt like a million knives were piercing his body. The connection with magical energy is broken, and without it, he is an ordinary person, deprived of divine help. Sean tried his best to help his savior, but nothing worked. Then the king of Elfheim appeared in the sky and came to the rescue in time. For a moment, he thought that Han was being attacked and tried to protect him. Aragorn did not realize that it was his son in front of him, and he intended to unleash another massacre. Only after several explanations and pitiful tears did everything fall into place. The frightened father took back his words and realized how blind he had been all this time. He apologized to his son and hastened to correct all the mistakes of his youth. While his magic tried to heal the man, the two elves did everything to improve their relationship. For the first time in 500 years, they hugged each other, and it was a moment when the whole world seemed to smile. Sean had suffered for too long, and now he was not holding back his emotions, trying to believe in his own happiness. As for the main character, everything was fine with him, and there was nothing to worry about. He was taken to a safe place and given the opportunity to recuperate a little. When he woke up, he felt much better, and the connection with the world tree was successfully restored. Immediately after waking up, he felt that the same instructor who was haunting him was nearby. This worm did not expect to see victory over another disaster, and congratulated the hero on his success. Khan expressed interest in learning a skill called Zero Dive. This skill allows you to deal the strongest damage and reduces magic resistance. Rumor has it that this skill once destroyed an entire world, and one must be very careful with it. It seems Khan is planning on putting on an even bloodier show in the next one, the Orange Zone. He has his own ideas on how to use the skill, and perhaps he will come up with something special. The instructor did not detain the hunter and immediately left his lair. The new skill will help you specialize in killing enemies, and this is necessary because in the next zone, there will be no support from the World Tree. You can't use the dragon's power constantly because sooner or later the body will become exhausted. After regaining his health, Khan hurried to meet with Aragorn. Now this sage looked at the guy completely differently. He trusted him and saw a hero in him. He understood perfectly well that after the failure in Elfheim, the king moved to the Orange Zone and became part of another tribe. This king's life was filled with failures, and it is too difficult to even remember. It is said that his relatives, the Akarans, are still alive, although they are in a difficult situation. Everything was fine until the golden lion Lazarus lost his former power. Once upon a time, his blood and flesh formed the wealth of nations, and then not a single trace remained of it. Many tribes were on the brink of extinction, and Aragorn used the Soul Shifter to enter another world. He became an Elfheimian and wanted to move his entire tribe to the Red Zone to get a second chance at development. He was fortunate to be reborn as a prince of Elfheim, although deep down he still remained an Acaronian. He wanted to unite the two peoples and create a symbiosis between them, but he made a lot of mistakes. After this, he learned of the extinction of the Acarans and decided to continue living as one of the kings of Elfheim. Disasters appeared in the Red Zone, and over time the king lost his son twice and failed to protect his beloved people twice. His fate is filled with disappointments and defeats, the bitterness of which he still feels on his tongue. However, now a new hero has appeared, who has begun to improve the situation. Khan hasn't just restored balance in the Red Zone, he's also offering to save all of Acarona in the Orange Zone. To do this, he needs the king's knowledge and information about where the ancient rune is located, along with the soul transmitter. Besides all this, he wants to cure Lazarus and bring prosperity back to the Orange Zone. Reborn, he not only plans to save humanity, but also to restore balance in all new worlds. The conversation ended on a very positive note, and gradually a new plan began to emerge. First, it was necessary to keep one's word and restore prosperity to the parasites. He gradually got used to his new body and finally forgot what anger was. Using his magical administrative skills, Khan attempted to resurrect the queen. After years of being trapped in an egg, she finally got a taste of freedom. The atmosphere immediately brightened, and the entire Red Zone prepared for the dawn of the Empire. The queen hastened to thank her savior, and from that moment on promised to fulfill any of his requests. After all these beautiful speeches, it was necessary to gradually prepare the cocoon for the transition to a new zone. Khan no longer intended to linger in this territory, and he no longer needed administrator rights. He considered it necessary to give this power and authority to Sean, who must find himself in a new guise. Now he is the prince of this territory and at the same time the administrator of the Red Continent system. A great responsibility falls on his shoulders, and the balance of power will have to be actively managed. He will be helped in this by the parasites, who also received several precious gifts from the ghost. Miyamoto left a fragment of the 7 pieces of his soul after his death, and the parasites immediately transferred it to Han. After exchanging gifts, it was necessary to come to an agreement with the father and son. For the first time in many years they were reunited, but it did not last long. The Khan apologized several times and explained that he needed the king in the Orange Zone. As soon as all the work is done, he will immediately return it safe and sound. Sean has waited over 500 years to be reunited with his father, and waiting a little longer won't be a problem for him. Now Khan will go to the people to form a strike force in the New World. Upon returning, he immediately called the Golden Dove and conveyed his special message to the Avengers. He gathered everyone around him to thank him for the successful completion of the mission. Absolutely every team member deserves individual words of gratitude. Someone showed an unexpected side of themselves and became a discovery in the Red Zone. Someone has finally moved beyond their own fears and inner limitations. There were also those who simply progressed and became at least a little better. Now everyone can go their own way, but Khan suggests uniting and continuing the victorious march. People like San will never refuse their leader new adventures. Everyone else also didn't know what to do next, and willingly agreed to accept the new mission. Now they are set to travel to the Orange Zone thanks to Mirror Lake. No one else blocks the path of hunters to the next worlds. Khan explained that they would have to cooperate with the king of Elfheim, and many found this truth difficult to accept. Just recently they were fighting his clone, and today they must listen to his advice. The king apologized for everything that happened and said that he hoped for understanding. Then the portal opened, and everyone prepared to plunge into the unknown. The team, which has already become legendary, has just received a new goal, the revival of the Orange Zone. In just a moment they found themselves in the desert, the heat of which made staying there a real test. Instead of a warm welcome, they were forced to immediately begin a fight for their lives. There were a lot of monsters around, and it was necessary to react as quickly as possible. Even a second's delay could cost a life or lead to disability. The Avengers quickly united and through teamwork were able to protect themselves. After battling disasters, fighting dinosaurs seemed like a walk in the park for them. The battle against the monsters was closely watched by people in sand-protecting cloaks. They immediately noticed Sophia and thought that the Phantoms had decided to come to a new zone for themselves. Representatives of the bandit group did not limit themselves to ordinary reconnaissance. They decided to attack from a distance and use a magic rifle. If you bring Sophia's head to the boss, he will clearly provide a very large reward. The plan of these fools was too simple to become reality. They thought that a regular magic bullet could defeat a guy like Han. Reality turned out to be full of disappointments, and the ghost instantly stopped the shot flying into his heart. After that, he attacked using Black Plague magic. Two bandits who decided to attack without warning immediately turned into sand, forgotten by time. Now that the battle was over, it was time to look around a bit and figure out what to do next. Looking around, it became clear that the once prosperous land had turned into a wasteland. The true homeland of the King of Elfheim is located right here, although it is hard to believe. For people who haven't been here before, it seems like the Orange Zone has always been this scorched earth. In fact, there was once an oasis here. The peoples prospered and were friends with each other, and no one even heard the word war. Now the king dreams of meeting the legendary Golden Lion, although much remains to be done. This vast desert was once a living being and maintained the local balance. The entire horizon that the hunters saw was part of a huge lion. Here, even a comparison with Ouroboros is inappropriate, because Lazarus is tens of times larger. The sacred beast was so strong and powerful that it could easily quench its thirst by drinking lava from the volcano. He controlled his body and, thanks to magical artifacts, created water out of nothing. The huge number of plants allowed local residents not to need food and to forget about hunger. But now nothing remains of this, and one can only guess what happened. It is unknown how much longer this land will last if we do not intervene in time. The Khan asked the king not to worry, and promised that he knew how to solve this problem. There is a town in the nearest direction, and it would be nice to go and visit it. From now on, the Avengers squad must actively collect runes over the next few weeks. They started mining runes right on the road to the city. To do this, all you had to do was destroy ordinary monsters and enjoy it. For a team that had recently fought against an army of parasites, this was too easy. Although, of course, no one relaxed, because new types of monsters always made you feel tense. Now there are enough runes to buy a set of equipment in the new city. Today you can rest a little, and tomorrow you can set out on a new mission. After spending the night in the desert, the next morning the adventurers reached a huge city called Tarnus. They were not allowed inside right away, and had to go through a small procedure. The guards didn't even leave the gates and immediately ran to call their boss. Then a strange figure in a scary costume appeared at the top. When she came closer, she smiled and immediately greeted Sophia. The Phantom Girl immediately recognized her old friend in front of her, Envy Aaron. In her past life, she was Valentina's closest assistant and fought on the side of people in the most brutal wars. She is now the leader of a united clan and the ruler of a city in the center of the desert. She had just been informed that the Red Zone's scourge had now been completely eradicated. For a long time, Arena couldn't believe that this was even possible. She then explained the situation in the Orange Zone and made it clear that not everything was as good as it seemed at first glance. There is a certain Coffin Emperor who founded the Laurel clan. This clan accepts all kinds of scoundrels, rapists, murderers, and anyone who wants to break the law. They constantly attack nearby cities and create a lot of problems for civilians. In just 1 year, their powers have grown so rapidly that it is now almost impossible to defend against these guys. Most likely, it was these same criminals who attacked Khan deep in the desert. This may create problems for the protagonist's further plans. He wants to send his allies to training and go to the Great Temple with the king. Sophia reported that a man nicknamed the Ghost had conquered all natural disasters. When Arena heard that this guy did everything alone, she refused to believe such fairy tales for a long time. The Khan dropped all formalities and immediately asked what had happened to the dungeon outside the city. Arena was surprised that this guy knew about the dungeon and said that no one uses it. The monsters there are too weak to interest strong hunters. A little later, the clan leader received a message about the approaching danger. She promised to meet the Avengers a little later, when she had solved the city's main problems. The gates were opened and new travelers entered. The shopping district of Tarnus was full of people making crazy deals. The Avengers were given a place to rest and also had a delicious lunch at a local restaurant. Now it was necessary to buy equipment thanks to the runes obtained in the desert. Everyone went to choose special clothes according to their own taste. The Khan understood perfectly well what he needed and very quickly acquired everything he needed. With his skills, he temporarily turned the king into an ordinary old man. Now no one will pay unnecessary attention to him or ask stupid questions. When it came time to pay, there were no problems with the runes. The seller earned record profits and even swallowed his tongue for a while. He thanked Khan for his generosity and said that next time he would give him some special gift. Afterwards, they went to the training dungeon to maintain their fighting form. All the team members looked a little different thanks to the new clothes. They thought it was another easy dungeon, but the leader didn't think so. He laughed ironically at his allies and made it clear that something terrible was waiting for them inside. Before entering the dungeon, Aragorn showed the adventurers something interesting. Inside the dungeon, they will encounter monsters known as ballads. These creatures are somewhat more dangerous than parasites, and you should never relax around them. There will be too many of these monsters, which means that losing concentration is strictly prohibited. After entering inside, once you are in a large room, you will need to find a hidden portal. He will lead the team into a secret dungeon, inside of which there is a whole sea of monsters. It is at this moment that the Punisher will enter the scene, using the skill of the Lord of the Dead. He will be able to control these creatures and very quickly turn the tide of the fight. In just a few days, they will obtain about a third of the required runes, and this can already be called a success. After this, you will need to go deeper into the dungeon, to the room that contains the core. This is where you will have to kill the Ballad King and complete the dungeon. After this, the dungeon will belong to the Punisher and all his friends. Khan will not go with them because he has his own tasks. He gave some more specific advice and asked everyone to be careful. Then the ghost said goodbye to his friends and said that he was counting on their success. Together with Aragorn, they set out for the distant lands of the cold night desert. Right now, the main task is to obtain a sword technique that only the holy warriors know about. This technique can be obtained in a special temple with the help of 2 priests. The king was a little doubtful whether he could help his friend. Too many years have passed since he was last in these lands, and now he fears that he will not even be recognized. Khan advised to forget about empty thoughts and focus on the present moment. The nearest temple is located near the Laurel clan base. This is where desperate criminals gather, ready to commit terrible acts. This clan quickly gained power and control through the sword enhancement technique. You have to be very careful with these guys, otherwise they will ruin all your plans. While flying near one of the cities, Khan noticed a strange incident. The little cat tried to run away and at the last moment tripped over a protruding stone. She held the magic crystal in her hands and constantly thought about her parents. The girl didn't know that they sacrificed themselves to protect her and the relic. Behind him was a desperate criminal ready for anything. He carried the heads of her parents in his hands and clearly mocked the small and defenseless cat. This terrible, bloodthirsty wolf was known for his brutal crimes and was sentenced to death in absentia. He enjoyed scaring little children and making them do nasty things. Seeing the heads of her parents, the cat began to cry, and her heart almost broke into pieces. At the moment when the wolf wanted to take advantage of her innocent body, there was complete silence all around. Then a shot rang out into the void, and the wolf began to choke on its own blood. He had just been pierced by a magic sword, leaving no chance for salvation. In the last seconds of his life, he noticed a strange magical object above him. After this, the wolf felt a crushing blow that broke his ribs and spine. Now no more peaceful family will suffer from his terrible claws. The little cat didn't even know how to react to such an unexpected rescue. Her prayers were answered, and now she could stop worrying about her life. The king quickly healed her wounds and promised that now she need not fear anything. The girl spoke about the duty of parents, but Aragorn hardly listened to her and suggested that they sleep a little to rest. It was clear that she wanted to say something important, but they simply weren't letting her speak out. The king helped her fall asleep and get rid of the negativity with the help of the moon cradle. Just as she finally relaxed, a few more criminals appeared. For a guy like Khan, it was a great opportunity to showcase his slightly forgotten talents. The king also did not hold back and wanted to punish the sinners for their terrible deeds. He used Agnes's blade and became so furious that it was as if he were 25 years old again. Khan also did not stand aside and used the vessel of the dragon god and the heavenly spear. With such special effects, there was no doubt that the criminals would not have a single chance. They were confident in themselves only until they saw their opponents. By the time a bright beam of light appeared on the horizon, it was too late to react. With lightning-fast movements, the young adventurer got rid of all his rivals. He left one of them alive to ask a few questions. Then Khan took a closer look and recognized the guy. He didn't want to cause him any more pain and ordered him to run away immediately before it was too late. Enemies from his past life became allies, and allies turned into enemies. Now he met Taris, who worked as a spy, and was introduced into the criminal world with the help of Arena. He was doing his job well, and there was no point in detaining him. Meanwhile, the gang of criminals gradually developed and became stronger. These people never relaxed and trained even when everyone else was sleeping. The Coffin Emperor, the clan leader, loved training at night in the cold wind. During the day, it was almost impossible to develop one's talents because of the stifling heat. But at night you could go wild and show off your best abilities. After destroying several huge monsters, the training came to an end. After this, the Coffin Emperor received urgent news from his assistant. He learned that a powerful warrior had appeared in the Orange Zone and decided to open a new hunting season. The next morning, when the little cat woke up, she told about the crystal that had been passed down from generation to generation. Her saviors took the crystal and threw it into the holy water. After this, the water turned green and gave hope to the desert. Now her parents will finally find peace and the girl will gradually be able to move on. She will forever remember the sacrifice her parents made to protect the lands of Lazarus. Aragorn was dissatisfied, for in his time, there had been much more balance and kindness in these lands. Now, when he sees that criminals are trying to kill a child, it becomes difficult for him to contain his emotions. During the conversation, the girl realized that the person in front of her was a distant relative. Most likely, he could even be her grandfather, since they have the same last name. The girl's parents always told her that the spirit of her ancestors would definitely come to her aid in difficult times. Now she looked at the king and realized that these words had turned out to be prophetic. Now everything will be fine, and the future is gradually getting rid of its dark shades. This little beauty's name is Alain, and she is a descendant of a royal dynasty. It turns out that Aragorn's clan is still alive, despite many years of decline. He hugged the girl and thanked her for their survival despite the hardships of fate. The old man noticeably perked up after meeting the child and felt young. Now his ancient tribe will definitely accept their king, although no one expected this. It was a pretty good start for the Orange Zone. Meanwhile, Envy Erin met with her aides to discuss the gravity of the situation. Criminals have been causing too many problems lately. The troops of honest people could hardly hold back the onslaught of the enemies. More and more ordinary citizens were suffering from this situation and demanded decisive measures. Arena always suggested acting as harshly as possible. For example, killing and executing everyone who breaks the rules. She also said that new travelers from the Red Zone would be able to help them in their difficult struggle. After this, Arena hurried to meet with Sophia to agree on cooperation. She left all the dirty paperwork to her assistants. They had long since gotten used to it, but still periodically made a fuss about their duties. Meanwhile, the Avengers were actively fighting inside the ruins of the secret dungeon. Everything happened exactly as Khan described. Once they entered the secret dungeon, they were faced with a huge influx of ballads, which became a serious threat. Only thanks to the Punisher's talent did the hope of success still glimmer in the hearts of the adventurers. They had been actively fighting monsters for more than 3 days, and fatigue was gradually making itself felt. At the same time, pumping up his skills allowed the Dark Monarch to reach a new level of power. He gradually returned to his best form, but at the same time did not sell his soul to the devil and remained on the light side. The team then fell into a shortcut trap that took them straight to the boss room. Khan warned that under no circumstances should one get to the boss until all the other monsters were destroyed. This was all completely not going according to plan, and Sophia clearly understood that one mistake could cost the lives of the entire team. The King of Ballads, born from cannibalism, was already ready to feast on a tasty snack. There was no time left for unnecessary reflection, and the battle with the king began almost immediately. Despite their numerical advantage, the adventurers were experiencing serious problems. Unlike ordinary ballads, the king stood out not only for his regeneration but also for his more advanced attacking abilities. He may have been a bit weak defensively, but the constant pressure made it hardly noticeable. It was difficult to find his weak spot, because he didn't give anyone a minute to breathe. After Khan handed over the reins of the team to the Punisher, much changed. Sand felt he couldn't fail to live up to the trust placed in him and tried his best to show his best side. He took on leadership and led the team forward, although he was sorely lacking in experience. Unlike Khan, he was living his first life, and his advice was sometimes too naive. However, something important happened during the battle. Mr. Levon woke up. The Dark Monarch unlocked his ability and his stats skyrocketed. Having received the enhanced state, he immediately turned into a berserker demon. After this moment, the outcome of the fight was predetermined. The Monster King of the hidden dungeon could no longer count on success. He had to fight against the Death Lord, the Phantom, and the Dark Monarch at the same time. No matter how strong and powerful he was, death was already waiting for him ahead. The process of destruction accelerated when another powerful personality appeared on the battlefield. Irina found the entrance to the secret dungeon and quickly helped her friends finish what they started. Her 2 weeping willow blades quickly cut the king into small pieces and turned him into shish kebab. The cold calculation and incredible grace of the cat made Irina a true legend. It was a pleasure to watch her actions, and besides everything else, she was a very beautiful girl. The king of ballads was defeated, and suddenly the ownership of the cave passed to her. The team that should have achieved success looked battered and dispirited after 3 days of fighting. They felt they had been robbed of the victory they had worked so hard to earn. Nevertheless, everyone thanked Irina because it was she who became the last straw that broke the camel's back for the king of ballads. When it was all over, Irina immediately said that she needed help. The clan doesn't have enough scouts and they need to find someone who can get information about the criminals. Everyone thought that it was Sophia who should fulfill this unexpected request. It was clear that she didn't really like it, but she was ready to help because Irina provided the Avengers with all the amenities in her city. While the adventurers defended the hidden dungeon, Khan and Aragorn reached their destination. Finally, they saw the legendary village to which Alan had led them. In recent times, there are practically no animals left in the village. There were also very few residents left, and even those who were still here were getting ready to leave. Apparently, the situation was so bad that people were ready to leave their own homeland. There was chaos in the little girl's house, and they were also getting ready to leave. Without the best warriors, it was too dangerous to remain in the village, but the chieftain still could not leave the lair. Suddenly the doors opened and little Alain ran inside. Seeing that she was alive, everyone was very happy and began to cry with happiness. The old man and the ghost were also pleased that they had saved another life, although Khan didn't even smile. Grandfather immediately thanked the rescuers and said that he was ready to do anything for them. There was no time for unnecessary conversations, so, as always, formalities were put aside. Khan was interested in being taught the body-strengthening technique, despite it being considered very dangerous. To do this, it was necessary to meet with the elder and have a serious talk. They left the baby in the next room and quickly hurried to meet the elder. She was a grown woman, whom everyone had long since called Granny. People were constantly attacking the village, and it would be strange to give one of them the technique of strengthening the body. Khan explained that he had nothing to do with bandits and criminals, but, on the contrary, he wanted to destroy them. He is ready to get rid of the Frontal Emperor and bring peace back to the lives of the local tribes. The elder promised to arrange an audience, and immediately after that there was a loud explosion. Everyone rushed outside and saw a threat approaching from the sky. From a distance it looked like a huge cluster of parasites, but in reality they were fiery stingers. Apparently, several local residents have already been injured and the situation has taken a bad turn. Everything happened much earlier than expected, and Khan needed to act more decisively. Without the enhancement of the magic tree, his characteristics did not seem immortal. He is still the same vulnerable person who can lose to a strong opponent at any moment. Little Alain took the king to the sacred tree of the local tribe. She looked happy and told him ancient legends of her people. Aragorn was smiling too, and for the first time in many years he felt happy. He didn't think about anything and seemed to have sunk into a calm old age without unnecessary worries. This did not last long, because his intuition was always one step ahead. Turning around, he saw a huge number of fire arrows approaching. If he had reacted even a second later, he would have died along with everyone else who was near the tree. Everything around began to blaze with flames, while living creatures were saved thanks to the magical barrier. The criminals have already broken into the village and started committing atrocities at every step. They wanted to kill those who resisted, rape women, and torture old people. Few could name the real reasons for such behavior. Most likely, the bandits simply got pleasure from it. There is no place for such monsters on any planet in the galaxy, and they must be eliminated as quickly as possible. At first, the old man chose a defensive tactic and tried to protect his loved ones. It was clear that the young and extremely aggressive King of Elfheim had awakened within him. He activated the legendary fire stingers, and retribution began. Deadly rays flew in different directions, piercing the hearts of the criminals. At first, the main guard was frightened, and even stopped when they saw the skill that was considered the highest. The king looked at them as if he was challenging the younger generation and had never been afraid of anything in his life. He promised that everyone would answer for their sins, and one of the gang's thugs accepted his challenge. He tore off his t-shirt and rushed forward to destroy the old dog. The blow was so fast and powerful that the King of Elfheim did not have time to react. As Aragorn fell onto the hot sand, he felt his broken ribs crunch. As he fell, he tried to see what was happening ahead while the bandits taunted him. With the help of magical regeneration, the old man quickly regained his health when he realized that the child was in danger. He rose from the dead like a phoenix and repeated his trick with incredible cruelty. Arrows began to pierce the opponents, and screams of horror echoed throughout the village. Absolutely all the bandits who came here during the day were in a state of wild fear. In order to somehow defend themselves, their boss used the ancient blood skill. Little is known about this technique at this time, but judging by the reaction, it was a decent boost. The second round of the fierce struggle between good and evil, youth and experience, has begun. The young fighter had a clear advantage in speed and power. The old man attacked confidently at long range, but to do this, he needed to accumulate more energy. By that time, Khan had already appeared on the horizon and tipped the scales in favor of experience. He activated his Dragon Lord form and quickly scared everyone away with his wings. Instead of warnings and beautiful words, he acted as if he had been sent by Satan himself. Residents nearby had the impression that a Philippine typhoon had hit the land. Be that as it may, he very quickly managed to clear the perimeter of evil. Most of the victims were on the side of the criminals, while civilians were not harmed. After this, it was necessary to show that the beating was only the beginning of the end. The criminal boss was first left without armor, and then began to writhe in wild pain in his spine. It all ended sadly for him. He turned into sand and went to hell to atone for his sins. He left behind a lot of runes, meaning that this man killed almost every day. High in the sky, reinforcements of the bandits appeared, and it seemed to everyone that now everything would start again. Then a roar of some strange monster was heard, and a huge warrior in golden armor appeared. Baron Gordon was as fearsome as if he actually had a shred of divinity in him. While people did not understand why the animals were running in different directions, the Baron confidently approached. He is rightfully considered the strongest warrior in this desert. All his life, the Baron has protected ordinary citizens from criminals and tried to restore balance. When the situation reaches a critical point, he activates the White Tiger Rampage technique. It's then that the bandits realize they're better off not messing with this guy, but by then it's too late to draw any conclusions. A huge pool of blood formed on the ground after the heavenly massacre. When the Baron came down to earth, it turned out that little Alan was his own sister. He calmed the girl down and said that everything was now under control. The Baron then tried to understand why the Horned Man was fighting on their side. Han honestly admitted that he wanted to obtain the body enhancement technique and then heal Lazarus, so they should become friends. Everything would have been fine if the Baron had not personally wanted to verify the strength of this man. For some reason, all representatives of the fighting race love to test each other's strength. For them, there is no power of words or negotiations. There is only fighting power and character. If they want to understand the true intentions of another person, they always challenge him to a fight. The ghost happily agreed to a rendezvous with the bull and prepared to finish everything as quickly as possible. His divine artifact was ready to deal the fatal blow, but Baron Gordon was not so simple. He not only defended himself calmly, but also attacked brilliantly, as if he sensed his opponent's weaknesses. A little sparring was enough to understand that Khan truly deserves respect. After that, it was time to calm down and talk like rational beings. Gordon has a very long name, but everyone just calls him Baron for convenience. At that moment, an elder appeared on the battlefield and ordered the two fools to stop immediately. No more fighting. Too much blood has been spilled today. Khan returned to normal and began to look noticeably better. The elder asked the Baron to take the man with him and allow him to complete his plan. If he really wants to help the settlement, it would be foolish to refuse him. Considering that Aragorn used fire stings, he also attracted the elder's attention. Now this man will go with her to tell her his secrets. The Baron will personally accompany travelers along the holy path. By the evening they were back on the road, as body enhancement could only be obtained in the next city. Khan kept in regular contact with his team and found out what was going on with them. He was pleased to hear that the team was progressing and gradually finding itself in the new zone. Sooner or later he will need them in the fight against evil, so everyone must be prepared for this. The king felt a little sad when he realized that he was gradually getting lost among the Avengers. He didn't want to be a burden and tried to help the young adventurers in any way he could. Khan had to find the right words and say that without Aragorn, this whole plan would remain just a theory. Now let's return to the Avengers who are in the city of Tarnus. Arena gradually implemented her ideas and did everything to defeat the criminals on her lands. The dungeon was completely cleared, and now the Avengers were ready to help solve the city's problems. At that moment, each of them received a message from Khan. Everything was fine until the Shadow Monarch screamed like a slaughtered pig. He tried to explain and said that the boss was asking him to infiltrate the Laurel clan. The Shadow Monarch was supposed to become a spy and pose as a bandit. To join a clan, you need to attract attention and commit several serious crimes. Khan wrote it straight out. He wants Levon to do something vile and terrible, because only then will he be accepted into the criminal team. When Irina heard the ghost's suggestion that they break down the city gates, she didn't even know how to react to it. On the one hand, she understood that this was a good method, but on the other hand, she would have to repair this gate later. The Shadow Monarch clearly didn't like the whole idea, as he never saw himself as a spy among bandits. I had to explain that he looked worse than all the others, and looked more like a real villain. As the evening wore on, it was time to carry out the boss's orders, and feelings no longer mattered. Levon has gone too far, and it would be foolish to give up on the idea. As soon as he heard the signal, he immediately gripped the hilt of his sword. The fan strike technique was capable of cutting through even a dragon's head, let alone ordinary walls. The explosion was so powerful that even residents on the opposite side of the city woke up in amazement. With his active actions, he very quickly attracted attention. Then he took advantage of the darkness of loneliness, which helped him to hide. This ring allowed one to become invisible, and only Irina could give such an artifact. Thanks to her knowledge of the Orange Zone, she knew the best way to evade pursuit. The Shadow Monarch did everything perfectly. It was a truly clean job. The Khan received news that part of his plan had been completed and was pleased. He knew that it was worth entrusting this task to the Shadow Monarch, who was capable of so much. Gradually, Levon will play an increasingly prominent role in the team, although he himself does not yet understand it. The next morning, Khan received permission to enter the Great Sanctuary. During this time, he became good friends with the Baron, and they quickly became close. Now these people are ready to fight for each other, just to fill the Orange Zone with prosperity and comfort. The great warrior wished the ghost good luck and showed him where to go next. When Khan entered the sanctuary, the golden glow almost blinded him. Before him stood the high priest of the great sanctuary, named Odeon. They had already met in a past life, and were then equal in the conditions of the abyss. Now the conditions had changed a little, and the priest had to be treated with respect. Khan didn't even kneel, which caused a wave of shouts directed at him. Insults rained down from all sides, although the priest remained calm and wanted to listen to the man. To prove his strength, the ghost instantly used the Dragon Lord's technique. He explained his motives and said that he came here solely to help. He is pursuing the goal of human development, and to achieve this, conditions in the Orange Zone need to be improved. He is ready to get rid of the stinking criminals and at the same time restore Lazarus's health. If he is given a little freedom and body strengthening, he is guaranteed to have an immediate effect. Then Aragorn gave his speech and also demonstrated several techniques. He said that he was the same king who had once left his native tribe to try to save its inhabitants. Nothing came of this plan back then, but now he is ready to fix everything with the help of a person. Seeing the incredible power, even the great priest recognized the new ruler. Now no one treated man and hunter with disdain anymore. They were given the opportunity to act freely and received full support from society. While preparations were underway in the sanctuary, the Coffin Emperor also did not waste time. On this day he communicated with a priest named Jotun. Together, they represented dark magic and did everything to seize complete control over the Orange Zone. The priest asked his ally to speed up and kill as many pathetic people and animals as possible. The Coffin Emperor was ready to do anything to resurrect his wife. For this, he is ready to renounce human nature and kill every minute. All that remained was to reach the sacred temple and begin the war that had been in preparation for many years. A spy working for the criminals from the Laurel clan was found in the sanctuary where the meeting was taking place. Upon hearing of the arrival of the King of Elfheim, he immediately rushed to inform his boss. This spy had been working in the sanctuary for many years and had no idea that today all his intentions would be revealed. Khan tracked down the spy in advance and dealt him a surprise blow in the back. Now, under no circumstances could any information be allowed to leak, otherwise all plans would collapse like a house of cards. After hitting the Inquisitor several times, Khan tried to learn as much as possible about the enemy's plans. He was merciless and beat the bastard without the slightest remorse. When the Inquisitor looked like a blue eggplant from continuous bruises, the beating finally stopped. Bloody fists fell and the moment for negotiations had arrived. Thanks to his method, the ghost learned that the war would begin no later than 2 days later. The Inquisitor hoped that he would now be released and could return to his beloved family. He believed that in front of him was a man capable of good deeds, although this was not at all the case. The Khan was always fair first and foremost and very quickly sent the traitor into the dark abyss. Having received some precious runes, he analyzed the situation and adjusted the plan. The invasion is about to begin, and there are factors that are troubling the protagonist. That's probably why he gathered all his allies and brought them to the Orange Zone. The Khan conveyed the message to his friends and ordered them to immediately reach the sacred temple. They will then team up with the King of Elfheim and begin collecting runes while the Khan is unavailable. The enemy army will set out on its mission in just 2 days, but the journey will take a month. This will be enough to get body enhancement and bring the plan to life. First, it was necessary to undress and prepare all the priest's instructions. This method was tried a long time ago, but nothing came of it. Many organisms simply could not withstand the process of body strengthening and broke down from the very beginning. Khan was confident in his unbending strength and character, so he decided to take a risk. When the process was started, particles of Lazarus's body matter immediately entered his blood. Now his blood will gradually change, and this will be accompanied by incredible pain. For a whole month he will have to endure torture and remain conscious the entire time. Everyone else must simply wait and hope that Khan will return to the bloody carnage in time. Aragorn had some time to hunt and collect runes. He found out where the nearest concentration of monsters was, and immediately went there. The dense forest will be the perfect place to hunt with the Avengers. While Khan and his comrades were acting according to plan, the criminals from the Lyril clan ran into problems. One of their main headquarters exploded late at night, killing generals and squad captains. Panic broke out among people, and many regretted coming to the Orange Zone. They wanted to prosper and enjoy life, not take risks and do the cleaning. At some point, an unfamiliar guy wearing the clan's signature uniform appeared among the ordinary soldiers. He acted very confidently and showed the monarch's sign on his hand. This man invited all the dissatisfied to unite with him and gain strength. His main talent was to instantly enhance the characteristics of any living creature. The head of the clan didn't even suspect what was happening and spent all her free time with her wife. To resurrect her, he would have to become a monster, and he had long since become accustomed to this idea. Then his brother Guan appeared in the lab with breaking news. Their command post was attacked and the invasion would likely have to be postponed. There is also news that another monarch from the Cross clan has appeared. It unites weak members and increases their stats very quickly. The Coffin Emperor became interested in collaborating with this man. He is ready to do anything to help his wife wake up. He had long since vowed to do everything for his goal, and now he felt that only the last step remained. Time moved inexorably forward, and many representatives of the Beast Tribe did not understand how a person could endure hellish torture. Even the strongest warriors died after a few days of strengthening their bodies. The ghost spent more than a month in agony and never once attempted to complete the experiment. Outwardly, it seemed that he was in a deep sleep, but his consciousness was awake. The body was experiencing incredible pain, and even the supply of runes did not help get rid of it. At some point, I had to use the vampire ring to support my weakened body. There's still a long way to go, and besides, he needs to hope that the Avengers carry out their plan from start to finish. Now they have to spend their free time hunting. It is very important to collect as many runes as possible before the start of a big battle. The Punisher encountered huge dinosaurs in the middle of the night desert. He has improved his basic skills significantly in recent times and is not at all afraid of new threats. Thanks to his speed and lightness, he managed to always be one step ahead. The large monsters simply couldn't keep up with him, although the Punisher made mistakes at times. He is still far from the level of a ghost, but here and now he has already shown great talent. When the monsters became too numerous, help came from an unexpected direction. A green beam of hope cut most of the monsters in half. They screamed and fell dead, scattering sand in all directions. At first it seemed like a ghost, but then the Punisher realized that he had experienced a real shock. Instead of an experienced and confident general, he saw a completely different person. In front of him stood a beautiful and ethereal girl named Kiriel. To be honest, she herself was surprised by the force of her blow and immediately apologized. The Punisher had never seen such girls before and even decided not to make any sudden movements. It's not every day you see a fragile beauty shoot a splitting lightning bolt with furious force. There is a logical explanation for all this. Just recently, Kiriel fought alongside her tribe against enemies. Things were going very badly for them, and only at the end did they manage to break the pressure of the monsters. The blonde proved that she is ready for full-fledged battles and can be relied upon. Even the Queen Bee noticed her psychometry skill, which allowed her to see the past with just a touch. From that moment on, the beauty's fate changed dramatically and was never the same again. Now she has the opportunity to become a captain of the army and go into the danger zone. A great war is approaching, and now all talented fighters must be ready for heroic deeds. You can't do this without a full-fledged weapon, such as the lightning scepter. It's just a prototype, but it's still enough to grill monsters like you would grill meat. A happy Kiriel thanked her mentor and the Queen Bee and promised to complete their tasks. Now she wants to join the war against the villains and also help the hero named Khan. With one blow, she destroyed the huge monster, and from that moment on, the Punisher decided to trust her. It feels like everyone around here has a cool gun except this guy. Apparently, he will have to train hard to earn a similar scepter. They chatted for a while and discussed the heroic warrior known as the Ghost. The Punisher admitted that he was his teacher, and even said that earning his respect was more difficult than ending the conflict in Iran. Kirill appreciated the joke and even laughed out loud. It seems that there are some sparks between them, which in the modern world are called love. Okay, let's not exaggerate and admit that the Punisher just doesn't know how to talk to girls. They'd better quickly pack their things and head to the nearest base. War is coming, and very soon a bloody battle will begin where there will be no time for jokes. That's exactly what they did, and within a few days they reached their destination. The road to the great temple of the Main took a lot of energy, and all because of the terrible heat. Aragorn used a skill called Spiritual Eye to look into Kirill's past. He was convinced that this girl could be trusted and that she was not some kind of imposter. By the way, Shane himself, who is Aragorn's son, invited her here. The father was glad to hear that his son was okay and even shed a few tears. Now all these beautiful stories need to be left in the past. Aragorn warned that a storm was coming and his army would need help. If the Queen Bee is willing to give up her army, then he will gladly unite just to protect the civilians. The sage is in a good mood today, so he decided to give gifts to the youth. The Punisher and Kirill can each select one item from his personal treasury. The protagonist's student chose the Daggers of Balance and quickly regretted it. By the time he was told that they couldn't be touched, it was already too late. The thing is, these daggers have been cursed for a long time, and they were originally supposed to be locked in the closet. Now the Punisher will never be able to give up these two daggers, and that's not the worst of it. He must carry them close to him, even when he goes swimming, so as not to experience wild pain. As soon as he forgets one of the daggers, his body will immediately begin to turn inside out. To be honest, no one has verified these words, but the sage believes in old tales too much. Kirill decided that she needed to test it in practice, otherwise it all made no sense. The Punisher immediately made a mistake and decided to trust her words. He put one of the daggers aside and felt a pain comparable to being struck by lightning in rainy weather. After that, he will never part with his weapon, even if he is given a demo version of GTA 5. This is what happens when you listen to beautiful blondes who think they're smarter than everyone else. As for the girl herself, she was not stupid and made a more correct choice. She liked the Sword of Aluminum, that is, the hero who defended this city more than 100 years ago. It's immediately obvious that the old man wanted to sell it at auction to buy himself a new Lamborghini. I'll have to put all my dreams aside because he promised to give me a gift and must be responsible for his words. One touch of the sword was enough for everything around to shine with bright flashes. Mana must be concentrated into the blade immediately, or it will absorb Kirill's soul. The girl has long since shown that she is not on the list of weaklings, which means she has nothing to fear. She has absolutely no talent, which means there is nothing to worry about. Aragorn advised to prepare for battle and do as much training as possible. Our main character was still lying in this strange capsule. Even though he hasn't been able to move for a long time, his consciousness is still awake. He knows that some girl came here with his friend. 2 weeks before these events, Kirill had already managed to show herself in all her glory. Immediately after meeting Aragorn, she completed some training and began fighting. Together with the army of the Queen Bee, they created a true force that was not afraid of death. From the outside, these madmen looked like a swarm of monsters, although they were fighting on the side of good. Sometimes a dangerous appearance helps during battles, intimidating your opponents. The support here is very solid, and it is not limited to just bees. Here you can see various royal guards who are ready to carry out any order of Kirill. Just look at all these warriors ready to shed blood and break bones. They may all look like fragile fairies at first glance, but they are actually bloodthirsty piranhas. And now I'm not talking about classic girls, but specifically about the characters in this story. Kirill's talent slowly but surely earned her respect. She is progressing so quickly that many are already comparing her to the Phantom. Thanks to her ability to look into the past, she tracked down her enemies and found out where they were. Now Khan is too weak and needs his strong friends to unite and protect the civilians. The girl plans to realize her full potential and only then meet a local star. Now let's move on to more dangerous places, where the locals have long since sold their souls to the devil. The villains love to abuse their slaves, which they received by capturing another city of beastmen. This entire sad spectacle is being orchestrated by Kyle Dawson, head of the 21st Precinct of the Laurel clan. This bastard has already committed a huge number of crimes and does not even feel remorse. One of his favorite pastimes is killing fresh slaves. He offers them the opportunity to escape, and does not restrict their escape route at all. As soon as the slaves begin to speed up, Kyle immediately takes out his weapon and tries to kill the fugitives. But just look at his blazing eyes, thirsting for blood and obedience. Watching these crimes makes it hard to breathe and impossible to take a step back. Innocent slaves fall dead without any real chance of a second chance. Kyle is clearly on a roll these days, and there's talk that he's even set a new record. For him, 10 kills in one attack is no longer something special, although for everyone else it is an amazing figure. It turns out that one of the slaves managed to survive and is still breathing. Kyle's assistant said the record was in jeopardy. For the captain, it was like a red rag to a bull. He immediately took off and flew high into the sky to deliver a powerful blow. The surviving slave felt a foot pierce his spine and thus tear his heart apart. The poor guy had no chance of survival. His life was over. There was no condemnation here, only shouts of praise from the captain's mates. Among all this rabble of scoundrels, only one person radiates indignation. The Dark Monarch has long hated the bandits among whom he has to work. In fact, Levon is Envy Aaron's assistant and works here undercover. He hates Kyle with all his heart, who last year raped and then killed his sister Aaron. Sooner or later the moment will come to take revenge, but now you need to restrain yourself. Levon came here to deliver a message and doesn't want to stay here any longer. He doesn't have much time left to be friends with this bastard, because the moment of reckoning will come very soon. The villains are gradually gathering their troops and preparing for an offensive. They know that Lazarus's land is rotting, which means that the great god has abandoned them to their fate. Now they are ready to worship another god, just to transfer their souls to a more pleasant world. I won't go into all the details because there's too much nonsense and confusing religion here. In any case, these madmen decided to become heretics, thinking that it would be better that way. Well, it's their choice, but they will have to pay dearly for all their sins. On the side of all these villains fights the same Coffin Emperor. All he wants is to save his wife, and he doesn't care much about anything else. The Emperor is forced to turn a blind eye to the crimes of people he considers allies. You can have different attitudes towards him, but in any case, he is an accomplice to crimes. The villainous armies are almost fully staffed. Now they are moving forward to a great war to seize the land and sacrifice their enemies to the new god. For all this, they hope to be able to open the gates and move into a new, prosperous world. More than 100,000 warriors advance towards Aragorn's kingdom. They know no fear and have only one goal: to kill. That's why Khan needs to get out of his damn capsule as quickly as possible if he wants to save this world from collapse. In the audience hall of the Manhwa sanctuary, a sense of panic is already gradually growing. In order to put forces into the war, it was necessary to enlist a supporting army. Allies from different territories decided to unite to avoid being killed one by one. Each of them must understand that they only need to hold out for 1 month of fighting. Around this time, the ghost will finally receive a boost to his own body and join the war. After this, the fight will become much easier, because Khan has incredible skills. Beautiful words had an effect on the generals and ordinary soldiers. Each of them believed in their strength and promised to go to the end in this bloody massacre. Khan had been absent for too long, and it could no longer be ignored. Using the spiritual eye skill, I had to contact him to discuss the situation. From the outside, it looked like immersion in some other world with its own laws and rules. Everything around is red and dark, which means the ghost is in a serious condition. He asks no one to worry, although he himself can hardly move. Much has changed now compared to my previous life, and it's time to draw conclusions. Khan explained exactly how the criminals would act to break through the defensive fortress. They will send slaves ahead who will, of course, be let in without any checks. As soon as the slaves are inside the fortress, the spell will be triggered and everything around will explode. The gates will be destroyed, and after that, it will be almost impossible to hold back the villains. To prevent history from repeating itself, Khan offers a clear and well-thought-out plan. He asks to use the Punisher's help along with Vaughn to strike back. This will help save many prisoners, especially if Aaron is involved in the matter. Now she's heading here to the support group, which means there are only 2 remaining fighters left to find. When everything is going well, there will always be someone who will ruin it. The instructor decided to intervene and prohibit the use of the spiritual eye skill. He deliberately puts a spoke in the wheel in order to enjoy the bloody war. Although it may seem from the outside that he succeeded, Khan has already managed to convey the main advice. Now, all that is needed is to carry out his instructions and wait for his full awakening. There is no guarantee that the Acheron army will be able to hold out until that moment, but at least we must believe in success. Now I propose that we move to another area where the heat has finally given way to a cool night. Here at Kyle Dawson's camp, everyone has been dreaming of a bloody battle for a long time. They are only 4 kilometers east of the Great Temple of the Main and will be there tomorrow. Today, the scoundrels decided to try out that very skill that allows you to blow up slaves. And the cunning plan is to send the slaves ahead of them and allow them to enter the fortress. Then the wizards will activate the explosion and all the dirty work will be done. When nothing remains of the fortress gates, the outcome of the war will be predetermined. Today, To test this skill, they are going to use 2 slaves. Nobody needs the old father anymore, so let him go away and stay out of the way. It's much more interesting to take advantage of his daughter, who will do anything to avoid seeing her father being beaten. Kyle gave the go-ahead to begin the show and hurried to get some chips and beer from the fridge. From the outside, everything looks quite simple and clear. No one needs to be beaten because magic is involved. All you have to do is cast a spell on the slave and that's it. Of course, it hurts a little, but it's much better than the usual torture of these bastards. Just a few seconds later, it was all over and she was suddenly released to her father. The frightened girl thought she was about to be killed and could not believe her own joy. She ran to her dad to make sure he was okay and still alive. Judging by his face, he also thought that the ending of this story would be a little different. In fact, his intuition was not wrong, it's just that today the scenario is a little different. The stunned father began asking what the bandits had done to his daughter, but received no answer. Then came a snap of the fingers in the style of the Marvel Cinematic Universe's biggest villain. The magical pattern on the girl's neck began to glow with bright pink flashes. After this, a powerful explosion tore her apart along with her father, leaving no trace of their existence. Kyle is clearly pleased as this gives him the opportunity to win tomorrow's battle without any unnecessary deaths. Levon, also known by the pseudonym Dark Monarch, continued to observe all of this. He knows full well that if he doesn't intervene, tomorrow's battle will end in disaster for the Acherons and their allies. In that case, his people must leave here immediately, and he himself is obliged to carry out sabotage. They say that one man in the field is not a warrior, but Levon doesn't think so. He was ready to attack, but his ally decided to get ahead and sacrifice himself for the captain. He drew his sword and said that he would give his life for the good and prosperity of his beloved world. Apparently, this is exactly what Kyle Dawson was expecting, because he wasn't surprised at all. He reacted instantly and demonstrated skills in the best traditions of the Taekwondo school. A spinning kick knocked out the opponent immediately, without any unnecessary talk or formalities. Kyle knew from the start that right before the storm, all the rats would try to leave the ship or attack him in the back. After that, he turned his gaze to Levon, waiting to see what this mysterious scoundrel would do. Now, the Dark Monarch must kill Terrace's ally with his own hands to clear himself of all suspicion. For him, this is the worst possible scenario, and he is not ready to go through with it. All that is needed is to send a message via the magical bird so that Aaron will know what happened here. After this, life is worth nothing, and you can arrange a real fireworks display under the cover of night. The Dark Monarch smiled and then activated his magic, indicating that the show was just beginning. He gave orders to all members of the Crown Clan to kill the villains in this camp. The holiday just before the storm came to an end, and people seemed to go crazy. A bloody battle began, where yesterday's allies fought against today's enemies. Psychopath Kyle only got pleasure from it and enjoyed the process. He knew that he would ultimately win anyway, which meant he had absolutely nothing to lose. But his plans could be ruined if the Dark Monarch reveals his full power. For the sake of his daughter, he will fight to the last, just to defend his views. From that moment on, all the beautiful words faded into the background. The two fighters took up arms and rushed to try to tear each other to pieces. Kyle decided to seize the initiative and immediately tried to dictate the pace of the fight. By that time, Levon had already managed to absorb a significant portion of the ancient runes. His stats immediately jumped up and he felt a surge of rage. After this, incredible self-confidence burst out, and this fighter was no longer stoppable. Finally, someone was found who would fight back against the scoundrel who was killing slaves. Just look at the face of this frightened coyote, who for the first time felt what real resistance was. Another ally was very close all this time, and was finishing off the wounded soldiers of the enemy army. Khan was in no hurry to intervene, because he knew that his friend would definitely cope with the problem. So far, everything is going according to plan, and tomorrow's storm may be postponed indefinitely. Using his skills, the Punisher caused the dead to rise on the battlefield and continue the fight even without severed limbs. It may have looked scary from the outside, but what wouldn't you do to win the war? Unlike Kyle, this psychopath is still on the good side, which means we support him. Moreover, he mocks scoundrels and never offends the weak and defenseless. Now let's return to that very battle where two masters decided which of them was stronger. A bloodied Kyle barely managed to catch his breath after the last exchange of blows. For perhaps the first time in his life, he is bleeding and feels his heart pounding wildly in his chest. Only now did he realize that he couldn't win here using conventional means, and that he would have to use forbidden methods. After that, he took a syringe out of his pocket, and probably now all bodybuilding fans became a little tense. I want to say right away that these are not steroids at all, so relax guys and enjoy the process. The poisonous serum will push his body beyond its limits and turn him into a terrifying berserker. There's no turning back now, which means Kyle Dawson will finally die today. Knowing that he could not win, he decided to take the Dark Monarch with him to the grave. If someone calls him the Korean version of Hulk, it will be absolutely true. Even after being strengthened with runes, Levon is not strong enough to stop this madman. One blow was enough to knock him down and regain the initiative. As he flew back, the Dark Monarch felt his ribs crack under the pressure. He groaned softly and realized that he would not be returning home today. The battle was heading towards its inevitable end, where both fighters were destined to die. It was at this tense moment that the magical bird finally returned to its owner. The bastard Kyle didn't understand what this meant and continued to mock his opponent. He, as always, made an unsuccessful joke and then prepared to finish off the wounded animal. When he heard a rustling sound behind him, his intuition seemed to leave the room and refused to help him. His reaction was slow and he was unable to understand anything until he met his own death. Kyle Dawson kidnapped and killed Envy's sister, Aaron, 6 months ago, and since then, a huge bounty has been placed on his head. Aaron personally came to fulfill the contract for his death, and did so, enjoying every second. It all happened so quickly that Kyle didn't even realize why his head was pointed up. He looked like a chicken that, having lost its head, still continues to run for a few more seconds. Then his consciousness faded, meaning Aaron had fulfilled her oath and sent the bastard straight to hell. There wasn't even a hint of emotion on her face, as if it cost her nothing. She hurried to the Dark Monarch to make sure he was all right. Terrace is also fine, which means no one was seriously hurt. The enemy squad has been defeated, which means the villainous army has become at least a little weaker. Tomorrow's attack on the city is cancelled, and the noble sun will shine again over the peaceful inhabitants. They managed to buy themselves some time while they waited for the Phantom to return. Everyone here hopes that he will soon rise and lead the people to prosperity and progress. Aragorn spends constant time with Khan to monitor the process. He looks tense, knowing that the first clashes will have to be fought without his strongest warrior. He has to keep repeating that they can handle it, although, frankly speaking, from the outside it seems like self-hypnosis. Perhaps he himself doesn't believe it, and simply hopes that Khan will get out of this capsule as quickly as possible. Things weren't going well at the Criminal Command Center. When they learned that Kyle and his team had been attacked during the night, they were immediately horrified. Today's attack on the Acheron fortress had to be postponed indefinitely. Now the main rat doesn't even understand how the enemies found out about his plans. In addition, information has emerged about attacks by some strange bees that constantly attack from the air. If previously the war followed a clear trajectory on damp ground, now everything has changed. Aerial attacks are much more difficult to repel without proper preparation and strategy. The bees take advantage and attack as if they had no fear of death. In addition, bees have learned to use protective magic to make their protective walls stronger. Basically, they're not only good at attacking, but they're also good at defending, and now they're a real pain in the ass. Even when bandits try to get closer, they are always met by Envy Aaron's trained troops. At moments like these, you realize that during war, it doesn't matter who you are, a man or a woman. Preparation plays the most important role here, and everything else is just nuances. Together with his reinforcements, Aaron forces the opponents to retreat, although the battle has barely begun. This is how plans that were considered invincible collapse. Moreover, the Acherons can not only defend themselves, but also counterattack well. When they smell something hot, they immediately decide to move forward to finish off the wounded and weakened enemies. At such moments, Aragorn is extremely ruthless and orders that no one be taken prisoner. Anyone who came to this territory to rob and kill does not deserve a second chance, which means death awaits them. The villains of the Red Flame army are forced to retreat and forget all their promises. For a successful mission, each of them is guaranteed a bag of gold. But even when it comes to money, it cannot be more important than your own life. As soon as the mercenaries see the smile of death before them, they immediately throw away any rewards and run to hide in a safe place. The problem arises when you run too far. They had to leave their territory to attack, and now they are in a scorching desert. This is an ideal place to attack from the air, and bees know how to do it. Curiel joined the fight with her squad of winged assassins. They cleared the perimeter faster than James Cameron filmed the third Avatar. The yellow sands of the scorching desert quickly turned blood red. For those for whom contact with swords was not enough, it was necessary to activate magic. The explosive power of bees is in no way inferior to their lightness and speed, and even looks more beautiful. Watching this, the Rat King clearly felt out of place. He intended to conquer and take over a new world, but ended up being mocked by even the weakest of his enemies. Suggestions came from all sides on how exactly to fix this whole mess. The Coffin Emperor remained calm and seemed a little detached from this whole storm. He thought completely differently, and thought only about how to quickly resurrect his wife. An idea flashed in his head, and he immediately decided to take up the secret weapon. He is ready to go and force the Akarans, along with all their allies, to surrender and fall to their knees. But in return, he demands a guarantee that everything will be okay with his wife. This will require a huge amount of mana from dead souls, and souls can even be taken from your allies. When the Rat King decided to object, the Emperor immediately made it clear who was the real power here. Yatun certainly didn't expect this, but decided not to escalate the situation and ruin all his plans. If the Emperor returns the prisoners from his army, then Yatun promises to immediately resurrect his wife. To resurrect a woman and activate the portal to move to another world, many souls are needed. It is estimated that around 100,000 people must sacrifice their souls to carry out these terrible plans. The Emperor was quite satisfied with this and promised to return with the required number of souls. Although it looks like a bluff from the outside, judging by his look, I guess he is not joking at all. For the sake of his wife, he is truly ready to kill hundreds of thousands of living beings and not even blink an eye. Meanwhile, the battle continues, although the sun is already setting below the horizon. It's getting a little cooler, and for both parties it's like a breath of fresh air. Aragorn enjoyed watching his army destroy the second wave of their rivals, but he knew it was not over yet. The third wave will definitely make itself felt, and fighting against the backdrop of fatigue will become a problem. If he hadn't had timely support, he wouldn't have known what to do. But with Ciriel and the bees, even the darkest times become a little brighter. Aragorn asked them to rest before the battle of attrition began. It would seem that there is time to relax, but it was not so. The terrifying aura made everyone tense and tremble with fear. The little bees, who had recently played the role of killers, now did not know where to hide their frightened gaze. The Coffin Emperor appeared in the sky, coming to remind us why he was given such a nickname. His brother immediately realized that plans had changed and that the Emperor was now dictating new conditions. This seasoned killer looked upon armies as insects unworthy of him. He always considered himself a major star and decided to remind people where he got his big ego from. His huge cannon aimed its muzzle and released a charge of the most powerful energy. From the outside, it might seem like the Chinese New Year celebrations have begun, but that is not the case at all. All the warriors who came into his hands were instantly destroyed. They didn't even have time to realize what was happening, and within a second they were scattered into tiny molecules. It all sounds a lot like a good advertisement for a vacuum cleaner that cleans everything around it. Aragorn immediately fell to his knees and felt weakness in every part of his body. The Coffin Emperor found himself in the most heavily protected fortress in just a second. He met with the local leader to exchange a few words. The Emperor offers a way out so that most of the local inhabitants can survive. He clearly has the power to destroy everyone around him, but he decided to negotiate. All he needs is for Acheron to give up 100,000 of his men, and then the war will come to an end. 40,000 souls will go towards resurrecting the wife, and 60,000 souls will go towards opening a portal to another world. The population of this city is barely more than 500,000, which means that it will have to give up 20% of its residents. The king is clearly not ready to make such sacrifices, and many of his warriors agree with this. As soon as Erin heard the conversation, she immediately grabbed her sword and flew forward. We've already seen her strike of silence that decapitated Brat Kyle. Now she decided to repeat this trick, clearly not realizing that in front of her was an animal of a completely different breed. The Coffin Emperor blocked the blow with his bare hands and didn't even turn around. He acted in cold blood, thus clearly showing his divine level. They had met before, and there had always been hatred between them. Since Erin is so opposed to his proposal, it means she needs to be gotten rid of. The Emperor decided to demonstrate his speed and show what a real blow of silence is. In a second, he was behind his opponent and delivered a blow capable of killing an elephant. It was simply impossible to defend herself, and Erin herself didn't even understand how she ended up on the ground, her face smashing through the beautiful foundation. The shockwave threw everyone back a few steps and made it clear that it was better not to come closer. The fearless bees, together with the captain, did not even think of interfering. Just look at the frightened eyes of the Dark Monarch and the Punisher, who were previously considered fearless killers. The Emperor clearly demonstrated his power to make a successful deal. Odin winced in anger and quickly analyzed the situation. Now everything is getting out of control, and his entire people risk not living to see tomorrow's dawn. However, Han is still in the capsule, and it seems the time has come to wake him up. Aragorn, who had been observing the negotiations, decided that it was time to take action. He mentally addressed his granddaughter and ordered her to immediately run to the secret room. The fate of all 600,000 local residents may now depend on this little girl. With tears in her eyes, she began knocking on the secret room, unable to open the door. When there was no more hope left, she fell to the floor and whimpered. After this, the powerful doors opened, and the dark silhouette of a warrior appeared nearby. A ray of hope sparkled in her eyes, meaning that not all was lost. Every second counts now as negotiations have reached a dead end. Odion listened to the proposal and then expressed his thoughts on it. He called upon all his warriors to take up arms and carry out his orders. Anyone who can fight must challenge this mad emperor and show what the people of Acheronia are worth. It was bold, I would even say damn bold. The emperor was expecting exactly this, and a second later he rose high into the sky. He activated his explosive device at full power and prepared to bury the city's 600,000 inhabitants alive. An energy beam burst out and flew forward at the speed of light. It was at this moment that a man who had long ago deceived fate appeared on the path of death. He took the full brunt of the blow and did not allow the local residents to turn to dust. The emperor certainly didn't expect this and immediately tensed up. For him, this was bad news, even worse than his TikTok account being banned. When the emperor saw the purple veins, he immediately guessed everything. In front of him is a man who has failed with a body enhancement procedure. Khan is probably not in the best condition right now, but he was left with no choice and was forced to fight. No matter how hard it may be for him, he must defend the residents hiding behind his back. The emperor warned that now everything would happen very quickly and just a little bit painful. Personally, these words remind me of something, but I won't even voice it. My upbringing doesn't allow it. The magical force rushed towards Khan, and he seemed not to notice it. The boy calmly accepted the blow of fate, as if this was exactly what he was born for. This is a great opportunity for him to stretch his legs a little, because this guy is quite the scuff. Just think, he lay in the capsule for a whole month and didn't move at all. It's somewhat reminiscent of my classmate, who has long been consumed by social media. Although the body enhancement did not reach its peak, Han still became more powerful. Now his body is experiencing difficulties due to the fact that he has not trained for a long time. The Emperor continues to remain cold, and it's no longer funny at all. It felt like the guy had no emotions at all because I didn't even see him laugh. Is he really so confident of victory that he doesn't even feel any excitement? Let's see what happens when he meets the divine dragon form that Ghost just activated. A second later they collided with each other, although just recently there had been a chasm between them. Next, special artifacts with destructive power capabilities came into play. The air-walking technique has been activated, meaning the Emperor is in big trouble. He tried to break free from the clutches of his own fate and instantly pulled the trigger. The explosion turned out to be extremely unpleasant and even caused the ghost to bleed. We haven't seen anything like this in a long time, which means Khan has finally met his match. The Punisher can't just stand by and watch his boss get beaten up. He hurried to catch Khan and help him somehow. Despite coughing up blood, Ghost is ready for round 2 and asks no one to interfere. His body is currently adjusting and he just needs a little time to find his rhythm. However, he has no right at all to refuse magical gifts. The runes are already in his hands and he can quickly absorb their internal energy. Stats increased by 50% along with the strength and power of Nirma's ring. Even the purple veins had disappeared somewhere, and the protective armor had become denser. Now the boy clearly looks much better, and no longer looks like a zombie during the coronavirus. During the first clash, he managed to block the Emperor's cannon. Now that huge shotgun doesn't work, which means the tough guy is left without his main toy. Now let's see what he can do without tricks and a special artifact. Khan could have easily destroyed him, but decided to choose a similar tactic and start with negotiations. He knows that the Coffin Emperor commits crimes solely because of his wife. Khan said that he could cure her, even if it seemed absurd from the outside. At first the Emperor did not believe it, but then he realized that he had no right to reject outside help. He doesn't blame anyone for this and understands that the Emperor committed crimes solely for the sake of his loved one. It turns out that you can kill people and say that it is done for someone else. Apparently these are the rules here. At least now the Emperor is going over to the side of good, just to get help for his wife. The Rat King clearly lost and was now left without his main weapon. The Coffin Emperor had betrayed his army, and what to do next was completely unclear. All that remains is to gather elite warriors and go directly to the Soul Transmitter. It looks like this Splinter teacher has a backup plan, and he was prepared for it all along. Just a second later, a strange magical barrier appeared over the city with the Akarans. At first, nothing foreshadowed trouble, and everyone gathered simply looked at the sky. Then a terrible monster appeared from the barrier, reminiscent of the mutants from Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. His name is Akadus, and Khan has already fought this bastard in a past life. Initially, there were no disasters in the Orange Zone and everything was calm. When the Akarans died out, the land of Lazarus was completely swallowed by divine lava. After this, the Orange Zone literally became a hell in which it was impossible to exist. In this sea of fire, a true clod of despair appeared, which was nicknamed the monster Akadus. Since this monster has appeared earlier than it should, it will have to be destroyed once and for all. According to the memories from the past, Akadus has 5 unique skills. We need to gradually turn off all his strengths, and then he will become an ordinary mortal. Now, looking at the monster, Khan feels that a most dangerous challenge has appeared before him. Any wrong move will end in death, and returning to the past will no longer make any sense. The damned array of 10,000 wounds is already aimed at him, and even I don't know what it means. It looks like some kind of spell that definitely needs to be dodged. The monster's main task is to break through the protective barrier and destroy the local inhabitants. As for Khan, he must stop this devil and send him to the outskirts of hell. All the city's wizards have now activated maximum power, just to strengthen the barrier. If the defense fails, then they will hardly be able to defend themselves against such a threat. As for the ghost, he didn't just stand up to interrupt the body enhancement technique. He also helped civilians protect themselves and once again sacrificed his own progress. Even during the battle with Ouroboros, it became clear that this man had unshakable faith in himself. Now he is the last defender of this city, and the future fate of civilians depends on his actions. They all ask him to save the Orange Zone, knowing in advance that he is their last hope. And now that the epicness has reached its limit, you can enjoy the bloody spectacle. By the way, the Coffin Emperor is completely unaware that the Rat King has hidden such a dangerous weapon. He thought there were no secrets between them until he found out how cunning Yatun could be. It turns out that Akadus can activate the spell of binding countless scars. If we put aside all the complicated explanations, it is enough to say that everyone around is going crazy and starting to turn into zombies. The Emperor has fallen under the effect of this skill, but all is not lost for him yet. If he shows character and can control his consciousness, then Khan promises to save his wife. Now, while the Emperor struggles with his inner demons, the ghost struggles with Akadus. This monster looks, to put it mildly, very disgusting, just like Hollywood stars without makeup and plastic surgery. At the same time, he is still quite strong and possesses the power of different elements. Khan decided to use his staff to strike from medium range. The first attack hit the target but had no effect. The vile bastard is still alive and even makes sounds that resemble laughter. He strengthened the agony of countless scars' skill, and everything around was saturated with vile energy. The monster aimed its power straight at Khan's heart, hoping it would rupture the vital organ. Someone tell him that the efforts are pointless and Han no longer feels pain. He has already raised his level so much that all these fights are nothing more than some kind of child's play for him. The protagonist sped up and began cutting off his opponent's limbs. Local residents, who had not even paid for tickets, continued to observe all of this. They saw the spell disappear and the barrier no longer be under pressure. For a long time, Odeon could not believe that a person was capable of such a thing. When they first met, he immediately realized that he was dealing with someone special. But now it has become clear that the ghost is a real angel from heaven, sent to restore justice in the abyss. Khan had just managed to take away several of the monster's strengths. However, its inner core is still contracting and creating dangerous energy. We need to send him to hell quickly, or this will end badly. Right now, Akadus used the Silk Tomb technique. I honestly don't know who came up with all these names, but it sounds really weird. I had to defend myself with a magical flash to avoid becoming a tied vegetable. The monster didn't like the flash at all, because he was fried like a grasshopper on a Chinese grill. By that time, the Emperor had come to his senses a little and had taken control of his mind. All this time, he was experiencing incredible torment and was already waiting for his brain to melt. For the first time, he had the chance to see a person who possessed incredible determination and at the same time, sound mind. In order to save his own wife, he will have to unite with this ghost and fight on the same side. The Coffin Emperor repaired his battle artifact and prepared to enter the fray. He took careful aim, knowing full well that he had no right to make a mistake. By that time, the flashing lightning had destroyed the monster's body. As the horrific creature began to crumble, a woman's body was revealed beneath its shell. An ordinary person would hardly have noticed it, but the Emperor immediately noticed the ring. The monster's body is exposed, and now the last nail must be driven into its coffin. Khan never had problems with determination, so he got down to business right away. At the last moment, he was stopped by a magical flash directed directly between him and Akadus. It was the Emperor who begged them to stop and under no circumstances kill his wife. Yes, you heard right. He said that this terrible creature is his wife. That is, all this time, one of the strongest warriors of the Orange Zone committed countless crimes to save this freak. Sometimes they say that love drives you crazy, but this is clearly a special case. Khan explained that he understood everything perfectly and asked for help, and not to get in the way. This monster needs to be finished off, because only then will the wife have the opportunity to escape from the shell of madness. It may be hard to believe, but after so many failures, the emperor was completely desperate. He decided to trust the strongest man and again pointed the barrel towards the monster. Looking at Anicaps, he saw his beautiful wife, although she clearly would not like this comparison. Cold sweat immediately began to stream down his face and back, preventing him from pulling the trigger. Inner doubts came rushing in from all sides, like wolves attacking a lonely lamb. The emperor could not bring himself to shoot and simply threw away the weapon. The monster immediately sensed weakness and rushed to finish off the hesitant predator. This is what a wife looks like when she finds out her husband spent his entire salary on a new PlayStation. Of course, she did not appreciate such an act and immediately went on the attack. The Coffin Emperor clearly didn't have time to react, and frankly, he didn't really try. Thanks to the developed skill, parasitic regeneration occurred. In very simple terms, Anicaps healed his injuries by absorbing Undertaker's life energy. Moreover, all this time Khan simply watched what was happening. It was as if he deliberately let the Emperor suffer a little pain, so that he would understand that he had made a mistake. Now that the perfect moment had arrived, everything around began to shine with bright flashes. Khan instantly closed in on the monster and this time did not let it escape. He managed to break through Anicaps' defenses, and the beautiful girl finally breathed in the fresh scent of freedom. Her joy is, of course, very peculiar, and it even looks a little strange. Let's pretend that everyone is happy in their own way, and let's not attach much importance to it. The loving husband and wife finally hugged each other and felt that the worst was behind them. Yes, she is indeed saved, but is everything okay with her health? According to Khan, the one who can help her is already approaching here. It turns out that the woman is dying right now, and it's still too far from a happy ending. Aragorn never thought he would lend a helping hand to the man who had brought so much pain to his people. Sometimes you have to look at the world differently to have a chance to progress. The Khan asked him to calm down and reminded him that all this was being done for the common good. Now they are sailing in the same boat, and they need to make friends with the Emperor for everything to work out. Let the Coffin Emperor step aside and let the old man show his talent. I'm not talking about some kind of perverted tricks now, but about banal medicine with the help of magic. The wife demands immediate help, otherwise her heart will not bear it. She is still hovering between life and death and requires constant support. In order to stop the curse at least temporarily, the old man used the ice coffin technique. This magic envelops a person and does not allow the forces of darkness to suck all the life out of him. The woman was plunged into icy shackles until someone could be found who could completely cure her of the curse. The Khan promised to solve all these problems, but only when the war ended. There are still too many enemy soldiers nearby, thirsty for blood. Now the men need to do more important things and then come back and cure the cursed woman. Even banal logic can cause too much pain. One glance at his wife was enough to awaken old feelings and emotions in the Emperor. Now he is held hostage by the ghost and must carry out all his orders, otherwise the dream will evaporate again. By the way, now is the perfect time for Han to finally meet someone. I hope no one has forgotten that blonde who could read the past with a touch. Kirill touched his back and was immediately plunged into the abyss of darkness. This guy is surrounded by complete loneliness throughout his life. At the same time, he is incredibly persistent in order to reach the end of the path and create a good world for humanity. He has repeatedly lost his way and suffered failures, and therefore his heart is filled with sadness. It's hard to even understand why one single person can carry such an unbearable burden on his shoulders. For Khan, the touch of this girl became real torment and returned him to his past life. He immediately spread his wings and flew away, barely having time to say hello. This is probably the first time I've seen him so shocked. One touch was enough for all this, and I'm even afraid to imagine what would have happened if Kirill had hugged him. The girl was also upset, because she had always wanted to meet the local hero and had imagined it a little differently. She felt incredible sadness and now longs to help the hero. Someone tell her to just stay out of the way and not make things worse. Khan clearly doesn't want to let anyone into his heart, and he has plenty of reasons for this. He flew away not to take a walk, but to complete his next task. Now he has become much faster and stronger than he was in the red zone. In the orange zone, the main goal is to strengthen the body. That's what his wise friend said. Now that the main goal is completed, you can finish your journey in this world. He descended into the dark forest and saw those very same tracks. There were clearly beings here who were heading towards the soul transport device to find a more suitable world for themselves. Their main plan failed and they simply decided to run away with their tails between their legs in fear. This will require a special device and a full ritual. Here we cannot do without the crown of thorns, which Khan had heard about in his past life. By wearing the crown of thorns, you do not gain the ability to travel to another world, but you do gain the role of the one who opens the gate. When Aragorn went into the red zone, he had a lot of priests and energy, and there were no problems. Now the situation is completely opposite, which means a sacrifice will have to be made. Those who have taken this path do not even realize that they will become only a step towards opening a portal. For now, it's in Khan's best interest to let them carry out their plan to have the villains kill each other. He will arrive at the scene and wait for the outcome before intervening. While the cunning ghost remains undetected, the villains of the Red Flame Army still believe in a happy future. They searched long and hard for the entrance that Sir Yatun had spoken of. Now that the job is done, you can finally enter the secret room. After all his dashed hopes, the Rat King firmly decided to move to another world. To achieve this, he is ready to sacrifice his own allies without any remorse. Khan is already nearby and has been watching their every step all this time. He used Ravana's bracelet, which makes a person practically invisible. The secret room was much lighter and more spacious than the previous corridor. The Rat King addressed his allies and said that this place was the future of the continent. They leave the rotting piece of Lazarus and are transported to a new land where there are no restrictions or unnecessary rules. All these stinking coyotes just nodded in agreement with their boss, not realizing that they were being called to the slaughter. Each of them agreed to give their lives for the prosperity of the continent. The boss chose the strongest ally and placed that very crown on his head. After this, the magical bonds were activated to open the long-awaited portal. The squad captain felt incredible pain as the crown sank its claws into his skin. He screamed and even squealed like a slaughtered pig, knowing full well that no one would help. Long wooden tentacles attacked the rest of the warriors. Only now did they realize that Sir Yatun had brought them here to use them for his own purposes. In the end, he only quietly said a few words and even apologized to his allies. The fact is that he is the only one who has the opportunity to cross to the other side. Screams didn't help, and the bodies couldn't withstand the pressure and were torn into small pieces. The blood awakened ancient magic, which gradually opened a magical portal. Although his plan completely failed, he was still able to open the gate using the essence he had collected. Initially, the energy of the Akarans was supposed to be used for this, but even so, the plan completely suits the vile rat. As he dances with joy, Han gradually gets closer to his goal. He heard the name of Kadion, whom they had known since their previous life. Apparently, the Rat King misunderstood and thought that he served Kadion. In fact, this simply cannot be true, because Kadion has always been on the side of good. In this case, there is no point in leaving the rat alive, and it is time to get rid of it. He had already lived and enjoyed his power too long for a being who did not deserve greatness. 1 second was enough to get close and strike right on target. Yatun didn't even understand what had happened and continued to scream, blaming fate for his failures. Then the wound finally made itself felt, and he saw his knees buckle. The cough of blood immediately made it clear that the game was over. The Rat King fell face down and continued to twitch for a long time like an iPhone in vibration mode. The Khan decided to remind his defeated enemy that he had used the wrong spell. While the Rat King is not yet completely dead, it would be nice to have a little chat with him. Let him look at his own spell and understand what he really did. One wrong word changed everything, and now there can be no talk of any portal. Screaming won't help here because there are only 2 living creatures in this building. A black cloud emerged from the portal and swallowed the dying rat. If you catch one of the black clouds, you can use it profitably in the orange zone. The little rat didn't even have time to understand anything before his body had already partially dissolved. He, of course, tried to say all sorts of vile things and even promised revenge. The fool doesn't realize that the dark energy is using his body as food and has no intention of giving him a second chance at resurrection. Now all that's left of him is a black magical cloud. This artifact is completely sealed, but it can be used for personal purposes. At this moment, the instructor decided to remind everyone of himself again. He hadn't spoken to the main character for a long time and was even a little bored. Ordinary hunters should not be able to obtain such valuable prizes in this abyssal zone. An exception will still have to be made for Khan due to his special skills. At the same time, the instructor asks for a small favor. He doesn't like the fact that all of the ghost's allies remain alive after the hardest battles. He hopes that in the future, at least one of them will die and add some spice to this story. On his part, this is a typical provocation, because the instructor has an extremely boring life. He'd better shut up and print the black cloud if he doesn't want to incur the wrath of the ghost. 1 snap of the fingers was enough, and now the black cloud can be made your familiar. Now Khan can do whatever he wants with him, and the instructor returns to his territory. He just asked to make the next zone more fun and wish the guy good luck. It looks like the instructor will be creating more and more problems starting from the yellow zone, and you need to be prepared for this. For some reason, immediately after the conversation, Khan remembered a new character. The very girl who made him tense up may not be as kind as she seems at first glance. Perhaps if we check her background, we can discover a terrible secret, such as that she voted for Donald Trump. Okay, joke's over, because the ghost intends to cure Lazarus and bring prosperity back to the world around him. It has long been known that if materials from the abyss are used, it will not be difficult to create a cure for Lazarus. However, on the territory of Lazarus itself, local ingredients will have to be used. This will require not only the crown of thorns, but also the Magos essence core. To obtain such a valuable item, you will have to destroy all the magi scattered throughout the orange zone and gather them into a single whole. Previously, this required awakening Tyrannimus sealed in the soul transmitter, but that is now a thing of the past. Now Khan has a new artifact that will make his work much easier. He had just activated this dark core, and a burst of energy had created a new being. The ghost must have been expecting something more serious than a small, dark cloud. The most important thing is that the creature from the black cloud asks to be given a name. Khan couldn't think of anything better than Chernish, and it seems that this little guy is clearly pleased. Black Cloud's special skill is absorption, and this will help Han reach a new level. If you fill the cloud with mana and send it on a mission, then there will be no problem absorbing the magi. Within a second, Khan gave his first order, and the dark cloud set off on its mission. By the way, the absorption process is always interesting to watch, especially if you have never seen it before. From the outside, it seems that Chernish asked for support, but in fact, it is all one entity. The huge monsters didn't even suspect the approaching danger and calmly nibbled the grass, enjoying life. Now, the process of absorption of biocells has begun, and even the process of creating a nucleus has begun. It's too late to scream. You should have reacted to the threat earlier and defended yourself in time. The local monsters were used to being attacked only by strong creatures, and therefore did not even pay attention to the dark cloud. The absorption of the Magos is complete, and now the stabilization phase and return to the soul transmitter has begun. Khan didn't even have time to make himself some coffee before his request was fulfilled, and the mission was completed. If everything continues at the same pace, it will take very little time to create a cure for Lazarus. Chernish does his job perfectly, and besides, he is very cute, which cannot be ignored. Now he will go to another area to continue absorbing Magos and killing all those creatures in the orange zone. Khan won't even have to strain himself, although initially he was supposed to do it on his own. Now all that remains is to take that same wooden crown, which is also needed to create the medicine. It's worth remembering how quickly the crown killed off a large number of Red Flame followers. After all, it is their own fault because they trusted the wrong gentleman and paid for it themselves. Now you can find a better use for the crown and do everything in the best traditions of the ghost. Of course, the wooden crown resisted and even wanted to capture another victim. This time the wooden tricks didn't work, because the crown was snatched by a real predator of this jungle. Now you need to recite a special spell that Khan remembered from his past life. I don't know how long the spell was, but the whole process took over 8 hours. By that time, Chernish reported that the medicine was ready and they could move on to the finish line. Now Chernish can rest, and his owner begins the most important part of the mission. He said all sorts of mysterious things and did it with a straight face, like Kanye West, who had once again said something stupid. His words set off an irreversible process, and even from the outside it looked terrifying. Some huge red substance began to grow before our eyes and absorb the surrounding energy. For many years this lion suffered from unbearable pain, and now his suffering has come to an end. The owner of the Orange Zone must wake up and once again direct the beloved world towards prosperity and comfort. Local residents had no idea how much their lives would change. They were, of course, happy that they had Ghost Khan, but they didn't even believe in their hearts what this guy was capable of. Just now, a magical flash made everyone around believe in miracles again. In the desert, where there was no hope left, a small green sprout appeared. The enormous lion Lazarus finally woke up, and his roar made even the most inveterate Dota 2 nerds get up from their chairs. The sound was impossible to ignore, as it was worse than the screams of Marvel fans when they saw the new Avengers lineup. Everyone around began to discuss Lazarus's awakening and spread the rumors further and further. An unknown magic burst forth and began to change the desert into a green forest. The prosperity that had long been forgotten has returned in full force. For the locals, it was a sensation, which meant that their hard life had come to an end and a new era was beginning. Amid all these cries of joy and happiness, one should not forget who exactly helped them regain their former glory. The hunter known as Ghost truly deserves words of gratitude for once again achieving the impossible. While everyone was celebrating and getting ready to throw a party, our main character continued to show off his muscles. Now he had the Dragonfang sword, a sacred artifact left behind by the ancient Acherons when they were released. The memory crystal said that healing Lazarus would give you a special item, and this is what it meant. If the Dragon Fang sword is released, it will cover the body like armor. This will allow even the weakest warrior to turn into a protected knight of the highest order. In some ways, this skill can be compared to the holy body of the dragon god that Han often uses. You can be even more cunning and feed the Dragon Fang to the dragon god to enhance the protective effect. Of course, it's a shame to waste such a weapon in this way, because it's better to give it to a reliable person. At least it will help when the Abyss stage comes and the Great War begins. While Khan was thinking about who to give the new artifact to, his energy disappeared somewhere. For the first time in a long time, he felt weak and realized that he would need to increase his internal mana reserves in the future. Even Chernish sensed his master's weakness and guessed that they would not go for a walk today. It's time to finish all these things and return to the great temple where joyful cries can finally be heard. As Khan began to approach the temple, he saw a huge number of warriors waiting for him near the main wall. They all looked very serious, as if they had just been told that Venom would be starring in the same movie as Spider-Man. In fact, it's a simple greeting for the hero who changed the Orange Zone forever. All the warriors raised their weapons to greet the Khan and thank him for everything that had happened. To be completely honest, Khan didn't like this at all and didn't appreciate this act. I had to explain that all the members of the tribe wanted to throw him a feast, and it was their own decision. Each of them lived their lives dreaming of returning the Orange Zone to its former glory, and for them today is a great celebration. Of course, everyone understands that Khan doesn't like unnecessary attention, but sometimes there's no escaping gratitude. By the way, his body enhancement procedure ended in relative success, because at the very least he became much taller. It's possible that some other body parts have gotten bigger too, but let's not focus on that. Before Khan forgets, he needs to pass the artifact on to his friend. He did it quickly and without unnecessary formalities, as if he was in a hurry again. The sacred treasure greatly surprised Odeon, who thought he would never find it again. Such a weapon should be given to a young warrior, for example, the last survivor of Gundabad. Everyone around gave their consent and handed over the artifact to the young warrior. Now he can accept and feel that very protective effect that everyone talks about so much. A legendary sword from Legends is the most valuable gift for any self-respecting warrior. As soon as he touched the weapon, everything around him immediately changed. Mr. Tarkal began to change right before our eyes and as quickly as possible. Odeon asked everyone not to be nervous and reminded them that this is exactly how weapons work. The warrior slowly absorbed Kadion's mana, meaning that the great sage would soon manifest himself in a new body. It is unclear why he would appear in such a strange way, perhaps to convey some important message. Now Kadion took hold of a new consciousness and looked around. He asked the young warrior not to resist and to lend him his body for a while. This was a great honor for Tarhal, so he immediately carried out his elder's order. The Khan turned to the great sage and said that Lazarus' treatment had come to an end. There's no point in taking over other people's bodies now, which means Kadion can go back. To understand what was happening here, the great sage tested the young warrior's consciousness. He saw all his memories and quickly figured out what had happened here recently. Now it became clear that in front of him was the very same ghost who changed everything. After this, the sage took a step forward and touched the legendary warrior. He activated a spell called the Sanctuary of Severance and transported them to another world. Everyone around was perplexed and didn't even know what to do, grab a weapon or just stand aside. Even the experienced old man saw such technology for the first time and didn't know what to do. It seems better to stand aside and let the two men talk in peace. I don't know how this will end, but sometimes even an ordinary conversation turns into a bloody meat grinder. I'd rather watch a good fight than another boring conversation. In fact, it's just a desire to talk privately without prying eyes or ears. Kadion's presence here and now is a chronological error, even though he wanted it to be so. He had not yet created the very memory crystal that was supposed to cure Lazarus. The timeline is broken, meaning that Khan has returned from the future, and there's no other way to describe the situation. The experienced sage turned out to be right and quickly realized this just by the guy's reaction. Khan quickly told everything that happened and how he ended up in the past. Now they are definitely on the same side, because it is impossible to fight with such an ally. With every attempt to cross the abyss, the mind inevitably becomes hostage to various ideas, and this has become a problem for many warriors. All living beings become obsessed with becoming stronger, surviving, or gaining power. Still, Khan is a little different and thinks first and foremost about the survival of the species. He wants to cooperate and is willing to receive any help to achieve his goal. They discussed cooperation for a while, and then started talking about the conditions for surviving the War of the Abyss. From this moment on, Kadion will take over the leadership of the Acherons and lead them to prosperity. After that, they returned to the real world of the Orange Zone and calmed everyone down. The great sage greeted everyone and said that from now on he would rule the entire Orange Zone. By the way, there is no need to worry about the young warrior named Tarhal. He is fine, and as soon as Kadion passes on the knowledge to his descendants, he will immediately return the body to the young warrior safe and sound. Absolutely all parties will benefit from such cooperation, so the negotiations can be called successful. Khan also takes responsibility and promises to call on people for help. First, we need to restore the sanctuary and only then think about what to do next. In 2 days, the gates will open, and the ghost would like to call his comrades here. To do this, he will need the help of the one who controls the gate, that is, Kadion. It turns out he has more friends than followers on Instagram. Khan is aiming to recruit over 400,000 people, and it looks like this is just the beginning. He explained that each of them was ready to fight, which meant that such guests would definitely not be a problem. The sage promised to help open the portal and said that he could be relied upon. After the conversation ended, Khan, as always, disappeared without saying goodbye. This guy has a cloying scent of the abyss about him, although there is something else in his essence. The time has not yet come, but when the preparations are complete, Kadion will have to personally verify this man's intentions. For a while, I suggest we return to the Coffin Emperor, whom everyone has forgotten about. His heartbreaking story has been deeply ingrained and can no longer be ignored. Brother had been suffering for a long time because of his wife's condition, and it was time to put an end to it. The doors swung wide open, and a man capable of performing another miracle walked inside. Apparently, Khan has been in poverty for a long time, because he can't finally buy himself a t-shirt. He reminds me of that guy who always goes around without his coat to show off his muscles. Since this pervert loves attention so much, let's not despise him. The medicine for the wife is already ready, but the Coffin Emperor must not stay here. His presence causes too much anger among local residents and creates an unpleasant atmosphere. He must leave this place immediately after Chernish cures his wife. The restoration process has already begun, and that same icy prison is gradually disappearing. At such moments, even the strongest and most fearless warriors have tears of joy in their eyes. The wife finally opened her eyes and said the first words in many years. There was too much emotion in the room at that moment. The couple cried, hugged, and tirelessly repeated how much they loved each other. This is a wonderful story about how devotion and selflessness sooner or later break down any walls and boundaries. Now, we can stop expecting betrayal from the Coffin Emperor and focus on more important matters. For example, organize the transition of travelers from the red zone to more favorable conditions. After another victory, many allies gathered in the room. There are very tense relationships between many of them, and this makes it difficult to relax. The Coffin Emperor tried to explain that his past actions were not due to bad intentions. He always wanted only to cure his wife, and everything else did not bother him much. The wife also said a few words, although few people listened to her. In short, the Coffin Emperor apologized several times and said that from now on, he was on the side of good. Belief is not required, of course, but Khan calls on everyone to exercise prudence and cooperation. Moreover, if the Coffin Emperor even hints at betrayal, he can be disposed of immediately. Now that everyone has calmed down a bit, we can listen to the ghost's plan. Tomorrow he plans to bring travelers from the Red Zone. Its main goal is to unite all the strongest clans of the Orange Zone to create a powerful army. Frankly speaking, from the outside it looks like some kind of nonsense that is impossible to put into action. Moreover, some clans are made up of psychopaths who are best not trusted. Objections are inappropriate now because Khan has already decided everything, even if it seems like nonsense. His main goal is to strengthen humanity, and any methods will do for this task. He wants to force all clan members to undergo the enhancement technique while he himself goes to the Yellow Zone alone. As soon as the allies heard his ideas, they immediately called him a psychopath who didn't understand what he was doing. Many have worked so hard to become strong and follow him, and in the end he chooses the path of solitude again. What happened next was a classic incident that doesn't even need explaining. In a fit of emotion, Kiriel took offense and simply left the room. She'll probably post an Instagram story right now and tell everyone how seriously she was insulted. Khan hasn't cared much about this for a long time now. He added her to the blacklist and now wants nothing to do with her. All this is necessary for one simple reason, which creates a lot of problems for him. In his past life, the death of this girl broke his heart, and he does not want to risk her life again. Now we can get down to business and begin preparing the clans for unification. Khan gave instructions to Envy Aaron and the Coffin Emperor and asked them to hurry. After that, everyone left the room, and he was left alone with his closest assistant, the Punisher. Kiriel definitely has plenty of reasons to complain about Han, but she'll still try to follow him when he goes into the Yellow Zone. She clearly looks at him differently than she does others. and that could become a problem. Now, we need to make sure that this girl strengthens her body and becomes stronger. After Lazarus is cured, this procedure will become much faster and easier, meaning everyone will be able to become stronger. Khan asked the Punisher to keep an eye on Kirill and be very attentive. Then they rested a bit, and the next morning they finally opened the portal. From there, the first bees appeared along with armed people. There are almost 500,000 warriors here, including the leader Yumi and her assistants. The transition to the Orange Zone is complete, and more than 30,000 elite warriors have been equipped with replicas of the Lightning Scepter. Khan hasn't seen his girlfriend for a long time, and she is clearly happy to hear his voice again. It's not every day you see such a large army prepared for battle. The Khan introduced the warriors to his new friend and said that they could trust him. At the same time, Kadian looked a little tense and thus pushed away his new friends. They'll get used to him over time because this old fart is too old-fashioned to smile all the time. Moreover, he still doesn't know whether he can trust these people and constantly doubts himself. Usually there is too much dirt inside people, at least that's what his experience tells him. I had to assure the old man that everyone who cooperates with Khan has a pure heart and good intentions. At the same time, people still remain imperfect creatures who break down under harsh circumstances. Many of them will die, never having been able to defend themselves in the conditions of the Abyssal War. In the Dark World, strength and the ability to control it are important, because there are monsters there that are worse than anicaps. Now everyone needs to strengthen their spirit and skills, otherwise there is nothing to do in the Abyss. The old sage is indeed very suspicious, and all because he has a lot of experience behind him. He needs to spend some time interacting with the new world to fully understand the rules of the game. Now let's move for a while to the settlement of the Red Flame clan detachment. The surviving captains gathered here to discuss what to do next. Everyone is a little worried and doesn't know what to expect from the future. Rumors that Khan was uniting all the units quickly spread throughout the Orange Zone. However, today all these captains are in for another surprise. The Coffin Emperor's brother suddenly approached them to report the latest news. He smiled maliciously and said something that no one here clearly expected. It turns out that Ghost Khan has just been captured and is set to be executed soon. This message was written by the Coffin Emperor, who immediately after the execution of Khan intends to kill absolutely all Acherons. He calls on his allies to gather in one place and prepare to shed rivers of blood.